All right, thank you.
Stamp 2 putts.
Appreciate that, Stoned. We'll be getting started here in just a second. Yeah, this is something people have asked me to do for a very, very long time, is to watch these videos, because they're like just classic on YouTube. And it's related to Silent Hill, so, you know, why haven't I already done it? Good question. But I'm going to be joined by a fellow Silent Hill obsessive, Future Mute, because he is also big into Silent Hill, and yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for this too. 2010, man. It's like ancient history nowadays. They started in 2010, God. What was that? What was that podcast? Oh, man. Oh, every frame a picture. They were reviewing one of his reviews and he kind of made an ass of himself defending it. Was after that he disappeared. Ah. See, the weirdest twin perfect lore that I know of is, by the way, you like how I'm framed now? I changed the framing ever so slightly, so I'm completely out of the way of the chat. I'm a little bit further my left, your right, but still. Anyways, the deepest twin perfect lore that I know of is the stuff with Fungo. Basically the falling out between them and Fungo. That's the deepest twin perfect lore that I know about. And as far as I know, because it was very weird the way it all went down, but basically either Rossiter or Fooge, one of the two, I don't know which, posted a comment saying that Fungo allegedly was abusing his girlfriend. And when they called him out on it, he changed the Google AdSense information on the Twin Perfect account to his name and his address. So that's why they kicked him out. That was in a YouTube comment that somebody caught several years ago. I think it was on the Book of Memories review when it first came out, but they deleted it shortly after. Probably because they just didn't want to entertain that conversation anymore, which is fair. I wouldn't want to either if I were in their shoes. But yeah, I distinctly remember that being a comment that somebody caught back then. So who knows? You know, I'm sure we'll never know the full story of what the hell went down there. But something happened for them to kind of cut ties with each other. Well, no, Future's not on yet. He's just waking up, or he will be waking up soon, so.
As in, if we watch something and we conclude it's some.
Today on, oh, this was 2021. Damn, this is kind of recent, though. Surprisingly recent. Yeah, that's surprisingly recent. I would have thought it would be, 2017 or something, based on how long he's been basically gone from the community. I didn't even know what it was. Yeah, I didn't even know what it was, so clearly I'm not too invested in their stuff either. And I'll be honest, like, if I want to tell the truth, I think there's far too many podcasts out there to begin with, man. There's way too many podcasts going on right now for any rational human being to even remotely keep track of, you know? You just can't. Even if you wanted to, you literally can't keep up with them because there's too many floating around.
Where on a scale we wouldn't mind.
I'm doing good, man. I walked about 5 miles today. Walked about 5 miles today, and like I mentioned last time, I like to sit in my car and just fucking roast in the sun and sweat as much out as possible. I'm in the middle of a water fast right now, so I've got my 64 ounces of my half gallon with a couple cubes of ice, nothing crazy. I just like it to be slightly cold, not frozen. And then I have a full ass thing of coffee, so I'm ready for this, dude. I am fucking ready. I am primed and ready. Perfect temperature, just slightly fridge cold. Just moved into your first apartment with my boy. Nice, dude. Were you living with your parents beforehand? Or just family in general? Oh, his parents, yeah. Always cool when your significant other's parents are those, you know, they basically are just like your own parents, you know, and you can just live with them for a while. It's no big deal. That's always nice. Ugh. Headphones are killing me tonight. Dude, same. I like to call it K-Kona land, but I am absolutely from K-Kona land. The good old American South. You know? Yeah, I'm pretty much just waiting for Future to hop on, so we can watch it. But then go through a defense of Batman vs Superman by alleged movie critic and self-professed Zack Snyder fan, Twin Perfect, aka Ross. 3 hours in, Ross shows up and joins the call to do damage control for disparaging comments on his Discord. Nobody really cares about this, trust me. In attempts to explain his convoluted approach to film analysis, things don't go well, hilarity ensues, but I have to at least give Ross some credit for jumping into a 6 versus 1. What? A 6 versus 1? Got a projector, he has every old game console under the sun, so gonna be subjecting him to MGS and Silent Hill playthroughs? Nice. Yeah, they do dogpile him. Yeah, see, this type of thing is why I don't engage with YouTube comments, really. I pretty much resolved to, once the video is out there, it's fucking out there, and I have nothing to do with it anymore. Like, I had my say in the video itself, and then if anybody wants to comment whatever they want to comment, they can, but I'm not going to make any inferences about it or really respond to them. These people spent 8 hours shitting on Plinkett Star Wars reviews too, which aren't to be taken serious in the first place. Yeah. Yeah, there's way too many podcasts about movies and film, as they like to call it. There's way too many podcasts about movies and games, and it's literally too much for me to keep up with these days. So I just don't. No, not that I ever really cared. I can't think of a single podcast I watched that talked about movies that I actually cared about. Oh my god, yeah, let's not talk about that. There's like one person, and his name was Adam22 of the fucking No Jumper podcast. That was the only guy I've ever heard use the term podding, and thankfully nobody else has ever used it, at least not to my knowledge. I like podding with you. Oh my god. It's just a conversation, dude. You're not fucking podding. Yeah, it sounds wrong in more ways than one, that's for sure. Sounds wrong enough that I wouldn't be uttering it. You'd never hear that out of my mouth. Been seeing a lot of people playing this Expedition 33 game. I don't know if it's any good. It looks kind of cool, but I don't know for sure if it's something I'm actually interested in. I said it last stream. I'm not sure. I don't remember for sure if you were here, Stoned, but we were talking about the whole Nintendo price jumping thing with new games, and I was like, I think a lot of people, myself included, are just not going to pay those prices. Like, they're just simply not going to pay those. And Nintendo's in for a rude awakening because we're not going to put up with that shit. Like, people bought the Switch too, yes, but you know why they bought it? Because they want to scalp it. That's why they bought it. They didn't buy it because of genuine excitement for the console. They bought it because they want to scalp it. Any other explanation is delusional. Shut down Homebrew channel, and now in the Switch terms of service, they can remotely brick it if you mod it. Yeah. Yep, that is very Nintendo. That's a very Nintendo solution to the quote-unquote problem. They do love their censorship and litigations, don't they? Although, to be fair, Sony also did sue a guy. They sued George Hotz. GeoHot was his name. But they sued him for an actually valid reason, which was that he was selling the mod on his website, which that you can't do. You can't profit from a third-party mod. That is definitely not a good thing to do. And it's like I'm sitting here looking at a 1 hour and 16 minute long video about Batman versus Superman. Like, who thinks that who thinks that this is worth having an hour and a half long conversation about this movie, dude? It's not. This movie is nowhere near good enough to have that long of a fucking conversation about it, you know? The long original. Oh, well, here's a fun title. Why You Are Wrong About Batman versus Superman. Like, what the fuck? I love these pretentious titles. Here's why you're wrong about X, Y, or Z. And it's like a highly opinionated subject that you can't declare anybody's right or wrong about. They're just doing it because they want to. Here's why you're wrong about X, Y, or Z is a surefire way to piss everybody off. Like, how do people not know this by now? Sorry, I'm just trying to get my shit centered right. But yeah, the other type of this type of not necessarily podcast, but just even if it's an edited video, it annoys me, where they're like, oh, Easter eggs you might have missed. Yeah, it's like, no, dude, you sat there, and most of the time it's just speculation off of shit they saw on Reddit. Is all it is. Like, there's not even any legitimacy to it. They're just like, oh, you know, you saw this and I saw this, and therefore I know something secret, you know? I remember the one that pissed me off the most was fucking WandaVision, where every fucking week it's like Easter eggs you missed in this week's episode of WandaVision, a fucking 10-minute video where he would just keep saying, this user posted on Reddit. Could this possibly be this, that, or the other? It's like, I don't give a shit. You guys already know I really dislike Marvel stuff in general, so especially when it's like just speculatory nonsense about Marvel products, that's just even worse in my opinion. And I tell you what, those Marvel fans are very, very rabid. They are dedicated, and they will fucking just pounce on anybody that doesn't immediately slurp up that product, dude. It's like just a cardinal sin to just not like, to simply not like Marvel movies is just a cardinal sin in their eyes. And they have to explain to you why you're wrong. It's like, well, you didn't like it. You need to watch it again because, you know, you really should like it, so you should watch it again. You'll get it next time. Supernatural clip channels are the worst for it. Would someone fake content on Reddit / oh, abso-fucking-lutely, yes. I don't even need to finish that sentence. You could fill in the blank with any social media. People are going to fake bullshit to get engagement. Absolutely, 100%, yes, they will. No doubt about it. And there will never be any doubt about it. There's even an argument to be made that more people spend more time nowadays thinking of fake stories to tell on social media than actually living their own lives. And I wish that was an exaggeration, but it's not. Because I've seen it happen many times. I know it's true. you know, just like those people when you go out to any sort of social gathering, you go to any club, you go to a bar, whatever. Yeah, and dude, that's one of my favorite subreddits, by the way, r/thathappened. That is like one of my all-time favorite subreddits for that reason, because it's just so fucking absurd, the stories that people tell. Yeah, I went to the grocery store and a person saw the shirt that I was wearing and immediately broke into song and gave me a high five, and we hugged, and everybody had their phones out and they started clapping and saying, "We stan," whatever was on my shirt. You know what I mean? It's like, well, that's cute that you had this little fantasy in your head about what happened, but none of that happened. Okay? Not a fucking ounce of that happened. One sec. I'm gonna take a Tylenol really quick. I got a bit of a headache. I love this song, by the way. This is the ultimate stream. This is the ultimate stream song right here. It's a hidden song on the Silent Hill 3 soundtrack called "I've Been Losing You." Here, let's play it again. Alright, I'm also going to switch headphones really quick. Just going back to the Bears. The Sonys are really, really good, but the only problem is they're very harsh because they have such a massive high boost. And when you already have a headache, it's not really something you want to listen to. So. The DT770s are more smooth, so that's what I'm going to use. Beat Madhouse without running. That's kind of impressive in GL. Oh yeah, these sound way better. Good old Bear Dynamics. They never lead me astray. Why did I stop wearing these anyway? I don't know. But yeah, they never lead me astray, man. I like both, but these are good. Give a little bit of contrast as well. But yeah, basically, I I think that the real Silent Hill experience is very time capsule-y now, and that's kind of what I like about it. It very much encapsulates that sort of era of YouTube game media for me. The sort of machinima era, you know? They do, yeah. They look super, super young in the beginning. And then by the time like the Book of Memories review was coming out, Rossiter's like a grizzled veteran, dude. He's a grizzled veteran of American Silent Hill slop. Seen it all. Shit talked it all. Future said he just got up. Nope, no problem, dude. No problem, dude. Take your time. What do we watch in the meantime, though? Oh, shit. I found a really cool video. There's a Q&A video in their last few vids, and Fooch has a long-ass beard. Looks well. Yeah, wasn't that their 100K celebration video? So I think we talked about it before, but I think most of us theorized that he got picked up by some big YouTube channel to be an editor, or, I mean, look at their house in the Downpour review. It's not like they're not well off. They seem to be fairly wealthy people, so maybe he just has his own career that he'd rather focus on. That's very likely. And there'd be nothing wrong with that. But yeah. I appreciate the Guinness sign in their house in that vid, being an Irishman myself. Guinness is like the coffee drinker's beer. It's very dark, very bitter. So if you like bitter coffee, you would love Guinness. Absolutely love it. That's what I've always said about it. I got no problem with Guinness myself. I'm just not really a beer person. I tried for a good solid couple of years to find a beer that I really liked, but I just couldn't really. The closest I got was Glass Bottle Rolling Rock. Right, it is a stout, yeah. But and I'm gonna be honest, I like the piss water. I like Miller Lite, I like Coors Light, you know what I mean? Full bodied beer. Blue Moon is okay. I also tried this banana bread beer that was fucking delicious, but it had a ton of sugar in it. Don't the cans of Guinness have the metal ball so you can agitate it before you... Okay, don't clip that motion that I was just making. Good thing I didn't make it any more than once, so nobody can make a suggestive GIF out of it. I know my community. I know my community. That's true. Also, you know a newbie beer drinker based on whether or not they tilt the glass. If they tilt the glass and then as they're pouring, they slowly level the glass, that's how you know that's a veteran beer pourer. But if they pour it directly in and 90% of the fucking glass is just foam in the head, then you know that they don't know what they're doing. You need an 80-20 ratio, dude. 80% liquid, 20% foam. And if you don't have that, then what the... Okay, I'm sorry. It's not that serious. Let me apologize. This was the part of the stream I didn't want you to hear. But you heard it anyway. So if you need to run to Livestream Fells to own me, then that's fair. You can do that. Oh, man. It looks so weird. This arm looks so fucking weird on camera, dude. It looks like I have it on some kind of monitor stand or something. But I like the low profile. I got really sick of Guinness glasses are actually designed to get it right. The head should just touch the top of the heart for best ratio. Yep. I really like the low profile arms with the SM7B because I don't like with the Rode and the other arms, you basically have to have all of this covered in your peripheral vision, or whichever side you decide to have it coming in from. It's just gonna fucking be in your way and you can't see your screen. So having it low is nice because I can see the whole screen above it and chat and everything like that. Low profile arms with the SM7B I think is optimal, but of course there'd be some person who would actually you're cringe and stupid and dumb and you're a bad person for saying that, and I'm going to clip you out of context, and that's what happens. That's internet discourse nowadays, by the way, if you didn't know. It's always literally, you're a bad person if you don't agree with me. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have a differing opinion about a mounting solution for a mic? You're a bad person, dude. I'm going to call you out on Twitter. And I'm going to tell the whole world how shitty your opinions are. I don't give a fuck who hears it. Oh. Well, excuse me. Yeah. They expect you to be like, no, we can talk this out. Please don't. Please don't put in the newspaper that I got mad. You know? I'm like, cool. I don't care. By the way, did you see the other day, Stone, when I was talking about the guy who got really mad because I made a Bully Maguire reference in a Joe Rogan comment section? It wasn't even Joe Rogan's channel. It was some clip farming channel that just uploaded him talking about his usual carnivore diet workout stuff. And some person in the comments made the classic, hey Jamie, pull up the video of something, you know, basically the insert, hey Jamie, pull up this, that, or the other. And somebody responded really mad and was like, hey Jamie, pull up the video of the unoriginal loser making the same joke that's been made a quintillion times. And I responded to him and I was like, gonna cry? Just the Bully Maguire, gonna cry? And this motherfucker scanned my entire channel, commented on nearly every video, and called me a 30-plus-year-old wokey piece of garbage. I don't even know how long he spent doing this, but I find it hilarious either way. He spent at least half an hour to an hour scanning every single video on my channel to call me a 30-plus woke loser. And then I just responded and said, so you are gonna cry. Understood. Like, it just was hilarious. Like, he had a complete fucking generational crash out over a single Bully Maguire reference. I genuinely thought it was hilarious. Yeah, it's like, dude, you know that somebody is omega triggered when they go to your channel to like look for evidence, you know? And he couldn't say shit about like my sub count because it was over 1,000. It's like, what are you gonna say, dude? You're at like 2. What do you mean? You better not bring up sub count. Especially for somebody like me that is not even remotely a serious YouTuber. I just upload the very occasional thing that I'm curious about, you know? Like, the fuck are you on about, dude? Average Joe Rogan super fan, yeah. You know what's really annoying about Joe Rogan? I need to make sure I can do this without damaging anything. It should be okay. Let me try this. If you want to know how Joe Rogan gets his sound, I'll show you right now. Fuck, that won't work. I would need a butter knife or something. But basically, there's a switch on the back that just kills all the bass, and that's how he uses this mic. That's why it sounds so empty and flat when he uses it. No, I wouldn't say that's the worst part. I'd say the worst part is that he won't stop talking about the same, like, 4 or 5 topics, and his guests are clearly fucking exhausted of it. Like, every single guest that comes on, even when it's clear that the last thing they want to talk about is COVID, he'll still talk about COVID. As recently as, like, 2 weeks ago. Like, bro, COVID was 5 fucking years ago. Relax. Nobody's talking about COVID anymore. Yeah, weed, carnivore diet, MMA moves, conspiracies, right. Yeah, that's like his cycle. Like when he doesn't know where to take the conversation, he just talks about, or DMT, you know. And Joey Diaz, who he like worships, Joey Diaz, he calls him like one of the funniest guys alive and everything all the time. He called him out and was like, Joe, why do I give a fuck about any of this? He's like, this is the only podcast I come on and you try to scare me. He's like, I just wanted to come on here and have a good time and maybe joke and laugh a little bit. And here you are talking about the fucking declining birth rates of Japan. He's like, I don't give a fuck about the Japanese. Which is like fair. I mean, you shouldn't expect, but he just like dictates the conversation and talks about the same 5 or 6 things over and over. I more prefer the ones that he has where it's like two people debating and he's kind of moderating. Those are fun. Those are fun because they usually get nasty quick. Like they just start fucking doing personal attacks and getting really upset. He had Maynard James Keenan. Yeah, I remember that one. I really liked his episode with Billy Corgan because they had a really long and interesting conversation about the music industry and how possessive it is. No, you're good, dude. Yeah. Yeah, they had a really long conversation about the music industry and how manipulative, possessive, whatever like negative adjective you want to ascribe to it, it is that. And he talked about a lot of really interesting things. Like he said his first contract he was offered when he was 23 and it was for 14 years and 7 albums. A 23-year-old, and they have contracts like that all the time. They love contracts like that because they basically are anticipating what he said is like they're anticipating your whole arc, your whole career. They're anticipating. And what happens is they hope that the sort of creative juices run out in maybe 5, 6, 7 years. Like how many bands do you know that remain relevant longer than 10 years? Not many. Only the very transcendental, you know, the Beatles of the world, the Pink Floyds, the Radioheads, like those bands they can remain relevant for longer than a decade, but most bands cannot. Okay. So what they do is they sign you to an absurdly long contract. They want to get you in when you're in your late teens, early 20s, and they want to sign you for 15 plus years. And what happens is every time you all of a sudden can't write a part, you can't come up with a catchy melody, you can't come up with anything. They're like, that's okay. We'll bring in a writer. You know, we'll bring in like a Benny Blanco type where he just can create a Charlie Puth, you know, where they can just create shit and they just manufacture gold, hit after hit after hit. These people do. And oh yeah. And they had a whole factory at one point that was just pressing the vinyl for Dark Side of the Moon. Like they created a whole factory just to create copies of it. So basically the way that they do it is they're like, oh, it's okay if you can't write a song. We'll bring in Benny Blanco or we'll bring in any of these, you know, well-known ghostwriters, essentially. Even though they're credited, they're not really a ghostwriter, but you know what I mean. And they'll just keep bringing in people, but every personnel member that they add, they're taking a little bit of your percentage. Okay, let's bring in Benny to write the music for you. We're going to take 10%. Let's bring in, you know, a session guitarist. If you're having trouble playing this part, you know, we'll bring in a session guitarist like a John 5 or something, and he can play this part. We'll take another 10% because he's going to be doing that. You know what I mean? Like they just keep adding more and more and more people and taking a larger and larger cut. And that's what they hope happens when they sign these massive contracts, is that by the end of your contract, they'll be taking 95% of your revenue because you can't write anything anymore and they're having to do everything for you. That's literally what they hope happens. There'd be no other reason to sign a 23-year-old Billy Corgan to a 14-year, 7-album deal. You know, they want this 23-year-old kid. I mean, if you're not even 25, you're a kid in my eyes. And you want to sign this kid for 14 years where he'll be pushing 40 by the time this contract ends. And you still think he'll be, you know, Frank Zappa stuck his finger to big record labels and released about 40 albums. Buckethead is like that too. You know, Buckethead is just like this prolific musician who releases all of his music and doesn't give a fuck about the labels. I respect that big time. We all thought that Chance the Rapper was going to be like the big person in hip hop to do that. Oh man, but you have to be good. I think he forgot about the putting out good music part. I'm sorry. In order to really give a middle finger to the labels, you have to put out good music, and he unfortunately was unable to do that, so he kind of fell by the wayside. Oh man. And then, you know, you think about Viper. Oh, Yule cowards don't even smoke crack. Now that's a classic, dude. You all cowards. He called out everybody when he said that, dude. Not just you. He called out every motherfucker. There's actually a video of him performing that live like a handful of years ago, and he looks awful. He looks like he's had the roughest like 40 plus years of his life, and he just stumbled onto the stage and just started, you know, the beat just played. Oh my god, guys, I've been watching so much Outer Heaven here lately. I could just put that dude's stream on, DRK, and just watch for like all day and all night. I fall asleep to his stream frequently. And some people say they fall asleep to my stream and they're like, oh, you know, no offense. I'm like, no offense. That's like the biggest sign of respect there is, you know? If you fall asleep to a stream, you Nightmare, is that who you mean? Or Three Dog? Did Three Dog officially separate from Outer Heaven Network? I think You Nightmare was the guy who left. Yeah, he does his own shit now. Yeah. Yeah, so originally, you know what's funny is Outer Heaven is one of the first Twitch channels that I ever remember being allowed to have an official name change. Originally that channel was called United TV, like UKNIGHTET TV. And then he started working with DRK, who he discovered from a hilarious Twin Snakes mod called the DRK edition. So they started communicating back and forth after he found that mod. That was fucking hilarious, by the way. DRK still runs that mod sometimes. And then, you know, DRK started streaming. They eventually ran into Three Dog, and they wanted to name the channel Outer Heaven, but they basically, the name was occupied, and Twitch was like, well, we don't really, you know how it used to be, like you basically had to have some kind of special exception. They would give out name changes, but it was a really case-by-case basis. There was no official process for doing it like there is now. And apparently some person had named an account Outer Heaven, but didn't intend to use it. So it was just sitting there, and they're like, if it sits for 30 days straight, then we're ready. Yeah, they were like, if it sits there for 30 days straight, then you can have the name. So it did, and I remembered, I wasn't following at this time, because I just didn't follow anybody on Twitch back then, but it was You Nightmare doing the Twilight sniping part of Metal Gear Solid 2, when he got the email from Twitch saying, hey, like, the next time you go live, your name will be Outer Heaven. It's really cool that they did that way back then, because I think that channel name was so perfect, like a network of streamers. Considering, you know, the significance and what Outer Heaven is within Metal Gear Solid, that's like the most perfect applicable name that you could possibly give a Twitch channel that focuses on those games, you know? It'd be like calling a Silent Hill channel The Order, you know? Or something along those lines. I don't know how he does it though, man. Like, he has to be so fucking exhausted. Likely ban evader. Yeah, I guess so. It was a fucking cheap viewers on streamboo.com dumbass. Anyways, yeah, so that's a really cool feature that Better TTV has now, is it actually flags ban evaders. And I've actually had to use that in the past, unfortunately, with people I've had to ban out of my community. One of them showed up on an alternate account pretending to not know who I was, and it was like, likely ban evader. This was potentially their other name. And then as soon as I called them out, they're like, what? I've never used Twitch.television before. It's like, okay, bud. Oh god, the Sons of Kojima. Remember that the original DSP clip that spawned all that was when he was playing Castlevania Lords of Shadow from like 2009, whenever that game came out. And he just goes, Kojima's a fucking cocksucker. Out of nowhere, he just says that. Oh no, what did he go viral for this time, dude? Anytime I hear that, I know it can't be good. Well, let's head on over to X-Schwitter, or whatever the fuck people call it now, and see what's going on with Darks Fadil. He was complaining. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yes. So he was mad because his viewers, he did a viewer's choice marathon. And what happened was he was really mad because not much support was coming in, which, you know, support was coming in. He would have said it was the best fucking game ever. He loves it. He's having a blast. But because nobody was donating, he was getting really mad and saying that the game was boring and it sucked and that trolls nominated it. And then he decided to flex his wealth, which he has never done, really, to my knowledge. He loves to cry poor and pretend to be poor, even though we know he's plenty wealthy. His fans were like, oh, you know, you're at the 2-hour mark. You might want to close it so you can still refund the game if you're not enjoying it. And he's just like, guys, why is everybody bringing up a Steam refund? I'm not poor. I don't need to refund the game. And then he purposefully launched the game and played for an extra 5 minutes just to make sure that he could not, under any circumstances, refund the game. What a piece of shit, man. You like how I asked what was going on and then conveniently knew 100% of the lore? I'm not keeping up to date with what Phil's got going on, trust me. I'm just here in my own little corner, minding my own business. I have no idea what Dark Spadil is up to. And I've never known. I've never known what he's up to. But yeah. Phil is, he's like the chief lolcow for a reason, man. And then, you know, after that happened, he switched to some other games. Actually, what he was mainly mad about is every $100 he was going to take a shot, and he had not made an extra $100 while playing that game. That's what made him really mad, more than anything. Like, he clearly has an alcohol problem, because it's funny, he likes to pretend he like never drinks, but as soon as he does one of these stupid marathon streams where he drinks, he suddenly is an expert. And has like a million different types of alcohol that he's ready to mix and drink on stream. It's like, come on, dude. I mean, we know the bank leaks definitively 100% prove that he has an alcohol issue. He spent like $40 at a liquor store every week. No normal human being does that. Not even two people could spend $40 every fucking week. A bottle of liquor should last you like 2 months if you're drinking it sensibly. You know, just for the occasional shot. Once a weekend or something, even longer than that. Shit should last you 3 or 4 months if you're drinking it responsibly. Yeah, like he's gone back and forth on the bank leaks. I think because he thinks that if he's intentionally vague about it, nobody will be able to do anything legally. Not that I think anybody could at this point anyway. But yes, the bank leaks definitively proved that. Definitively, there's no doubt about this. It is a black and white issue. The bank leaks prove that he spends a stupid amount of money on alcohol, mobile games, whether it's a WWE champion specifically, whatever. It was an iTunes PayPal charge. So regardless of what it was for, he spends a shit ton of money on something iTunes related. Oh, not just months. He denied it for years. He denied it all the way from 2018 to 2025. He just admitted it like either January or December 2024. He admitted it. And he basically said that the way that the detractors or the trolls figured it out was the Discord thing. And if you know, like the Discord identifier number, you know this, but everybody after their Discord handle has a 4-digit number. That's your identifier number. So that way you could have 40 people with the same username, but you all have a unique identifier number. So that's how people know to add you. Well, people found that in one of essentially the WWE Champion's clans that he was in, they found someone named They Call Me DSP with the exact same unique 4-digit identifier and profile picture as the They Call Me DSP account that was found to be in his secret moderator Discord that he pretended didn't exist for years. So once that came out, it was a done deal. Like any sensible person knew, oh, that's Phil's account, no question. But he just continued to double, triple, quadruple down, deny. It's just absurd, man. Like, just admit it. And it's like, look where he is now. He admitted it and he's fine. Like, I feel like people would have had a lot more respect for him if he didn't pretend to be poor all the time and would have just said, yeah, I spent that money. What are you going to do about it? You know, like, you don't have to challenge people, but just say, yeah, I spent money on mobile games. I had an addiction problem. I feel like people would have been fine with that. I would have respected if he came out and said, I have a problem and I was addicted to those games, but I'm not anymore. You know, if he actually wanted to make a change, but he clearly doesn't. Right. It's like, this is the internet, man. Like, you should have been, you know, now you've been on the internet long enough, and your trolls, or detractors as you like to call them, are so dedicated that they've created a website called PigPigGo that lets you search and do query searches on every phrase Phil has ever said in his like 17 years on the internet to locate exact posts, videos. Like, you need to understand at this point, this is how dedicated your detractors are. You cannot bold-faced lie on camera. These people will catch you in those lies. They socially engineered your social security, and let me be clear, I don't approve of that at all. That was highly fucked up. That's probably the most fucked up things that, one of the most fucked up things that the detractors have ever done. They socially engineered his SSN, and they used that to access his bank account, like his credit reports. Like, it was actually crazy. It was totally illegal. I completely disavow that. It went way too far. And even the person who did it essentially went into hiding and said what I did was fucked up. It was illegal. I should have never done it. So, but at this point, he needs to understand that he can't get away with just outright lying to his audience about what he does and doesn't do. You're gonna be called out on it, Phil. These people are way too internet savvy for you. They're gonna do the research. They're gonna find out what you're lying about. They're gonna call you out on it. You can't get away with that with these people. And look what happened when Rich of Review Tech USA started calling out DSP's detractors. He had a bunch of crazy leaks happen to him too. You don't feed the trolls. You just ignore it and move on, because the second you challenge these people, you escalate things to a potentially dangerous degree. If they want to joke about your looks or your weight or whatever, you say, huh, that's fair, or just laugh about it, you know, just be fucking a sensible human and just be able to laugh at yourself, you know. But the second that you're like, cry harder, Snort Hogan, cry harder, whatever, you know, like trying to call these people out, it's like, man, you don't fuck with these people. They are going to leak everything you've ever done. Don't do it. And then he had like the Dropbox leak, and they were, you know, getting into all of his accounts, and he was having to change his passwords and shit. It's like, dude, that's what fucking happens when you challenge Phil's trolls. It's best for you. I'm not saying you have to lay down and take it, but, you know, just play along with the joke. It's not that difficult, man. You either ignore it or you just take it on the chin. Not taking it on the chin is how you become a lol cow. Period. End of story. You know, people have rarely, to be fair, gone in on my looks, and I'll be the first to admit that there's a lot to talk about. And I'm okay with that. I think if you are putting your face on the internet in literal 1080p to 4K, whatever resolution, but if you're putting your face on the internet in 4K and you don't expect to be criticized, well, you're just delusional. This is how the internet works. You will be roasted about your looks, your weight, your hairline, everything under the sun. Be prepared for it. Accept it. It's going to happen. Well, no, I don't even mean that in like a self-deprecating way. I just mean like, no matter what, someone will bring something up. So you might as well just accept it. You know, like you could be the nicest looking person ever. You know, who's like someone on Twitch that people would say that about, like Valkyrae, you know? You can be a Valkyrae and some dude will come in and be like, actually the angle at which your nose starts to slope downward, the ratio at which it starts to slope downward is super fucking ugly. I wouldn't be caught dead looking in your direction, actually. You know what I mean? It's like, they're just going to do it. No matter how attractive you are, conventionally attractive, whatever. So just accept it, you know? Just play along, just joke. Just have fun with it. Oh, what's up, Just Walter? Wait, are you Mr. Walter Sullivan from way back when? Or no? Because we had a guy in here that was literally just named Walter_Sullivan. Oh, he's your bud. Well, hey, you keep good company. Stone's a good dude, so I trust you. Well, how are you doing, sir? Nice. How are you doing? I gotta turn my chat back on. What is it doing? Oh my god, dude. This Twitch, like, chat doc needs a big rework, seriously. Okay, there we go. It's the OBS chat doc. It needs a big rework. Spent the last few hours studying drawing fundamentals. Well, massive respect to that. Could never be me. I have the unfortunate genetic condition known as essential tremor. Doesn't sound like much, but basically if I try to write or do anything that's like a fine motor skill, my hand starts fucking doing this and shaking like crazy. So a lot of people think it's funny when I first started streaming on camera, people are like, bro, are you okay? You're like shaking. I'm like, yeah, that's just what my hands do. Like when you see that? That's just what they do. Like when I squeeze anything to take a drink or whatever, they just do that. So I can't draw for shit. So I have massive respect for people that can draw anything. You knew a guy like that, but he had it really bad. Yeah, my dad. It's like all the men in like the men in my family heritage all have it. Like my dad had it, his dad had it, and every successive person, it's been less severe, but I still have it. So if I were to have a kid, if I had a son, he would probably have it too, or daughter. I don't think the gender matters too much, or the sex, whatever. Wanted to work on. I want to solder. One thing I've always wanted to like get really good at is soldering, because I would love to be able to modify headphones and stuff. I just can't do it. I burn the shit out of my fingertips every time I try to solder. So unless the options they gave me, here's what's funny. When I was a kid, I had this looked into because I had to have a scribe in school because my handwriting was really bad. Nowadays, everything's cool. I can just type. But when I went to the doctor about this, they told me you got two options. You can either take, it was either Ritalin or some other type of really light nerve medicine. They were like, you can take this nerve medicine essentially forever. Or we can do open brain surgery and like do something with the cortex that controls your motor function. I was like, okay, neither of those. I think I'll just live with it. I would like to do neither of those. Yeah, they're like, we can perform brain surgery, or you can essentially take this medicine forever that you will always need to relax the shakes. I was like, nah, I'll just, I'm good. Thank you very much. It doesn't affect too much. Like using a mouse and keyboard is fine. I've never had an issue with that because I can put the weight like on my forearm if I rest my forearm on the table and stuff. But yeah. Fucking Monka W. That's the optimal version of that emote, by the way. Monka S just doesn't portray the fear in the eyes of Monka W. Or is it Munkole? Because I always hear the TTS say Munkole. Alright, well, while we're waiting for future, we could potentially watch the Silent Hill movie. Wait, what? There's a video called Twin Perfect versus Fungo, who created the Real Silent Hill Experience series from 2015, and Fungo commented and said, I'll be honest and say there's one small issue, and that is I only did a small amount of the editing. I can also say without doubts that Fuge didn't work on the Real Silent Hill Experience up until I left, besides being a host sometimes when I wasn't available. He might have written parts of Shattered Memories, but Rossiter told me he didn't. Nice outside perspective otherwise. Breaking Hearts. Oh my. Oh my Lanta, what is going on? Yeah, see, those days are over for me. I've had my fun. I'm settled down now, guys. I don't do any heartbreaking. Them days are long gone. Yeah, and then Fungo says here, Rossiter sure did one hell of a research job trying to defame me on his own forum today. I wonder what that's about. Oh yeah, hey, speaking of people who can draw, guys, the profile picture. I've been talking about this for a while. But seriously, Future Mute is a beast. He also has a graphics tablet that he works with. Oh yeah, one of my favorite artists on YouTube, David Firth, also uses a graphics tablet. It seems I like the idea of it, but I'm very traditional and I love pen or pencil on paper the most, you know? Let's see. Yeah, so Future Mute made this for me, and I'm fucking obsessed with it still. Look at this shit. Boom. This is my new profile picture everywhere. Look at the accuracy, dude. Look at the fucking accuracy on this. He drew this from scratch, by the way. Is that not fucking insanely impressive? It's so accurate, too. Like, he even has the silver pads on the headphones. Yeah, it's fucking sick. I made it my profile picture virtually everywhere that I could, you know? Oh god, I hate that the most. Moving into a new place and not having internet. It just feels like you're... I know this sounds so first world problem-ish, but it feels like you're stuck in the dark ages, you know? You mean I have to pull physical copies of movies off my shelf and put them into a Blu-ray player to have something to watch? Tyranny. Simply tyranny. But nowadays everybody has unlimited data, so you can just use your phone as a hotspot until you get internet. That's what I would do, at least. On a 4th floor with a cell tower in the distance, nice. I mean, if it's decent enough for you to stream, or for you to watch my stream, yeah, because my bit rates are super, super high. On YouTube, we're pulling 30,000 plus bit rate right now. Yeah, oh my god, we're pulling 48,000 bit rate on YouTube right now because I have it capped at 50. That's insane. Holy shit. So 1440p at 50,000 bitrate. Whew. That's ridiculous. If only YouTube was a better streaming platform, I might actually move there exclusively, not gonna lie. Yes, YouTube allows anybody, even if they're not a partnered YouTube channel, anybody can have up to 100,000 bitrate. And 4K. You can stream 4K at 100,000 bitrate on YouTube. No matter, as long as you have the ability to live stream. Because they've got that fucking giga bandwidth that they're willing to just let anybody use. Whereas Twitch, they're a much smaller company, so you can only have 6,500 is the hard cap. But Twitch has other things like AV1 support. They've got the better version of NVENC encoding. So they have better encoding, so it really doesn't look too different. You know, between Twitch and YouTube, they don't look too different. Google or YouTube essentially just brute forces the bitrate to get rid of pixelation, but Twitch actually has some really high quality encoding that helps with the so you don't need such a high bitrate. It's just essentially two ways of achieving the same thing. 4K on my 720p monitor. I only have 1080p monitors. I'm very old school. I don't feel the need to have any higher quality monitors than that. But yeah, essentially the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to call Future and I'm going to set my camera up here, his over there. And that way, you know, we'll basically be in the top left and top right corners. So we should be out of the way of the video for the most part. And then we'll be good to go. I can't do 27-inch monitors. I actually like 24-inch, and I'm okay with like a 21.5-inch monitor because I sit so close it doesn't really bother me. But yeah, I have two 24-inch Asus monitors, and they both barely fit on my floating stand, enough for me to be able to see the full screens on both. I really need a third one. Took me a long time to get used to. Oh my, Walter. What kind of stream do you think this is, dude? Because you're right. Just kidding. That was a joke. Okay. Yeah, on a 1080p 27-inch monitor, you can see pixels a lot too. I think 24-inch is the perfect size for 1080p. One thing that I have found useful, though, is IPS. I think IPS is a much better technology than TN. TNs look very gray, and everything looks super washed out. IPS panels have much better colors and black levels, and they're still really cheap. Hey, what's up, Dr. Red? Dr. Red, you're going to love these videos, dude. There's going to be so much for us to talk about. You're going to love these videos. Future will be on any minute, and we're going to get started here. I'm just going to pull up the playlist. Yeah, you will love these videos, dude. The mod goat. Dr. Red is actually one of my original mods, I believe. There's only 2 people that I gave mod to before him. One of them was a lady from the UK named Lolza Rooney. And I gave her mod in 2012, believe it or not. Yeah, and then after her, it was my good friend in real life, Iron Tusk, and then Dr. Red. And then Mag got hers like right after, because she was... Mag Lizzle is just a really generous person. She came in my stream. She actually was temporarily, not really laid off, but basically her job was suspended because of the pandemic. So she came in here watching me and Dave play Resident Evil 5, and just off the back of that one stream, she became a regular and just created a shit ton of stuff for me. Like, she made my end screen, she made a bunch of my emotes, she made an entire VOD channel, and personally edited and added thumbnails to all the videos. I didn't even ask her to do it. She didn't ask me for a penny to do it either, so she's just really cool like that. And that stream VOD channel now has like 540 VODs going all the way back to December 2021 that we did not lose because of that. So yeah, she's a beast. Remember the VIP arc with me and GigaFay? Oh, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. But you've been a mod for a long time now, Dr. Red, to be fair. You were a mod. Nice, look at that. Look at the watch streaks, dude. Look at the watch streaks. What a beast. And it's a Saturday night, so you know we have a shit ton of time, dude. We're on nobody's time but our own. Alright, I've got episode 1 up here. The only thing I'll have to do is probably move chat a little bit. But I can put his camera up here. I can put his camera up here, so then we'll be good. I make my own rules. I'm a grown fucking man. Yeah, look how young they were in this video, dude. And the Twin Perfect watermark is such classic 2010 YouTube fare. Been watching Dragon Ball Daima. Kind of slow so far. It's 20 episodes and I'm 6 in. Oh, isn't that the one where Goku is a kid again? Yeah, like the pauses as they're clearly reading their scripts and stuff. Like that apparently is Akira Toriyama's like dying wish, essentially, is he wanted that show to be finished. He has a real obsession with, you know, Goku as a kid, having new stories and new things going on, but I'm just not really a fan of it. Alright guys, so Future is pretty much going to be ready any second. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick, and then we'll get our call going. Essentially, we're just going to jump into the voice channel on my Discord, because it is boosted, so we can have higher quality for his vocals, or his voiceover, I should say. And then we're going to get started. I'm hype. Enjoy Wrong is Right. Wrong is Right from the Silent Hill 0/Origin soundtrack BTW. You know, I saw a hilarious post about the juxtaposition between Junji Ito and Miyazaki the other day. Hayao Miyazaki. Where Junji Ito in real life is like the happiest person ever, but he makes the most depressing, or he made the most depressing and dark manga and anime possible. Whereas Hayao Miyazaki hates the world and hates everybody in it, but he makes the most uplifting, inspirational, and just happy vibe animations ever. It's just hilarious, the juxtaposition there. The dichotomy is crazy between the two. Alright, I'm jumping in my voice channel. He can join whenever he wants, so we'll be good. Okay, why is my thing not lighting up? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I'm in my Discord whenever he's ready. And I've got my volume set up correctly. I've actually never, you know, really read or watched much in Junji Ito's work, but I've heard all the time about how amazing it is, so I definitely should. Didn't Netflix just make an adaptation of that? I'm adding the playlist to the, we're gonna use something called SyncTube. They got so much money to make the pilot, then got no funding for the rest, so it's a super degrading quality. Oh, so about Berserk, I actually got Bridget like a compendium of a bunch of Berserk books. So I actually could read that. I actually won a $100 gift card at work, and we just bought $100 worth of Berserk books. It was kind of awkward too, because the way that my job worked is they didn't just give you the card, you had to like put a wish list together. Yeah, it is. You had to put a wish list together and tell them what you wanted, so I had to tell them that I wanted this really dark manga, and I'm sure everybody else was like buying like household supplies and stuff. That's a tee-hee. 3 volumes in one, nice. I'm curious how, I don't know how it works, where you, I don't know if you can add a whole playlist to SyncTube. I'll check though. Okay, I should be able to. I could. Yeah, we could do that as well. Like just screen share. I can pretty much just show the window of the Discord call with me, him, and then the video. That would probably work just as well. The Reverse Will is my favorite Silent Hill 2 credits song, man. It's just so fucking eerie and weird. And it works perfectly with the ending Rebirth. It sucks that it's only for the Rebirth ending, though. It means you can't get it on a first playthrough. But it's so good. I haven't really either. I really enjoyed the Heaven's Night remix they did, but I haven't revisited it a whole lot. And I did pre-order the fucking $80 version. That gave me the soundtrack and everything. Do I regret it? No, because we had a ton of fun playing it on stream. And I wanted to support the game because I am very hopeful that eventually we'll get Silent Hill 1 remake. But, yeah. We'll have to see. Hey, welcome back, Dr. Red. Oh man, my gym is closed for remodeling until Monday too. I was so pissed off. I got there this morning so just raring to go. I was ready to get the biggest like arm, chest, quad day ever. And I just see the sign on the door that's like closed until Monday, May 12th. I was like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Call the police. Call the police and tell them the gym is closed. You'd be laughed off the phone in a fucking millisecond. And this is not a prank. Remodel one tile on the floor. I think they're actually putting new equipment in, so it's probably worth it. Yeah. So we'll see. They might be putting new shit in, but all I care about is when it reopens, because I need it, okay? It's like those people, like when Starbucks just closed and they get there too late, they start like yanking on the door because they think that if they yank on the door hard enough, they'll let them in to make them a coffee. I actually saw that happen multiple times at my university campus, believe it or not. We had an on-campus Starbucks, and those workers went through the fucking ringer every day from a bunch of Karens that needed their mocha espresso with exactly 2 shots of pumpkin whip and fucking like all these little particular things they needed, and they'd get pissed off if they didn't make it exactly like they wanted. I saw so many teachers showing up, or I guess professors showing up when they were already closed and like just yanking on the door while the employees were trying to tell them no. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, Starbucks isn't that good. It's just sugar and milk. Like, if you want sugar and milk, you could easily just make that at home. That's all Starbucks is. It's a little bit of flavor and then sugar and milk, and then all of their drinks are just a combination of that in different, you know, different amounts. But that's all it is. Bubble tea. People have told me I should try boba milk tea. Is that the one that has like the tapioca balls in it? Where they give you the huge oversized straw so you can chew on the tapioca? That looks really good. I want to try that. Yeah. I want to try that shit. That looks good as hell. And then there's also Thai tea, which is kind of the same deal, where it's just a shit ton of milk and sugar. And ain't nobody complaining about that. Orbits in tea form? Yeah, seriously. There was I just saw LA Beast a few days ago drinking that stuff called Orbeez. It was this weird fucking soda from the 2000s that had like floating colored candy in it. And he drank it and it essentially looked like piss. Like he has a whole video series where he purposefully buys expired or discontinued food and drink products and just drinks them on camera for our entertainment. That's a brave man. Really. Ew, yeah, ew is right, dude. Athens did it first. You mean Ashens? Stuart Ashen? Hey, that's where my, yeah, that's where my cheapo, when somebody donates exactly 1 bit, that's where that comes from. Cheapo. It was his, Poundland roundups. Those were some of my favorite videos ever, man. Like when he just died laughing. I'm going to show it right now. When he died laughing about the fucking cordless phone thing where you plug it into your iPhone and use it like a fucking 1970s phone. And he just died laughing at it. Send him expired army rations his granddad had once, which he made a video of. That's awesome.
Cheapo.
Yeah, that's the sound that I use. So it is this one.
Because they haven't amused us enough yet. I'm sorry, it's just the concept of this gets me every time. It is the... Oh, jump cut. I do apologise, but I still haven't really got over the fact that this thing physically exists. Yes.
Fucking Signal X, dude. It's like there's a Walmart brand we have in the US that just puts out the worst shit you've ever seen in your life and calls it technology. Oh, what's up, by the way, Future? You're muted in the Discord, but I can see you. So here, let's set up. I was watching Ashen's review garbage from Poundland. Okay, let me pop this out. I'm going to pop out the video call. I promise I know what I'm doing, guys.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you guys hear?
All right.
Stoned, are you able to hear our boy Future? Oh, your volume wasn't set to 100.
Oh.
There we go. Now it is. Nice. Loud and clear. Perfect. So audio-wise, we're good. At least that's sorted. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just share my screen in here so you can see my Chrome window as well.
Buy a new pop filter.
So you should be able to see that now. And then I will just pop this out.
Okay.
And we'll window capture it. You guys will see I'm cooking right now. All right.
The man is working.
We are, dude. We're working 9 to 5 right now is what we're doing. Like Dolly Parton once said.
Working 9 to 5. I like.
Oh shit!
I just woke up. I don't have a singing voice on me.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to zoom in. Or no, I have to full screen it. Yeah, okay. We're getting close now. We're gonna pop this out. Now you are literally the entire screen, and then we're gonna window capture this.
Is there any way that you can reverse my camera?
I don't.
flip it?
I think you can actually do it. Because for the preview it shows you flipped no matter what. But for me, I don't think it's flipped. I got really annoyed by Discord doing that a while back, but yeah, apparently if you're set up that way, it literally will not let you flip it on the preview. They just force you to look at it that way for some reason.
It makes me look weird.
Why? I don't know. But that's what they love to do. Okay. So it literally,
Hey, doctor.
I don't think it'll let me absolutely full screen you for some reason. This is as close as we
I don't
can
need
get.
to be full screen. I want it to be on your. I want it to be like to the left where you are. Is there no way to do that?
Yeah, I can just here. Boom. And then we can just cut this a little bit. But yeah, now it shows me at the bottom. Like this doesn't even need to be here. I think this is a setting. Yeah. There we go. Okay, and then, all right, that's as close as we can get, but I can still make some adjustments here.
I love how we're doing this live.
Hell
we're
yeah,
doing a
dude.
fill right now together. It's
Yes.
great.
Oh, that's much better. Yeah, that's better. Look, you're basically set. Now all I have to do is crop it. Easy.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me see if I can make myself not look stupid. If I reversed it on the hold on. If I turned off the camera, it would freeze the pre-existing camera, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Would it let me flip it in real time? Maybe.
Oh, we're cooking now, dude.
Hold on. I wonder if I can do it like in real time. Transform. And then edit transform. And then
Look at that. We are absolutely cooking. Oh my. You're in widescreen too, dude. You're widescreen and I'll have to be vertical.
did that do anything? It didn't do anything. Did it?
Yeah,
Still the
Discord
same.
is dumb as hell. It like forces you to be flipped for some reason. I don't know why.
All right, if we're gonna do this in the future, we gotta figure out a way to do this, right?
Yeah. That's all right. Let's do
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll make it work.
Yeah. All right. So I have this cropped pretty well to where it shouldn't be that massive anyway, but we can definitely see. You want to flip his capture? Oh yeah, I can do that on my side. I can do the transform thing. Let's see.
Oh, you can? Can you please do that?
Boom. Flip horizontal like that?
I don't know. I don't know. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Got it. Listen, dude, I remembered how to be a streamer right at the last possible second. Let's go.
That's exactly what I want. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to flip it. Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. OBS has the power. All right, now, last thing. I'm just going to...
Actually, wait, hold on. I need to spruce up in the background. Hold on.
Let's see. Can I do this? Oh, that makes you a circle. That's kind of weird.
Okay, and then the other question I wanted to ask was, how do I do it so that, okay, so you're streaming, but I want Twitch to know that I'm also streaming, but I'm streaming with you.
Oh,
There's like
so
a thing that they're doing now.
yeah, if you tag me in your title, it'll pop up a thing that's like, hey, do you want to do the collaboration feature, I believe. All right, we're back. We're back, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, OBS really didn't like me cropping a simple window capture. It just couldn't fucking handle it, I guess.
Sincerely apologize, OBS. I apologize for being such a
There.
frightful sight that you needed to crash.
There. So we'll just both be widescreen. That way, you know, there's consistency about it.
It's totally fine.
There. So we'll both be widescreen. No big deal. As long as we're not in the way of the
It's not giving me the option. Is it because I'm a... No, that can't be it. That can't be it. Is it that I have to be... No, I don't have to be live to do that, right? I don't have to be live myself already.
It's possible. Yeah, you might actually need to be, but I don't know for sure. Twitch is fucking weird, man.
Twitch is fun.
All right. I'm gonna just leave it like this. We'll have, listen, you guys can get Future in 4K widescreen and I'll stay vertical. How about that? I'll move the chat slightly lower down and then we're good. No more tweaking.
That's not fair. It's your stream.
No, it's good. All right. So let's go.
It's my affiliate anniversary today, by the way, apparently.
Nice. How many years?
It doesn't say. I'm assuming it's like 5. I would assume 5.
Yeah. All right. So I have, this should be fine. Let me go ahead and pull up my Chrome. And let's get the browser capture going.
Thanks, Towndy.
Oh, is it because the fucking window is... Oh my god.
Oh, maybe I can do it in the creator dashboard. We're professional streamers.
Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. And anybody that says otherwise is just a liar. Okay,
They're
I'm sorry.
just meanies. They're meanies on the internet.
Dude, this is killing me. Wait, why is that still showing even when I have this hidden? Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. I saw what happened. All right, this doesn't need it. Get rid of that shit.
Damn it. I don't want to... I'm already on... Oh my god. Twitch, come on now. Add trusted friends and streamers to your favorites to quickly see their live status on the stream manager. Okay. But...
There we go.
That's what they're called. They're called collaborations. Start collaborations instantly. I would like to do that. Making me do this now. Okay, allow while visiting. Fine, whatever.
All right, so I'm gonna full screen this, and then I'm just gonna pull this up and slide it over here. All right, now we're good. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's one of those things, like for me, it was trying to have us share our chats and stuff, which it's like, I mean, that's a cool feature and everything, just not really necessary.
What I'm trying to do is trying to just get your stream to just play on mine. Like, so what?
Oh,
everything
so it's
that
like a
you're
watch
doing-
party thing, or
Yeah, like. Okay, so like, so you're streaming now. So what I want to do is I want to share the stream that we're doing together on my channel while you're live, so that when people come to my stream, I'm not streaming, but it's your stream on my channel. What is that called? There's a thing for that.
I think it's called squad streaming, actually, is what they call that. But you have to like capture his stream and mute yourself on your OBS. Yeah, you could do that as well. That way they can hear. Yeah.
I'm muted on OBS. I can probably just mute myself on OBS. No, I am muted on OBS. So I'm just coming out of your Discord.
Oh,
I
yeah.
assume.
Yeah, that's all they can hear is you from the Discord.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna need that SyncTube link.
Oh, I'm
I wanna
screen
press
sharing.
stop to-
So you'll be able to see it. I'm screen sharing in Discord, so you can watch it there, and then they'll also be able to see it on the stream.
Oh,
should-
okay.
yeah, so
we're
it-
just gonna do it that way.
Yeah, it's synced up.
No, what I mean is because we're gonna want to press stop, right?
Yeah.
But I'd love it if we both have the power to press stop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll work.
When we wanted to.
There we go. That works for me. I like this setup. It's not perfectly cropped on the top and bottom, but that's the best we can do for now, so that'll work for me.
This is totally fine for me.
Yeah.
You can totally work with this. This is workable. This is doable.
And then why is my browser not fucking centered?
Screw it. All right, I'm just gonna tell everybody in my Discord that I'm streaming on Stampede's channel. So just go watch that.
Why, dude?
Can't be bothered. I'll figure it out later. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do that other thingy another time. There's a way to do it. I've seen other people do it all the time. But I clearly don't have the intellect nor depth nor perspicacity to do it on my own.
All right, so if we watch it via the here, let me switch back to this for just a second while we're done with tech support after this, I promise. But so basically we watch it via SyncTube, both of us can pause, and I just pull the SyncTube link up and screen share that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, what you would do, you'd send me the SyncTube link, and then if I wanted to be a part of it, and then you'd give me admin thingies, admin rights.
I'm not dropping frames, but it says encoding overloaded, I think because I'm screen sharing in the Discord, so let me stop that.
Think so, yeah.
Okay, that should fix the encoding overloaded thing.
Did I mention that we're professional streamers?
Of course, dude. Twitch aggressively advertises the dual streaming thing. You telling me it don't work? I'm sure it does work. I'm sure it does work, but I don't know how. I don't know how to get it to work.
And my camera froze on me. So
All right, here's the link.
give me a second. I gotta turn off my OBS and come back.
DM'd you the SyncTube link.
Thank you.
Is it still like choppy, you guys? Because if so, we can just turn off the YouTube stream. If it comes down to it, I'm okay to turn that off. All right, let's turn off the YouTube stream because YouTube's going to be kind of a bitch about copyright stuff anyway. So let's just turn off the YouTube stream.
And I am should be back, but oh, I didn't start that. That's probably why. There we go. Okay, I'm back.
Can hear you fine now. It should be fixed now. Yeah, it doesn't say encoding overloaded anymore, so we should be good. It was the
You are
YouTube
stuttering
stream.
on your channel though. You are a bit stuttery.
Let me see.
Fresh. Maybe it's gotten better.
Can hear you fine now. It should be fixed now. Yeah, it's fixed. Doesn't say encoding
Okay,
overloaded
yeah,
anymore.
you're good,
Yeah.
you're good to go.
It was the YouTube stream. Like just with doing Twitch and YouTube both at incredibly high bit rates plus screen sharing, it just doesn't work. It wasn't going to. Okay, so I gave you the SyncTube link, and then when you
Yes,
join,
I see it. I'm trying to just trying to tell people that I'm on your channel.
Yep.
And go meet me over there. Let me go ahead and copy your that, and then I go there and I go, I'm doing a thing with this guy. Come hang out and stuff or whatever. Oh, I'm not your dad.
why is it doing this? Like hold on. I think this is also. A 10 to 12 second latency delay. Oh, you mean like on Twitch right now? When I'm talking? I just pulled my stream up and didn't see that.
This should be fine. Okay. All right. So what's happening with you? What's on your end?
I'm just putting the trying to center the actual capture of the browser, but for some reason it's not letting me. Hang on. Oh, if you chat. Okay, yeah.
I read there's like a 10 to 12 sex latency delay. I'm like, bro, that's a lot of sex to be having.
Here, I'll refresh.
You're gonna need a latency delay.
I refreshed the multi-chat. Actually, we don't even need multi-chat anymore because if we're not going to be using that, we can just use the standard chat, TBH.
Oh, right. Also, I need to copy the SyncTube link that you sent me. Let me get all up in there.
Like, why is the fucking browser doing this, dude? It's so bizarre. When I put fit to screen, it puts it in like the top right and has it way off center.
Yeah.
It's like cropped. See, you have to like manually set it to the.
You can't full screen it, can we?
No, I can. Yeah.
I can't. Let me see if I can get up in there.
Usually, if you hit Control F, it does that, but here, I'll move this over ever so slightly. There's not really going to be a good place for me to put chat TBH, so I might just have to turn on-screen chat off.
I change my name, but I like listening Guanaco way too much, so I'm just going to keep that. That's me, by the way. That is me.
All right, it's not a scammer trying to enter my. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, but anyways, that's easily fixable. So I'm just gonna stretch it to fit the screen, and we're basically good now.
There, dude.
About fucking time. But nobody needs to know about that. Alright, so you said I have to give you admin privileges?
Yeah.
Promote?
Privilege.
Okay, cool.
That was the.
Alright.
Thank you.
You're promoted. Hey, appreciate you hanging out, Just Walter. You have a good one. Yeah, I'm gonna axe.
Take it easy, Just Walter. Thanks for hanging out.
I'm going
while
to.
we figure things out.
Yeah, I'm gonna axe the on-screen chat here. Dude, this is fucking so stupid. Like, Control F is supposed to center the browser, and it won't. Like, it just won't even snap to the here. Let's do this.
Snap back to reality.
Oh no. This is where I draw the line. Okay. Now we're good. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's start. All right, so the real Silent Hill experience, you guys almost, I guarantee all of you know what this is already, but just really briefly, I'm going to explain. In 2010, a group of 3 guys, Rossiter, Fouge, and Fungo, I believe they met on some GameFAQs forum or like Silent Hill related forum, and they eventually started working together on YouTube, and they decided to make a series explaining every single thing. A lot of misconceptions, a lot of different things related to Silent Hill. They wanted to lay all this out and show everybody what the games were really supposed to be about. So we're going to start watching this entire playlist, and it goes 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, etc. So we're just going to watch this whole playlist, and we're going to go down the line and add any commentary that we want to about certain things that we happen to know, and just kind of expand on the things that they're already talking about. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and get started. And yeah, this is Silent Hill 1. So they start out with the first game, obviously. Let's go. And you do have the ability to pause whenever you need to, right, Future?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I should.
All right.
I should test that. Okay, yeah, I do.
All right, nice. Oh yeah, spoiler alert, by the way.
Do you want to read the spoiler warning, or
Well,
it's self-explanatory? I think.
if you played Silent Hill, don't worry about it, essentially. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this intro, dude.
Full intro.
Wait, we're not here to fight.
Wait, I haven't played any of the games. Hold the phone. I'm just kidding.
Wait, what?
Stone said that he was messing around.
Was he? Was he though?
We'll never know. This is so stupid.
How are you doing that? I'm trapping you against the boulder. Instant kill. Here, coming up on you.
Wait, okay, before we go any deeper, I had a quick question.
Mhm.
Okay, between the two of us, are you Rossiter or are you Fungo?
Oh, I'm Rossiter, 100%, dude. Like, I
Okay.
got the pasty complexion, I got the glasses. Similar haircut nowadays, even though I used to clown on him for the haircut because it was like a father doing his taxes type do. But
That makes me Fungo and it makes me uncomfortable.
no, dude, you're Fouge, if anything, just not. You're Fouge when he started actually participating and like putting information in the video, not when he was just pretending to be the audience, the peanut gallery, so to speak.
A complete douche.
And then they just leave the fucking outtake in. What is this? Myra, we are watching the real Silent Hill experience. Me and a fellow Silent Hill obsessive Future Mute over there, who I promise I will eventually get our cameras sorted to where they're kind of equal. Like, I had to crop his because he's in a Discord call right now, so it won't match mine perfectly, but it's close enough. It's vertical. It's what we need.
We're gonna make this work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not again. I'm sick and tired of this crap.
I'm saving up my demon summons. I got 5 demon summons, and you're getting it.
This part is so fucking stupid.
Ah, no. Come on. No.
The Nintendo sound effects, too.
Oh man, I'm just blowing you out of the water. You're gone. Oh,
When
I
was
set
this
that up perfectly.
originally?
I got a little
2010.
go.
Like
Yeah,
You did
you
not.
just ran right
Yeah.
into it.
That's like complete chance.
classic 2010s.
Oh, this is the
editing.
final smash, buddy.
It's like complete chance.
This thing is broken.
Oh, that's right. It's
Is he playing with a Dreamcast controller?
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yes.
Come
Yes.
on. Come on.
Hey there, guys. Hi.
That was Atari,
I'm
by the way,
Fungo.
not a Nintendo.
And I'm
That was an
Roster.
Atari 2600.
You already
I
know
know
that. That was a given.
We were just playing some Nintendo. But since you're here, we should probably begin that which you have so fervently chosen to foment your
They were so
intellectual
awkward back then, too.
Touche.
Who wasn't? It was
Silent Hill
2010.
has become one of the best-known survival horror series in video games, and that is most likely due to its high level of detail, immersive atmosphere, and intricate storyline.
But the intricacy of that storyline also makes it one of the most sadly misunderstood series in gaming history.
Doesn't matter if it's 2010 or 2025. This is still true, by the way. It's incredible. It's arguably more misunderstood now because of all the did you know bullshit YouTube channels that have popped up since the movies and stuff came out. So they are continuing to muddy the waters even in 2025. How fun is that?
We're gonna get into that.
Oh
We're
yeah.
gonna have a conversation about that today.
Yep.
Absolutely.
But it's funny how true this was back then, and it's even more true now. So.
And that's why we're here.
So we're gonna explain to you the plot of Silent Hill in its entirety and exactly what makes it a phenomenal game series.
Along with our views on the current games and the future of the series.
We should note that anytime we make a point, the proof comes from either the games themselves or from quotes from people who know what they're talking about. We do not say anything we cannot prove, and we do not.
Just a quick second. I know we basically still just troubleshooting this whole thing. I didn't intentionally mean to do that, but I did turn the volume down. Should I turn the volume back up so that people can hear it better?
No, I think it's fine. Like if it's registering high enough if you just hit play, I'll be able to tell you.
Okay.
And we do not use any.
Yeah, so it's registering at -20 on my end, so that should be okay. But I'll leave it like here. I usually like to leave it about, a third. But yeah,
okay,
should be good.
Yep.
That old fungo haircut is so of its time, dude. This haircut was completely out of style in 2010, but it's actually more in style now. That the TikTokers are pushing the middle part. So he was actually ahead of the curve if you really look at it.
As quota member of the creative team responsible for the games.
So, go ahead and grab yourself a grape soda and join us right here on The Real
Silent Hill Experience.
Wow.
What is
Grape
this?
soda hoot.
What's going on here? Hey, wait! Stop!
Let me grab my water.
Damn, what is that?
Oh,
When it
sorry.
was introduced on January 31st of 1999, Silent Hill was unlike any other game at the time. It took the survival horror genre established by series like Clock Tower.
I'm going to kill you.
Resident Evil.
This intro still goes hard, by the way.
Dark.
Alone in the Dark. That's Alone in the
Blew
Dark.
that genre right out of
that's
your mind.
the two.
Showing you what
That's the second
psychological
one.
horror could do. While other games would pop enemies out to shock players to some success, Silent Hill offered the promise of a sudden shock that would never come, keeping the player constantly on edge.
Also, I think one thing that separated it more than just this is that it didn't have much of a cheese element to it. Resident Evil had a very B horror movie cheese to it. Most of those games they showed also did. This one, outside of a couple lines that are delivered oddly, it has a really serious tone to it. I think that's something that really separated it from the rest of the PlayStation 1 horror.
Agreed.
But when the sudden shock finally did come, it was usually an image disturbing much farther beyond anything other games were delivering at the time.
The game used the PS1's shortcomings to an advantage, masking the limited draw distance with thick fog and pure darkness, giving the player a sense of being lost and alone, having to rely on a map and flashlight
You could use
for
those
navigation. These right here.
navigate.
Oh yeah, I don't know if they talk about this,
Rely on a map.
but all these street names, we all know this by now, but all these street names are named after authors, horror authors in particular.
Horror authors, yep.
Yep. So we got Richard Matheson, Ira Levin, author of Rosemary's Baby, and I don't know all the first names. I also know Ray Bradbury is in this as well. So there's a lot.
Bachman was a pseudonym that.
Stephen King.
used.
Yeah, didn't he originally go by like Richard Bachman or something?
Richard Bachman.
Yeah. And then also they went a step further in Silent Hill 4. They called the two train lines Lynch Street and King Street. So I mean, it can't get more obvious than that.
You can't. I mean, that's just Do you want me to show you how to hammer the nail in? 'Cause
Yeah.
I'll just show you.
It's as on the nose as it could possibly be, but yeah, they were definitely wearing their influences on their sleeve for the street names, which I think is cool.
Map. and
Oh, absolutely.
flashlight
You know,
for
Final
navigating.
Destination. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're good. Go ahead.
Final Destination doesn't get a whole lot of credit. Because it's a terrible horror franchise in and of itself, but it does the exact same thing with its characters that are just references to horror directors
Yeah.
of their times.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I guess it's just kind of like it's just paying homage to the people that came before you that inspired you to create the thing that you're working on right now. And Silent Hill clearly does their due diligence, gives credence where credence is due. So
Yeah, and also, I don't know if they mention it in either of these videos, but Silent Hill 1 is the only one that has the falling snow of the games. Until the Western developers came in, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1 is the only one that even has that visual aspect. So that's something else to keep in mind about where
Hey,
all
Stamp.
that got scrambled later.
Hey Stamp. Hey Stamp, did you know that Silent Hill was based off of a town in Centralia, Pennsylvania?
Not only did I not know that, we should go tweet at Ito and let him know that in case he's not aware. Because if he's not aware, he needs to know.
He needs to know.
I mean, how else is he going to know what to do next time around? Is he not? Actually, I don't think he's working on Silent Hill F, but Yamaoka's. That sucks.
If I were Masahiro Ito, I would just like have a log cabin in the woods out in like West Tokyo somewhere, just
Dude,
smoking a pipe for the rest of my life.
He's not going to be around on Twitter much longer either. He is sick to death of it. Like, anyways, that's a whole other tangent, but he won't be on. Yeah, he won't be on Twitter very long. Let's just say that.
These right here.
Navigate with those.
And just when players thought that the game couldn't get any more scary, because it was scary, it would thrust them into a nightmarish mockery of whatever area they were currently exploring, intensifying their feeling of discomfort even further.
All of these elements are truly what made Silent Hill truly scary, rather than the fake funhouse scares of other survival horror games.
Dino Crisis.
Well, the game has aged well, since the gameplay and controls remain unchanged through most of the series. Normally,
Hey, what's up, Quesadilla?
Hi, Quesadilla.
Just 1 second. I'm doing one last thing to your camera, and I promise I'm done afterward. I'm just cropping the left and right ever so slightly. More.
That offensive to you? I
No, I'm trying to center it. There we go. That's perfect. Look at that.
Yeah.
Trying to center it and
Okay,
get the
but
size.
wait. Before we continue, how do I just make it so that I'm streaming you even though I'm not online? Like,
Oh,
I'm not live, but you're live, so that Twitch says, "Hey, check out this cool person."
Oh, that's hosting, I believe. I believe that's called hosting, or like when you're not live, you can say like, "Hey, check out this stream." I'm pretty sure that's hosting.
How do I host you.
That I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I've never done that.
Damn it.
I don't know for sure, but that's all right.
I'll have to learn that next time then.
Nah, we're good.
We're good. We're good to go.
Catalog, you find that some games aren't as good as you remember them to be. But sometimes the games are exactly as you remember them to be, and are still extremely enjoyable. The game uses the tank...
Agreed on all three of these, by the way. These are still incredibly fun games. Yeah, I think they might have gotten rid of it. See, that's what's weird. So the way it works now, I believe you're right, Stoned. What happens is if you raid somebody and then you go offline, when someone visits your channel, it'll say, "Hey, check out this person," while this person's offline.
Yeah.
I think that's what it does.
Yes.
Yeah.
So hosting has been removed because they have recently changed things. I think Stoundy is absolutely right. Stound's right.
Yeah.
That's really sad, Twitch.
It's fucked up, but it is what it is. They said nobody was using the feature, but that's all right.
The game uses the tank control style, as some like to call it, where the character only moves forward and backward while turning left and right. No one seems to like this control scheme, but we cannot imagine Silent Hill without it. Especially in a game where the camera angles change so often. The controls are a little sluggish, but still better than Tomb Raider. Look at all the praise that game gets.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and stop and say this is one of the reasons why I can't stand Fungo. Like, I know he's playing a bit. I know he's a character playing a bit. But it's shit like that really doesn't make me like him all that much.
Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, Chad. I'm putting down some wings. Oh, no. Dude, I would obliterate some wings right now, but unfortunately, I'm water fasting.
Wings. Yo, quesadilla, let's go with some wings, bro.
All I got is water with a little bit of Redmond's real salt in it. That's all I get. But that's all right. I'm trying to do this for 7 days, and then I can start to eat again. My actual childhood. Dude, I love Tomb Raider. My dad had a Tomb Raider on PC that was so old, it had an overlay that would go over your keyboard. So you could press different keys to do things like, you know, in case people didn't know how the control scheme was on a keyboard. It was fucking awesome.
Oh, very cool. Like like an overlay. Like
Yeah.
you would have on your screen for ColecoVision and stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. And I didn't even realize that type of thing existed till I saw that. He also, I will grab this someday and show you guys because some people said I was bullshitting. He still has the release day special edition Max Payne mousepad in like perfect condition. Max Payne 1. It's super tiny and it's for like a ball mouse. It's super tiny, but he still has it. And I will fucking find it and like frame it someday.
You have to you have to cherish that.
Dude, seriously, I'm gonna preserve
no one's
it.
ever making that ever again.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. But yeah.
Resident Evil still uses tank controls to this day. And do you see how that turned out?
Oh, keep in mind this was before Resident Evil 6 even came out. So 5 was the most recent mainline game when these videos first came out.
It's tank-like.
Combat is a step up from other games in the survival horror genre. It's like what Resident Evil would be if the melee combat were more developed.
That's been more of a nitpick than it is a genuine criticism. It's not that the game or the combat or the melee combat was more refined. It was more that it reflected the fear that you had experiencing the game in real time. It wasn't that it was better so much that it was effective for what it was attempting to do.
Yeah, and they also had an extra. You got to remember, Resident Evil was so early, even in the PlayStation 1 life cycle. It was originally in development as a Super Nintendo game. That's why the music sounds like it's ripped straight out of Donkey Kong Country. That's exactly why. So, I mean, that's 3 years. I mean, Silent Hill 1 was so late in the PlayStation 1 life cycle that they were considering working on a PS2 development kit to make it. So that also plays a factor. Like, Resident Evil is a very early PlayStation game, whereas Silent Hill is a very late one.
You know, go ahead, finish.
No, that's all I was gonna say.
I was gonna say that this juxtaposition argument doesn't even make any sense because RE1 remake already came out by this point.
Yeah.
They're using old footage just to reflect the gag. Like it's a gag. It's what it is.
Yeah, Resident Evil remake came out in like 2002, so they could have very easily used footage from that. But I guess they are trying to compare the original releases, and that makes sense. But yeah, and the other thing is Silent Hill is more advanced because you can strafe. You cannot strafe in Resident Evil 1. There's no strafing.
Right, that's true.
I don't even think you can quick turn.
No, not in the original. I don't
No,
think so.
not until RE2.
The gameplay's focuses on completing puzzles and exploring the environment. Item collection is a big part of the game. Rather than being obvious items like keys or handles, they are interesting objects that pertain to the theme of the puzzle. After beating the game, players are presented with a ranking screen and the possibility of gaining other endings, inviting them to beat the game over and over and over and over again. Much of the horror comes from the harsh and unsettling sound effects and music.
Shout out Yamaoka.
But moments of silence
Yamaoka
add to the
hoot.
suspense and allow the horrific atmosphere to take over.
This emulator footage is so jarring, dude. This game was not meant to run in
What really sets
widescreen.
Silent Hill apart from any other series, let me tell you, it sets it apart. Ingeniously crafted storyline. It poses more questions than answers. Players are simply given bits and pieces of information to compile throughout the game without being told the story outright. In a way, it's a game within a game. Straight through to the end, The player must read into every line of dialogue and every image presented in order to completely understand what is going on.
This part.
What is going on?
Yeah. Oh, why did it not autoplay? I put the playlist in here.
I don't see the playlist though.
That's all right. I'll add it. But yeah, basically, I do 100% agree with what he said right there. And it's true that, you know, the endings, you know, most people on their first playthrough, they literally get what's called the bad ending, where you don't save Kaufman, you don't rescue Sybil, you kill her, and then at the end, you just kill Alessa and the game's over. Most people you see doing a first play, that's what's going to happen. Here, I'll just cue all these in.
We're not going to do the whole thing, right? We're going to do these in batches.
Yeah.
We'll probably get to Homecoming.
Oh,
all the shit we're going to save for the next 2 games.
Yeah, I'm
That's going to
stupid.
be an hour and a half on its own.
The playlist is in here.
Straight through to the end.
Okay. But yeah, so most people get the bad ending. So without a walkthrough, it's actually pretty difficult to figure out what the fuck you're supposed to do to get the good endings. It's actually not the easiest thing in the world. So that is a very important thing to keep in mind. Is like it's one of the first horror games in that sense that had so many different endings that you almost had to complete it multiple times to figure out what you had to do and how you had to get the better endings. Saving
right.
Sybil.
Well, I mean, that's what it merits repeated gameplay. Like,
yeah.
you want to get the better endings, so you're willed to play it again. I feel like I guess that's what they're inferring. Like, you want to get the right ending, so you want to play it again. You know that there's multiple endings, so there's a possibility that you just didn't get the right one, so you want to play it again.
Right, and
therefore, ability.
Right, and as well, like Stoned was saying, you have to know what the Aglophidus does to even know how to use it. There's no way for you to just know, oh, I'm going to need this to, you know, get whatever this demon is out of Sybil. Like, there's no way for you to do that unless you figure that out. So once you know, then you're like, hey, does this red liquid work on her? It is Aglophidus. This is what it's used for. So in that way, it encourages a second playthrough on its own, which I think is really cool. Yeah, the more you replay, the more you understand.
Replayability.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah.
And the player must read into every line of dialogue and every image presented in order to completely understand
we want to go to 2
what is
now.
going on.
No, we're on 2. Remember, this one starts
Oh,
with
we are
like,
on 2.
Yeah, it starts with like the outtake of them saying this.
What is going on?
The tourist town of Silent Hill, Maine is home to a mysterious cult dedicated to a demon god.
Hey, they actually said Maine. Yeah, it's way more likely that Silent Hill is in Maine, not Centralia, by the way, because of the Stephen King influence. You know how Stephen King would just make every story some random town in Maine? That's why it's most likely. And the topography, the geography of the town looks very, very Maine-ish, very coastal. So yeah, that's why it's most likely Maine. They've never confirmed anything officially, but that's the most likely story.
To clarify, did Stephen King grow up in Maine?
He did, yeah.
He did, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Anything that takes place in a place like Silent Hill takes place in Maine. Anyone brings up Centralia, Pennsylvania, is full of shit, doesn't know what they're talking about. Don't worry about them. Just sit them down, give them a cup of coffee, and just have a little bit of a chat with them, and then say, by the way, Silent Hill has nothing to do with Pennsylvania.
Tell them this is why you're wrong. By the way, just want to.
You don't say that they're wrong. You say that they're misinformed.
No, that's what Stone shared a link at the beginning of the stream where some podcast had Rossiter on it, and they said this is why you're wrong about Batman versus Superman. We need to do our own 5-hour epic. This is why you're wrong about Silent Hill being in Centralia. A 5-hour slop fest. Just telling everyone how wrong they are. How that would go over so well, dude.
You instant 100K. Instant 100K stamp.
Imagine the cloud. What's up, Dr. Red? You got your cup of Maxwell House? Let's go.
Presumably Samael.
Everybody followed some kind of queer religion.
It is the mark of Samael.
The cult uses the drug White Claudia to draw in visitors and initiate them, creating a drug ring and substantial income for those
Technically,
involved.
it's PTV.
The most
White Claudia is
of
what
the
it's
cult have a higher goal.
derived from. But
yeah, where is this, by the way? Is this in the school? This looks like a chalkboard in the school.
I don't know. This. Oof. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think no. You know where? I think this is. It could be the chalkboard, but it also could be in the bar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is White Claudia as the raw material, but the actual drug, it's referenced and called PTV in the newspaper clippings that you find. So, Samael, my boy. It's in the police station. Okay, that makes sense.
The police station. There it is. Right.
Yeah.
The cult uses the drug White Claudia to draw in visitors and initiate them, creating a drug ring and substantial income for those involved. The most fanatical of the cult have a higher goal, however, to birth the god into the world, bringing with him an eternal paradise.
This is the day of reckoning.
Reckoning.
When
I hate
all
that.
our sorrows will be washed away. When we return.
She's lady, man. She.
The fucking
She rolled
necktie,
off.
too. Like, why does she just have a necktie on? What a clown.
When we return to the true paradise.
In reality, a hell on earth. Dahlia Gillespie, one of the more influential members of the cult, has a daughter with psychic abilities, Alessa, whom they impregnate with the seed of the god.
My daughter will be the mother of God.
Alessa, for obvious reasons, opposes this plan, and the stress caused by the incident blows up the boiler and sets fire to the house. She nearly dies, but the cult uses black magic to sustain her until she is ready to give birth.
Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death.
Dr. Kaufman, leader of the drug ring and
The
hospital
only
director,
scary thing about Silent Hill
assigns
is
Lisa
Claudia's
Garland to
fashion
attend.
sense. Dahlia. I think you mean Dahlia, but the joke stands.
Yeah, both. It works for both. But yeah, I was going to say, this right here, if you notice the quality of this is very low, it's because this specific newspaper clipping is actually missing from both the US and Japanese releases of this game. There's a fucked up piece of code that they only fixed in the PAL version, and there's a newspaper that's missing an article in the hospital. This is the article that's missing, and you can't read it in the US or Japanese versions, but basically it talks about the fire and the source of it being the Gillespie home.
Oh, blaze now believed caused by malfunction of antiquated boiler.
Yeah, that's why this video quality is lower, because they didn't do this on their emulator. This was probably sourced from somebody else.
So that means that they have access to the font. Now I'm angry because I want access to this font.
Oh, no, this is in-game footage. They just probably pulled it off somebody's PAL gameplay footage, would be my guess. Because you can see it's like lower quality. But yeah, that's the in-game footage.
She nearly dies, but the cult uses black magic to
A Dalian slip. Oh my god. You go to your room.
sustain her until she is ready to give birth.
Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death.
Dr. Kaufman, leader of the drug ring and hospital director, assigns Lisa Garland to attend to Alessa in the basement of the hospital, keeping her there under the influence of White Claudia. Alessa splits her soul
Neat
into
drug.
two during the fire, knowing that the plan cannot succeed with only half a soul.
That is why the seed lies dormant.
Harry Mason and his wife find the other half of Alessa's soul in the form of a baby, which they name Cheryl. 7 years later, Cheryl is drawn to Silent Hill through the means of a magic spell, used by the cult, who seek to reunite the two halves of the soul.
Will use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
Harry Mason has brought Cheryl to Silent Hill as a result, and she immediately disappears upon entering the town.
Where are you going?
At this point, Cheryl returns to being an aspect of Alessa. Alessa begins using her aspect to counteract the demonic forces in town through the spreading of the Seal of Metatron. In doing so, she involuntarily projects the nightmare world in which she's been living onto the town.
That's such a great
Dahlia,
shot.
noting that Harry shows particular skill in combating the horrors of Alessa's projected nightmare, begins to use him to get to Alessa's other half.
Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk.
Dahlia tricks Harry into thinking Alessa is spreading the mark of Samael, and the mark is therefore the cause of the nightmare.
To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice.
This mark is really the Seal of Metatron and is meant to have the opposite effect of warding off evil.
I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metatron was being used.
You know, they're explaining this very simply, but I find it hilarious. If you guys don't know, this guy named Devin Shatsky was hired to make some of the later Silent Hill games. And his description of this story was, WTF, I have no idea what just happened. Is it really over? This is a man who they entrusted to be the executive producer of Silent Hill, by the way. Yeah.
No one wants to talk about the cult. Cults are dumb.
Look, yeah, it's actually the seal of Begatrod, as they say. You know, the Comic-Con attendee voice with like the stuffy nose. But yeah, Dr. Red, you're on to things, dude. I think I've said this before, but Dr. Kaufman's VA is the same guy who does Lynch and Kane and Lynch. Yeah, you did mention that, but that is cool. Yeah, Shatsky, what a name, dude. He shat all over it, that's for sure.
Little longer,
That's exactly what he did.
Been for naught.
She assists Harry by directing him through the town and gives him certain key items needed in order to progress. Harry eventually catches up with Alessa and breaks her protection with an item called the Flauros. Dahlia takes Alessa to be united with the other half of her soul, and ultimately to give birth to the god. When Harry finally catches up with him, it is too late, and Dahlia explains that Cheryl and Alessa have reunited into one being.
You've seen her.
I've always wanted to ask this question to you. I want to posit this question to both of you in the chat. Is a cult still a cult when the god they believe in actually exists?
That's a good question. I don't know, because I mean, it's like the what was that one where the guy was taking all those donations to build a UFO, essentially? I forget what it was called. The one where all the videos leaked and everything of his propaganda videos.
Not Heaven's Gate, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Heaven's Gate. That was the one.
Oh, Heaven's Gate. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, that I don't know. That's a good question, but I do definitely disagree. Even though Jeremy Blaustein or whoever wants to pretend like it was a totally approved translation, I do disagree with them actually having a name. I think it's way more interesting and mysterious if nobody knows what the real name of the cult is.
No, I'm not talking about the order specifically. I'm saying just in a generic sense.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
If the cult, the idea of a cult, the same way a religion is a religion, is because the thing that they believe in is something unseen, unknown, and incapable of knowing, incapable of fathoming in your, in your being. But these motherfuckers are straight up
manifesting.
Their God is among us.
I think the difference.
Are they still a cult?
Stone said, I think the difference between religion and cultism is social acceptability. I mean, that's true. Like, and I also think that cults they organize more secretly. Like, obviously, your mainstream religions, they organize very publicly.
Right?
Yeah. I just think that, with this cult or with any, I guess it would still be the same, whether or not it's real. It's just paganism is cultish. Yeah. Yeah. But are they cringe? Absolutely. Yeah, yes. I said it.
Cults are always going to be cringe. All of them. All of them.
They think they're so secretive too.
You've seen her
with their little meetings and their little hats. Come on, dude. The Freemason
fellowship events.
Yeah, they're the little Freemasonic hats or whatever.
To her former self.
At this moment, Kaufman shows up to oppose the birth of the god using the substance Aglaophatus.
Aglaophatus! I thought I got rid of that!
This substance, used to drive out all things evil, does just that.
Obviously edited, it doesn't really make this sound, but well, now it would be, but back then it would have been more of a religion. Yeah.
Aglaophatus drives the god out of Alessa and into the open, where Harry must fight it. Upon defeating the god, Alessa thanks Harry by giving him a new baby. Those that did wrong get what's coming to them.
Is the woman in white supposed to be Alessa?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, that's her.
Okay.
Yeah, she splits her soul at the end, and then he gets, Heather essentially. But yeah, that's supposed to be her.
She's Saint Okay, this is supposed to be Saint Alessa, is what you're getting at.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
It's hot sauce. It wasn't a Galapagos. It was hot sauce. Yes.
Hot sauce. Frank's hot sauce specifically.
And Harry and Sybil run off across the ages.
Tears of, such a great fucking song.
In Silent Hill 1, there are a variety of endings, 4 of which are more so what-if endings, and the only real one is the good plus ending, which players must earn.
The ones responsible for the game are a group of people working for Konami, known as Team Silent. And those guys, they're pretty good. One of the original founding members of Team Silent, Keiichiro Toyama, was the original creator, writer, and director of Silent Hill 1. But soon after the game came out, he moved on to new projects, including the Forbidden Siren series, which, unsurprisingly, is about cults, demons, and summoning.
And it's got sirens. Wow.
Yeah, should have edited in a Wilhelm scream. Yeah. That's part. So this is part of the reason why 1 is so different from 2, 3, and 4 is because Toyama never worked on another game after 1. So he, and still to this day, I think, like even in his most recent game, which was called Slitterhead or something like that, even that has a cult sort of element to it. Like every game this guy's ever made that's even remotely horror adjacent has to do with cults, demons, summoning, rituals. You know, that's just his aesthetic. He just loves to create horror stories with that aesthetic. So regardless,
after
no, you're good. Go ahead. I was gonna say, so regardless of like Silent Hill 2 being such a departure, he's the reason why the foundation is laid the way it is. So that's why 3 and 4 kind of carried on the cult elements so much. And then, you know, some Western ones tried Homecoming Origins, but you know, the genuine cult related nature I think ended after 4.
Down says like Japan loves its cult stuff. Okay, I don't think it's about loving cult stuff. It's about knowing history. Japan is layered in history. There is so much history that is built around its modernity. There's a reason why there's this in simpatico relationship with nature and modernity in Japan, especially post-war, World War II. Like there's a love for what's come before. There's a respect and understanding, and you can call it cultish, but I would consider it to be a bit more of an unspoken understanding. There's a love that's there, and when it comes to some people who just go a little bit too far, that's just what it is. It's folks going a bit too far. The sarin gas incident is one explanation of that. Some people just take it way too goddamn far. But
did you watch the last stream where we actually saw a banned game that was all about building the same cult that eventually did that attack?
No, I wasn't here for that. I was at work.
Have you ever seen the AVGN episode of Hong Kong 97?
Yeah.
Same developer, Happy Soft, made a game where you play as the leader of that cult and you recruit other members and then eventually, you know, perform the attack.
It's layers. It's some people just taking those layers and saying, I'm gonna go one step. I'm gonna add to this fucking thread.
Yeah.
There's some people who just take it way too fucking far. But being here for as long as I have and doing what I do, I understand that it's about a love and respect for what's come before, and you have to abide by that understanding. That it's a comprehensive understanding by everyone else, and you just have to learn your way through it. And it seems to me that Toyama-san's perspective on things is that he probably already has that backed up. Like maybe his family is associated with like a fucking temple or a shrine that was like in his hometown that he grew up in and went to like every year or some shit like that. There's something that absolutely made him compelled to tell this story where he feels like where there is love and religion, there is disturbed situations where things like this could also occur. There's got to be a thorough line there. There has to be.
Yep, and Stone does live
I don't know the guy.
Future does live in Japan, by the way, Stone. Yeah, he's been there for a long time.
I do I do doodles for money.
Animation, some might even call it. Some really quirky individuals out there might call it that. Not me. Yeah, absolutely not.
I'll believe that. He left the future of the series in the capable hands of Hiroyuki Owaku.
He said future.
Owaku co-wrote the story for the first game and
Beast.
continued to expand and improve on the lore of Silent Hill after Toyama left. Team Silent's next project was started soon after development of Silent Hill 1 ended. An engine had to be built from scratch, as it was developed for a new piece of hardware. PlayStation 2!
End of part 1.
All right. So now they should all play correctly.
Yeah, no. I see the playlist now. We're good.
Now it should load correctly. So, just to put a cap in Silent Hill 1, it had a more serious tone than Resident Evil. The voice acting was a massive step up, which was part of the reason why it was taken far more seriously in terms of being scary. And contrary to what I thought, because I was actually wrong about this and asserted something completely wrong a few years ago, it actually sold the best of any Silent Hill game ever. The first game sold the best. Every every game that came after would continually sell less and less copies. So I didn't know that, but apparently that is the case. SH1 is still my favorite. I mean, you guys know my ranking. I think yeah, that's my ranking.
Oh,
you're lagging a little bit.
I went mute. Something happened. That must have been me. Give me a second.
Yeah, your camera's frozen for some reason. I don't know. Fucking Discord, dude. It might be the virtual cam.
I think this might be my internet. Give me a second.
But yeah, so Silent Hill 1 actually sold the best. And I thought for a long time that 2 did, but apparently once I started doing some research, that was not the case. While 2 is a very popular game, and I think they did, when they originally released sales data, they didn't even include Europe in that. But regardless of whether or not it was available in the US, Europe, Japan, whatever, it just didn't sell very well. All right, we're good now, I believe.
Can you hear me over the loud hip hop?
Yeah. Yeah, we're good.
I'm back.
All right, sweet. And did you, were you going to mention anything else about 1?
No. I think I have a lot more to say about 2 and 3 than I do about 1. One set the groundwork. I don't have any real complaints outside of the stuff that I've already said. I don't have anything to say.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think that I bet 2 got pirated to shit. Oh, for sure. Yeah, like I knew this kid in school, like even for PlayStation 1, where him and his dad would go rent games from like Blockbuster or just some local places that we had. And they would, like, he had a mod chip installed, so he just had like binders and binders and binders of burned games. And I was like, how is this possible? Like, how can you do this? I mean, if you want to be very loopholey and very technical about it, it's technically not illegal to do such a thing. It's just once you start distributing those copies, then it becomes illegal. Technically, what they were doing was just making backups, but modifying the hardware is where the legality issue came in.
I think where it becomes prosecutorial is prosecutorial is when you produce it and then distribute it.
Yeah. If you just
you
like
produce it all day, but like, you know, if you're just keeping it in your house, no one gives a shit. But the minute you start selling it for profit outside of the people responsible for developing in the process, that's when investigations start.
Yes, that's when Jonathan Sony shows up at your house and slaps you until you're red in the face. Yeah, that's when they sued that guy GeoHot, George Hotz. They sued him because he was selling modified PlayStation 3s with the custom firmware. That's why they sued him. But yeah. Jonathan Sony shows up and he slaps you in the thighs until they're red raw. I don't know what I'm saying. I apologize.
Pink belly, and then walks out and throws a subpoena at you at the end of the day.
The
hell is it?
Serves you paperwork on the way out.
Silent Hill 2 was released on September 24th, 2001, shortly after the PlayStation 2 launched, and the animations and graphics are still above some of today's standards. The realistic darkness and fog, coupled with the balance of appropriate sound and silence throughout, make it the first game where it's the atmosphere itself that's scary.
Oh, really quick, I just want to talk about this. So this bathroom and a lot of the other main places, like the apartment, the hospital, everything else, they actually recreated these as faithfully as they could within the engine using reference photos. And it was one of the first games where the level of detail in the hardware even afforded them the ability to do that. So that's something that was really, really unique to this game and part of what made it look so realistic. These are very low poly textures. These textures are not high poly to speak of whatsoever, but the artistry.
It's all about the poly count in and of itself is very, very low.
Right.
It's the texturing,
Yeah.
and the layers of texture that they do in the work. It's spectacular.
What about the artistry count? Yes, exactly.
Oh God.
They're low poly. Essentially, these tiles are like flat. They're just like a flat white texture, and they're just putting colors on it in such a way that it's a convincing, realistic texture. You see this all over Silent Hill 2 and early PS2 games in general. But the fact that it still holds up, I think, speaks for itself.
The realistic darkness and fog, coupled with the balance of appropriate sound and silence throughout, make it the first game where it's the atmosphere itself that's scary. And the voice acting is the best voice acting you will ever hear in any game to date.
That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
He really did. This is like the best delivery of Guy Seehee in the entire game is this line here and this whole cutscene, because he was actually getting better as they went on. He was learning from the other actors and getting better. In the beginning, he sounds really stilted and bad, like I'm looking for someone, you know, but as the game goes on, he actually starts to pick it up really, really well, and this is a great example of that.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
The puzzles are smart, well written, and don't undermine the player's intelligence. And best of all, there are 4 difficulty levels, all with different riddles and solutions, the hardest being extra riddle difficulty.
But that one is a secret.
The controls have been perfected since times of yore. Instead of the sluggish starts and stops from Silent Hill 1, the main character really takes off in his floppy clown shoes.
Yeah, so Silent Hill 1, what's annoying is, regardless of the quality of your display... Oh, your camera's showing the OBS virtual cam thing again? But yeah, regardless of the quality of your display, controller, zero lag, whatever, there's like a 1/4 second delay in Harry Mason doing virtually anything in the game, and it will drive you fucking insane. There's no way you can get around it. It's just baked into the game. So when a lot of people see me or Future or anybody play Silent Hill 1, they're like, you know, they think that it's easy to control. It's not. It's actually very, very difficult and sluggish to control.
It's something you really have to get used to.
Yeah.
It's just muscle memory at this point for me.
Yep, same. It's like a 1/4 second delay that you just have to live with on every action, all the strafing, you know, quick turning, strafing, dashing, anything. There's a fucking delay. But not in 2.
Silent Hill 2 takes all the elements from the first game, like the gameplay, the combat, the menu, all that kind of stuff, and it refines it into a fine powder. There is an obsessive amount of detail realized in the environments and especially the story, which is even less direct than last time.
With Silent Hill 2, rather than continuing the plot of the first game, focuses instead on the state of the town and the aftermath of Silent Hill 1, as well as giving a bit of history of the town and its previous inhabitants. The land used to be a sacred place for the Native American tribes of the area.
This whole area used to be a sacred place.
Later, the town was settled as a penal colony and a prison and hospital were built. The hospital because of a plague that broke out. Soon after, the first signs of the cold emerged. After the town was turned into a resort area, a succession of mysterious boating accidents tainted the town's reputation as a tourist hotspot. It is because of the town's dark history that the great spiritual power the Native Americans saw in the town gradually became perverted, and it is because of the cult and their experiment with Alessa that the power became related to their demon god. This spiritual power now...
Yeah, let's not forget that it does feature the best pillow fight in video game history. I don't think that's disputed. That's an undisputed championship. Nobody will ever come for that title. Good call, Dr. Red.
Was that one clip of Street Fighter 3 Third Strike of fucking a Ken fucking...
Yeah, parrying. Evo moment 37. Mary tries...
The pillow.
Except this time, it's the plot twist where instead of Mary parrying the pillow, something happens, but I'm not going to get it, you know. That's very... Spoilers.
No. It's Ken with the pillow because that's
Yeah.
her resisting.
Yeah. Chun-Li is... okay, never mind. What I was going to say, though, is we need James as the new Smash character, by the way, where he can come in and it says James smothers the competition. Make that happen, Nintendo. There will be no controversy involved there, okay?
draws in those with darkness in their hearts, forcing the god's will upon them.
Don't get all holy on me, James! This town called you too!
Super quick, these hanging pieces of rotted meat, they even have the little shorts on them, too. So that's how you know they're supposed to signify Eddie. If you didn't already know, that's the dead giveaway.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Case in point, James Sunderland.
The goat himself.
James's wife Mary was sick with a mysterious disease and sent home from the hospital after doctors deemed her untreatable.
As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can, but there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
James could no longer handle caring for her, nor watch her die slowly, so he suffocated her. That's what I'd do.
That's. See, I don't want to be. I don't want to be Fungo. Don't make me Fungo.
Dude, that's one of the best. No, that's one of the best jokes in the entire thing, though. That's what I'd do. Like, what the fuck?
That's what I do. No.
Oh man, what a guy.
Oh, Jesus.
Later, while repressing his horrible memory, he receives a letter from Mary calling him to Silent Hill.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said,
God, it just makes me want to play it every time, dude.
couldn't possibly be true. A dead person can't write a letter.
Later in the game, we find out this letter never even existed. It was just the town's way of calling him. James goes looking for Mary, thinking she has been dead for 3 years.
Yeah, actually, somebody data mined the Silent Hill 2 disc, and they looked into the code, and it actually said she had Ligma. But I'm not saying anything about that.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago.
James's subconscious, with the help of the town's dark
I saw it on Reddit. It has to be true.
power, manifests itself in the form of strange monsters and in the form of Maria, who is Mary reincarnate.
It wasn't supposed to be as funny as it was. I don't know why.
I tried to sell it, but I couldn't hold it in, dude.
You're supposed to be the funny guy. You're the straight man. Why are you the funny guy today?
James and his rockin' search for his dead wife. Yeah.
James desires to punish himself for the murder of his wife.
Needed someone to punish me for my sins.
While doing a Randy
And
Marsh
the most
impression.
prevalent display of this is a creature called the Red Pyramid Thing.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
The Red Pyramid Thing stalks James throughout the game in the form of an executioner from the prison camp of Silent Hill's past.
I love the way they edited this, where they filled in the blanks. But yes, there's a stone tablet you find right in dead center of town that actually tells you quite a bit. It actually is disturbing when it's more filled in than when the blanks are left, and you can't read it. But yeah, the swamp, it says, was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. So that's fucking crazy considering that history. And it makes perfect sense. Ice cream cone man, triangle head, or pizza head is what Guy C he called him in that one video of him playing the arcade game.
James also watches Maria die repeatedly as part of his punishment.
James.
Real ones use the bug spray here, by the way. I'd just like to point that out.
It is not until the end of the game that James realizes what the Red Pyramid Thing is and is able to rid himself of the guilt.
I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Throughout the game, James encounters several other characters which all seem to be similarly damaged and have been called to Silent Hill. Angela Orozco, a 17-year-old girl.
In the game, she's supposed to be 16 or 17. She doesn't look like a teenager.
Led a life of sexual and physical abuse from her father.
You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force.
By the way, this is one of the things I think the remake genuinely improved on, was this interaction. Oh, by the way, are you... Oh, I thought you were frozen for a second. Yeah. I think the remake actually... I think it improved on this sequence because it's not just like this awkward single claustrophobic room where you can barely move. It actually turned it into a whole sequence that was actually fleshed out pretty nicely. So
I have my thoughts on the matter in that regard, but we can talk about it later.
Oh, unacceptable. Dissenting opinions? No. This is where I draw the line.
Oh god, I'm getting canceled already. Come on, man. It's only been like a couple hours.
You'll be hearing from Reddit. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, I'm just gonna throw my hands up and say you'll be hearing from Reddit.com.
It's me.
Oh damn it.
Beat me up like he always did.
She stabbed him to death and fled to Silent Hill, where she lives through a nightmare of her own. She is looking for her brother and mother, presumably to kill them too, as she's somehow come to the conclusion that perhaps that will end her pain.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother.
I would like to argue that my feelings on the matter and that boss battle and that interaction after the fact, it makes more sense for it to feel claustrophobic because that's how she felt. Contextually speaking, having that kind of expansive ability to understand where she was coming from kind of compromises the feelings you would feel if you were looking at it subjectively. You having that much understanding about the stuff that you were hearing outside doesn't make a whole lot more sense when it makes a lot more sense for it to feel more claustrophobic, to feel uncomfortable, because that's how she felt. To know everything that's going on is just for the sake of storytelling. There's a narrative aspect to it, and then there's a subjective, what's the word I'm looking for? Visceral aspect to it, and I feel like the original does that a lot better. The visceral verisimilitude attached to it is a lot more exemplified in the original than it is in the remake, which is a bit more storytelling.
Yeah, I think, and honestly, that's like the biggest miss of the remake is putting those extra cutscenes in that were never in the original, like Maria talking about the statue and Angela, the encounter at night. Those were the biggest misses, I think. Which I get that they wanted to try to expand on the story in some meaningful way, but that's not how you do it. It just wasn't executed very well. But I can see both. I can see both. I think both interpretations are solid. Yeah, they have their own merits. They have their own pros and cons. But I think that the way that the original does it, what I do love is that you just get up from this labyrinth. You have no idea where you are, and you just find this newspaper that's talking about her, and then of course you run into her. So that's where the two nightmares essentially cross paths, because the abstract daddy cannot even manifest unless she's around. So I love that they do it that way. And everybody always says, like, wait, what about when they show up in the hotel? That's because Angela's around. You know, you get the key, you have that encounter with Laura, you read the "Who's Rachel?" letter, and then when you leave, there's abstract daddies all over the place. Well, that's how you know Angela is nearby, and we run into her right after the Nightmare Hotel transition, so we know she was there.
And like Ito throws it away on Twitter and is like, yeah, we needed an enemy for the hotels, and so we just threw the abstract daddy in there.
Yeah,
whatever.
I don't buy it.
But
it can't be. It can't be by accident.
You knew what you were fucking doing.
Yes, I'm not a big fan of what they did with the abstract daddy fight. I like being locked in a claustrophobic, inescapable room with it, rather than it chasing me down endless hallways. I wish they would have kept it to the actual fighting part instead of the chasing part. If they kept it just as the fight, I think it would have been better. But adding that long scripted chase sequence, that I was not a fan of. I just like the fight itself.
I thought my father and brother were here, but...
Oh, we both paused at the same time. But yeah, go ahead.
It was again, like we said, both interpretations have merit. and they both do an interesting thing with the material. I mean, one of them just, I don't know, did it better.
Yeah, I think that it was. It's one of those things that's like change for the sake of change. Like, why did that need to change, really? And that was the biggest fear that people had before the remake even came out, was what they were going to do with Angela's story, because of Bloober's awful history with handling such subject matter, shall we say?
Topics like these.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they handled it pretty well, I have to say.
Better than usual.
Yeah.
I can't find them either. Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest.
Eddie Dombrowski is a shy guy who has always had a dream of playing on the football team, but was ridiculed because of his weight problem.
Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit.
Over time, the anger in him grew, and he eventually sought revenge, killing the coach's daughter.
Eddie Dombrowski couldn't be he couldn't play football. Like, why not? He has the build to play football. He couldn't be a running back, but he can fucking play football.
Yeah, there was actually
tackle proper.
There was a joking theory that they have in one of these videos that by football they actually meant soccer, and some people tried to make that argument because they're like, oh, he has like the soccer, like the backwards hat thing, and he has the soccer shirt. But it's like, no, they put football memorabilia right across from him after you encounter him for the first time. That's not what the fuck they're talking about.
They're talking about American football. That's why that's the room.
Yes.
There's a room with he's vomiting across from the room where there's football posters. There's a fucking point to all of this, man.
Almost every Bloober game is they have trauma, they want to kill self. Oh, and don't forget, always forgive the abusers. That's all. That's another very insulting point they've put in there.
Yeah. They're a victim too.
Oh, good God. But thankfully they didn't have any of that nonsense in the remake. We can be thankful for that. So hopefully soon we'll get an announcement, but it almost has to be Silent Hill 1, the next one they're working on. It can't be anything else.
Shooting the coach in the leg.
That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog.
Eddie's dash from the police led him to Silent Hill, where he began his slow spiral into psychopathy.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head.
I love.
He already has CTE. He already has CTE. Why not just fucking?
Why
not just let him play football?
I fucking love the details of this too.
Hill,
like, look at his forehead. You can even see the lines on his forehead as he makes that expression. Dude, this is such a detailed cutscene for 2001. It's insane.
Psychopathy.
Killing a
See?
person ain't no big deal.
Yeah, no, I see it.
Just put the gun to their head.
We are shown Eddie's first kill.
Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
And his twisted conclusion.
If anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Which results in an attack on James.
You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met.
He's never really killed anybody, ever, right? He just killed the dog. Or he shot a dog and the dog died from the wound.
Yeah, it's kind of up in the air whether or not he's actually killing people. We don't know for sure if that's the case.
He shot a guy, but I guess he thinks that the guy died, but I think he just bled and went to a hospital or something. But
yeah, the only person,
confirmed on Twitter.
Yeah, the only person in the game that we think that he killed is the guy in the cafeteria in the prison, because he's like, "What did you do?" And he says, "You know, what does it look like?" Or no, that's this scene. But when you see the person there, you can see he says it's riddled with bullet holes. That's the one that looks like Walter Sullivan with the face in the soup and the spoon and everything there. So, but yeah, did Ito confirm that he never actually killed anybody?
I think so. On Twitter, he said that no. I think the farthest that Eddie ever went was that he shot a dog and then the dog died from its wounds.
Yeah.
And he shot a guy in the leg, and yeah, sure, getting shot in the leg isn't fun, but it's not a mortal wound.
So he's a bitch-made coward is what it comes down to.
There
Sorry.
you go. He's bitch man. Yeah.
I'll kill you, James!
Finally, we have Laura, an 8-year-old orphan who befriended Mary in the hospital.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar!
Being the only one in town who is truly innocent, Laura is not subjected to the town's dark forces.
There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I?
Nonetheless, she is instrumental in both James and Eddie's stories.
Just like Silent Hill 1, there are multiple endings. However, this time around, they are all the right ending, and the player decides based on how they play the game.
I love that he says that because that's something that a lot of people have gotten confused about over the years, and admittedly I was too. I was convinced that In Water was considered some ultimate ending that they preferred, or that it was the one true ending. That's not true. Ito has been asked, and it's been answered in various strategy guides and just questionnaires over the years by Team Silent members. They basically said if we wanted there to be one true ending, we would have only made one true ending. Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of the serious endings, obviously fucking UFO and Dog are not real endings, but Rebirth, Leave, In Water, and Maria are all considered true and canon endings equally across the board. None is more canonical than any other. And that's why this game is unique, because it's all about your choices and the way that you play.
In Water is my one true ending.
It's mine, but yeah, I can't claim that Team Silent like intended for that to be, but In Water is mine. Yeah.
If you're reckless and play very dangerously, you get the In Water ending. If you like to read up on cult materials and collect ritual artifacts, then you get the Rebirth ending, and so on down the line into oblivion.
And the surrounding areas.
So really quick, how it determines that is really cool. So In Water, you get by playing at low HP for the majority of the playthrough, and also examining Angela's knife after she gives it to you. It can't be used as a weapon, but if you examine it several times and you play with low health, that's considered playing the game in a suicidal way, and that's why you get that ending. It's really interesting how they programmed it for the time. Exactly. It's your decision how he
shake your head and exclaim it into your ear.
Yes.
And say your decisions on how you play changes your
choose your own.
Gameplay.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do that.
Yeah, they didn't frame it as if it was a pretentious choose your own adventure novel, because it doesn't even tell you that this is happening. You just kind of have to figure it out, because you're like, well, this playthrough I got this ending. This one I thought I played identically. Now I'm getting a different ending. What's that all about? So it just, much like Silent Hill 1, it encourages you to experiment and play in different ways to try to get different endings. And that's another thing that makes it unique, because back then you paid your $60, you got your game, and you had to get that money's worth. There's no downloadable content coming for Silent Hill 2, certainly not a PlayStation 2 game. So, that's kind of where they gave you the value for money, was in replay value. And sadly, that's kind of a lost art. Cause and effect shit, yes.
Blockbusters of the world anymore.
Yep. And remember when you used to unlock the cool shit by playing the game and performing well in the game? That's kind of a lost art too. Nowadays, you have to just put down $5 and just unlock everything. It's very stupid.
After production wrapped on Silent Hill 2, Akihiro Imamura, producer, stepped down as producer of the game. Akira Yamaoka, series sound director, well, he took over the position for Team Silent's next big project, Silent Hill 3. In an interview with Go Game Music for Team Silent's next big project, Silent Hill.
Best Silent Hill.
Yep.
I just wanted to.
Yep.
In an interview
Agreed.
with GoGameMusic.com, Yamaoka states, "This.
I never had any ambition.
This voice
Somehow I was unnamed.
It's so bad, dude. What the hell are they doing? Trying to do an older Japanese smoker voice is so cringe.
But then, trying to do an old Japanese smoker's voice in English.
Yeah.
It adds to that.
It's so bad.
This statement suggests that Akira Yamaoka may not have been prepared for the responsibilities of this project.
What's happening here? We're watching a YouTube series called The Real Silent Hill Experience and kind of adding insight to it. Yeah, because there's a lot of, I joined to racist accent. What's up, Fudge Me? You picked the absolute worst.
Hey, Fudge.
Yeah, what's up, dude? You picked the absolute worst time to join. But yeah, this series originally debuted in 2010, and so a lot of things have changed. Yes, I will skip the movie Sybil jokes because nobody needs to hear the song that they wrote.
Oh,
So
no,
we,
yeah, we're not doing that. We can't, not in 2025. We cannot do
yeah,
that.
no. That's not
If
acceptable.
we get there.
By the way, is the title still correct? Because when I restarted OBS, it also reset the title on my stream.
You're still on, well, I haven't looked at the Twitch for a bit. Not the title. It's still just Nightmare Fuel and Cringe.
Okay.
My ad's not on it. Not
I'm doing
that it needs to be.
No,
This is
it
still-
does. It does. I had it before, but where I had to reset OBS, it fucked up. All right, cool. We're set now. Yeah, what's up, Fudge Me? Long time no see, man. I was just talking about you the other day. I was wondering, I was just saying, like, hoping everything was good with you and everything.
May not have been the best choice for the job. Regardless, Silent Hill 3 turned out to be what we think to be the best in the series.
Correct. You know what? We've had this conversation ad infinitum, but I do believe Silent Hill 3 is the best one that's ever been made.
Silent Hill 3's best age. Yeah.
Yep. There's a reason why I went out of my way in like 2013 to way overpay some jackass on eBay for a wall scroll that had not been produced by Konami since like 2004 of Silent Hill 3. And I still have it. It's just not hanging up right now. Yeah, it's the best.
For what it's worth, the thing that Stamp and I are working on is going to do both 1 and 3 justice.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. So I think this would probably play automatically, but I'm just going to click it because I don't trust it. But yeah. Silent Hill 3, my personal favorite. Future's personal favorite. Underrated, honestly. I mean, on Twitch, you watch somebody play through these games, a lot of people kind of clown on 3, I found. Some people think the acting is kind of cringy.
Why? Wait, why?
Because people don't like the cult stuff. They think Claudia's a weird antagonist. They think that Vincent's a weird character and like he's very, just, I don't know. I've seen a lot of people talk shit about it because they just think that it's, cult soap opera stuff. And a lot of people in general, I've come to accept that people just hate the cult in Silent Hill, period, end of story. It just seems to be universally reviled by a lot of modern fans. Which, yeah, people with no taste, well, I wouldn't say that, but it's just, it just seems to be movie and Silent Hill 2 fans. People are contrarians too.
Based on a town in Pennsylvania.
Wow, this is it's so good it gave me Ligma, that information. They want Soylent Shill, yes. They want produced by Devin Shatsky and the gang. Yes, they want produced by Devin Shatsky, fucking Tom Waltz and Tom Hewlett. They want the vague psychological horror that is Silent Hill, the actual therapist town, but we'll get into that later.
Wait, before we actually do get into this video, we do need to sit down and just kind of like, I want to do like a, what do you call it, like a back and forth? Like, how did you feel about how they presented the material? How did you feel about how they commentated on the material? What were your thoughts on the last video?
Oh, well, they missed a few things, but I think they're actually covered in their supplementary stuff that they get into. One thing that's really massive. Dr. Red said, my only problem with 3 is Heather's one-liner sounds like a 13-year-old, or Heather's line sounds like a 13-year-old whining in the mic. The rest is cool, though.
But the point.
Well,
the point is that she's a whine. She's not 13. She's 17. But 4 years doesn't really. It goes between Club Penguin and MySpace, circa 1999. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a point to it.
Yeah, but I do think that some of her lines are delivered really weird. Like, I do think one part that's tough for me to get through is when she pretends to be Alessa to like trick Claudia in the church. That is a little like where she's like, I don't need a new world. It's fine the way it is. It's like that part is a little weird. It's like almost sitcomish. But yeah, I don't have a problem with anything else. I mean, she's a 17-year-old, and when you look at things like a fucking pile of boxes, she'll say it's like totally, she'll say things like it's totally too heavy for me to move. I'm not touching it. So, there's that aspect of her kind of whiny teen personality going on.
See, no, Stound's getting into the real brass tacks here. An authorized line change.
Oh, God. Yeah, and I love how he says, like, oh, yeah, apparently Jeremy Blaustein authorized it, but it didn't matter. If he didn't authorize it, they would have changed it anyway. It didn't fucking matter. But no, I think one thing that they majorly missed in the Silent Hill 2 video is talking about the Historical Society descent and just kind of drilling deeper into the story. I know that these were generally overviews in the beginning, and the supplementary stuff really digs into that part. But I wish they would have included that, it was the first of the games to kind of almost mess with the geography of the town in a way, because you're descending in what would almost have to be a mile underground, only to surface again and find that you're right behind the Historical Society where all that started. So, the things were literally flipped on their head, like the orientation of the hallways and different things are all messed with, and the prison can't even exist because it burned down in like the early 20th century. So there's a lot of things.
I mean, we can just argue that Silent Hill, or at least the spirit that occupies the town, transcends space and time. Like,
yeah,
whatever is responsible for the things that occur within the town in and of itself, don't stand on reason.
Yeah, and we know also just from the map, like from the map that James finds in Neely's bar or Bar Neely's, whatever, we know that someone else was there, potentially him, because of the whole circle theory about, him replaying that 1,000 times. But, Angela, Eddie, and him, they see drastically different things, yet they keep converging at the same areas. So they might be potentially taking a totally different path for all we know, but they all end up in the same place because they're all being led to
for fuck's sake,
interact.
In 3, the same thing fucking happens. And
Yeah.
she doesn't even come across the Historical Society, and she goes down Nathan Avenue in order to get to the amusement park. So
Yeah, she descends in the carousel and makes it down. Ethereal and omnipotent. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, what you said, Fudge Me.
Not malevolent.
Yeah, the real horror of Silent Hill 3, a teenage girl. Well, that is a big part of it, but yeah, we'll get into it.
Puberty! What a nightmare in and of itself.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Oh, and the fucking soundtrack, again, I think the soundtrack in 3, put the CD in front to back, I think it's the best one too. Genuinely, it is the best.
Yes. Wait, no, I need to have this on me. 2 seconds. Don't start anything. 2 seconds.
I'm gonna rock down to, and not Electric Avenue, but Nathaniel Avenue. We gotta have the third syllable in there, so it's Nathaniel Avenue. Yes, Silent Hill 3 has the best soundtrack. I still have my original copy too, but it's buried in one of my closets in a tote somewhere. Damn, I need some water. Fuck yeah. Yep, that's the exact same one I have, except mine came in the PC release originally.
Forever.
Yeah, mine has the dark cover with Silent Hill 3 and the track list kind of in a half circle at the bottom. Yeah.
Forever.
The GOAT. And honestly, I don't want to give too many people ideas, but the Japanese versions on eBay are still really cheap. So if anybody wants them, that's a good way to go. You can definitely get Silent Hill 1 through 4 for like $100, whereas in the US it's going to cost $100 per game. I wish I was making that up.
No, the great thing is that because despite how much love and appreciation that Stamp and I have for this franchise, it's not.
Just blow my nose really quick. Sorry. Just had to turn the camera off.
No problem. It's not that big of a deal in Japan. Not like Resident Evil is. Not like a whole lot of like Fatal Frame or it's Project Zero. Out here, but Silent Hill doesn't get a whole lot of love and respect. Konami doesn't do it a whole lot of justice a lot of the time in terms of marketing. So these things, I got this for like $20.
Yeah, they're not
With
popular in
everything
Japan,
about it.
unfortunately. It's just not a popular series there at all. It's crazy.
So we talk about it like it's, like like it is the artistic thing that it deserves to be, but out here it doesn't receive that kind of respect. Not a mass of people. The film didn't do a whole big of a deal. It's not going to do a big of a deal in international either. It'll do great domestically. What is it? We were talking about it last night. Gantz got money to distribute the film.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's not going to be direct to video like a lot of people thought. It's actually going to have like a wide theater release, which is kind of amazing.
Yeah, like a theater release. Yeah.
Yeah, so Return to Silent Hill is not going to be direct to video like everybody was saying. It's actually going to be a full-fledged movie that gets a theater release and everything. Kind of crazy.
You'll see Chicken Jockey.
Oh my god!
After 1 hour, and then you'll go to see. There's gonna be a meme. They're gonna do a meme thing about it. They're just gonna. It's Silent Hill. They're gonna find a meme thing to do about it, and 16-year-old dipshits who are on Reddit are gonna go to the movie.
Watch them make like a subtle reference to r/Silent Hill in the movie too. Like have it scrawled on a fucking urinal in the bathroom or something, just to appease the fanboys.
Why is that a thing? Why is that now a thing? I mean, I get Rocky Horror Picture Show. Like, the whole thing was that it was a communal experience, but now it's gotten to the point where it's almost like offensive. Like,
yeah,
people
it's
can't
just
go to the movie
overdone,
theater
is what
when
it
there's
is.
a screening
Yeah.
at one of their screens because I might get shit on my arm because someone threw a toilet paper roll at me.
I'd walk out. Yeah, no. I mean, I probably won't go watch it in theaters, but you best fucking believe when it's available on streaming services, we're watching it in the Discord. We will find the best time to do it, and we'll watch the shit out. I'll watch it 3 times in one weekend, if that's what it takes to help everybody see it.
We'll make fun of it. We're just gonna make fun of it.
Fuck yeah. Can't wait to see human sacrifice in the Odeon. All right. Let's get into their analysis of Silent Hill 3. My favorite one's Future's favorite one. Let's go.
The way the horror is presented in each game is very different. Silent Hill 1 submerges you in horror, ever present and permeating the environments. It sounded harsh, felt dirty, and made the player seek escape. In Silent Hill 2, the horror is more underlining, waiting for the player to uncover it. You are presented with frightening scenarios which were entirely optional but ultimately necessary in order to progress. You were forced to do things you wouldn't normally do.
But Silent Hill 3 presents players with overtly gruesome scenes that aren't entirely clear and invites them to satisfy their morbid curiosity. This, in addition to the adrenaline-pumping panic scenarios, and disturbing creatures
Where all begins.
makes Silent Hill 3 the scariest. I mean scariest of them all. Added new special effects, seemingly living environments.
Oh, yes. The alpha textures. Yes, dude. Yeah, these were amazing. So they have a few of these effects in the game. They showcase a couple here, but they have effects where it looks like the walls are on fire. They have effects where it looks like there's these almost Rorschach blobs kind of taking over different walls in the church. Like they did some really, really cool shit with this effect.
Silent Hill 3 is best.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful. Even on a PS2 native hardware, upscaled to a modern display, this still looks fucking really good. And so does 2. Yeah, look at that. That's amazing.
And perfect lighting.
Yes, on PC it's way more visible, but you can see this candle flame, the light of it is bouncing on her face, like perfectly matched with it too, and it's not just in a cheesy way.
As well. The characters are well designed.
Friend and godfather to my children.
Yeah. The noise filter, longtime friend and godfather to my children, is mysteriously absent in Silent Hill 3.
Well acted and well presented. And everything, including the pacing, combat textures, and audio, displays a level of polish that has become Team Silent's signature.
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say.
A question. Weird screen to pause on. Were you familiar with the last name of Vincent? Did you know Vincent's last name?
No, I just always called him Father Vincent.
His last name is Smith.
Wow. Wow, original.
What a basic bitch of a last name, right?
Yeah, maybe it was just so we wouldn't potentially tie him to any other characters. They just gave him the most everyman last name ever.
Yeah.
I would, just saying.
There are absolutely no glitches in
Father Vincent.
Yeah, that's what I always called him, was Father Vincent. Even though he's a scumbag and a scammer, I would...
Oh yeah. Oh.
There are no clipping.
If crypto existed in the time of Silent Hill 3, he would definitely be into it.
No camera problems.
Bro on the left emoting the exact same way as Father Vincent Smith. Fucking Smith, dude.
Inventory mistakes. No freezing or loading difficulties. The game is extremely replayable too, allowing the player to go back to collect more weapons, more costumes, and perfect their final score in 14 different difficulties and 3 riddle modes. There aren't as many endings, and we assume this is because the game wraps up the story of the events between 1 through 3. Less endings means less confusion.
Silent Hill 3 returns to the plot of the series, becoming a true sequel to the first game.
Sequelized.
After the events of Silent Hill 1, Harry Mason took his new...
By the way, I love these little editing mistakes. Watch after he says sequelized, how he just like shoots to the left and it's clearly a different shot. I actually kind of like that. It it was this. It was very honest.
Sequelized.
After the events
See
of
that?
Silent Hill 1,
Oh,
Harry
yeah,
Mason
yeah,
took
I
his
see
new
it,
baby,
I see it.
Cheryl, and fled, raising her in nearby Portland, where they live in hiding from the cult.
Oh yeah, some people seem to think that means Portland, Oregon. No, they meant Portland, Maine. He did not fly with her all the way across the country to Portland, Oregon. I've seen some people say that. Like, how did they get from Portland, Oregon all the way to Silent Hill in one night? It's because they were like an hour away at the most. It's Portland, Maine.
Man, Harry
Imagine
Mason
fucking driving from Pennsylvania to Oregon.
hidden from us.
No, they actually just caught a red line flight is what it is. The
Cheryl
car was a
now lives with
hallucination.
Heather. The cult has grown in strength thanks to the efforts of Father Vincent, who manages the cult's finances. He also happens to be using the cult as a money-making opportunity for himself.
This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn.
Claudia Wolf, raised alongside Alessa, seeks to revive the cult's original purpose by birthing the demon god again. To do this, she must first find Alessa, and so she hires Douglas Cartland, a private investigator, to track her down.
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably.
Douglas catches up with Alessa, now reincarnated as Heather, and Claudia sets about awakening the god within her. The god must be nurtured by hate and despair. To do this, Claudia convinces Heather that Claudia herself is the one responsible for the nightmare the god is projecting from within Heather, as well as killing her adoptive father, Harry.
Why? Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. There is another reason.
Yeah, so just quick on this because it's in the making of. I don't know if they're going to talk about it. They purposefully designed her with no eyebrows just to be disturbing.
And no shoes.
Yes, because Dahlia also didn't wear shoes, so it must be a fucking cult thing that they just never wear shoes. They're grounding, guys. I've seen some shit about grounding here lately. Poor Sean Bean. Yeah.
Sean Bean didn't die. He never died in that.
Yeah, that's one of the only movies he didn't die. One of the only movies
It's the
he
one
didn't
movie
die.
I think. I think it's the one movie he didn't die in, actually. With Silent Hill, ironically.
What's funny is the other two, like the ending implies that they are dead. So even if he doesn't die, his family dies.
It's not implied at all. It's. Just keep going. I'm not doing this right now.
We're not getting into Christoph Gans.
We're not getting into Sean Bean not dying in a Silent Hill game. No, we're not doing it.
Get you for this!
Vincent, much like Dr. Kaufman, opposes the plan, as he would no longer profit from the cult.
Oh wait, did he not? Wait, did he not die in the movie? No, he didn't.
Mm-mm.
He did not die. He did
No.
not die in Silent Hill 1. He did not die in Revelation 3D.
Fucking
And he's not going to be
Revelation 3D.
anything. I'm assuming he's not going to be around for Return to Silent Hill. I'm assuming that's going to be a self-contained story.
Yeah.
Which was the goddamn film that Gans wanted to make in the goddamn first place. Like, it's fucking obvious.
Yeah, the inclusion of Pyramid Head in the first movie in general was kind of a big miss for me. Once I learned what was actually supposed to be the case with that was a big swing and a miss, but it is what it is. It's 20-year-old drama. Well, almost 20. The movie's 19 years old somehow. Holy shit.
It's close enough. It's close enough. Scene Ben can't catch a break. I'm going to call him Scene Ben now.
Scene Bean.
I know
Scene Bean.
about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here.
While he originally planned to kill Heather, he now sees that he can use her to stop Claudia.
Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch.
Although he originally...
By the way, what a soy. He's a fully grown adult man, and he's so afraid of just taking her out that he tasks a 17-year-old girl with doing it. I know he mentions the whole thing about them both having powers or whatever. What's up, Dude Core? I know he mentions the thing about them both having power, but what a soy. Seriously.
It's a constant theme throughout the entire game. Like, it's a recurring theme. I sent it to you yesterday, but like I've noticed that where everyone is just kind of delegating responsibility
Elsewhere. Yeah.
elsewhere, but he feels like the most entitled to it because he's responsible for building the church in which she's responsible for conducting her rituals in.
Yeah.
So it's like, yo, this bitch needs to go. You mind just doing me a favor?
Japan has a
'Cause that's what he's
fixation
been
with
doing the
bitch as an
entire
insult.
time, like this.
Do they?
Japan has a fixation with bitch as an insult.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
what he.
Wait, really?
Well, I mean, you would know. You're the one that lives there. Do they?
We don't really. Not really. Like unless maybe it's a '90s thing. Maybe it's a '90s thing.
Yeah, I think that with him especially,
Meredith
like,
Brooks ruined it for everybody.
yeah, he's worse than Kaufman, I would argue, because not only does he, like, at least Kaufman helps in the end, even if he's not really, at first, he's not really willing to do it and is more pissed off at Harry. At least he does, but Vincent just delegates to Heather the whole time and just hides. And, he confronts Claudia by talking to her, but when it comes to actually taking action, he just is like, hey, you can kill her now, as she walks in,
But see, that's the thing. It's one thing to be inactive. It's another to delegate responsibility to something that you want to do, but do it for someone else because you're aware of how compromising the action would be.
Yeah.
You delegating responsibility also makes you culpable to the action. Whereas Kaufman's inactive. He doesn't want to do anything. He just wants to make his money. He
And
just
get out.
wants to
Yeah.
pull his drug and get out of the town.
Yeah.
He has his own means, but he wants to get out. He has nothing to do with the responsibility. He didn't build a fucking cult church for them.
Yeah, he just ran the drugs. He handled, like, basically Kaufman is in charge of drug distribution and recruitment in a way, like,
Yeah.
by way of the drug
Yeah.
distribution. So he's loosely connected, but he doesn't believe in the demon and all that stuff. You can tell by how surprised he is when it actually comes out. He doesn't
But
know.
it seems like he's more interested in the drug, not so much
Yeah.
the cult.
Yeah.
It's just him selling the drug, making the money, and getting the fuck out of town.
Yep. He even says some
with Vincent, it's
delusional
like
shit about, like,
brick and mortar.
he's like, the military can get us out, or says something about, like, the military should show up soon and we can get out. Like, he just doesn't get it.
Like the movie.
But he wants to get out like the movie. Honestly, I feel like watching the first Silent Hill. We should watch that again in the Discord soon. All this talk about it, dude.
They tried to dissuade Claudia by having Heather kill her father, Leonard.
You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, kicked you, and made you cry.
This is where I was yesterday. I was playing yesterday to do the writing.
The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love.
Oh, you mean like literally the movie Get Out? Ah, I see what you did there, you little minx.
That's why you're all alone.
Jordan Peele joke.
None of you do.
Heather, on her path to stop Claudia, must also contend with her memory of Alessa, for it is that memory that chooses to manifest itself and kill Heather to prevent her from going through the pain that Alessa had to. In the end, Heather nearly manages to stop the birth of the god with the help of a necklace given to her by her father, which contains a Galaphodus.
Fucking disgusting, by the way.
That's how babies work.
Yeah.
But Claudia births the god.
There's literally no way, like even just looking at it here, there's literally no way that that would even work. You can't puke it up and you can't swallow it. It's far too fucking big for that. But it doesn't really matter too much because it's fiction anyway. But yeah, just looking at it, it's absurd. The double takes, yeah.
But Claudia births the god in Heather's stead.
Like how is that gonna even fit, dude? What the fuck?
You have to chew it. She has to chew it. Wouldn't
Yeah.
that compromise the composition of the object?
It's gonna compromise the integrity of the fetus, dude. This is what we're gonna. You know what? We're gonna analyze this. No. Everyone.
I will burn God. If you can't do it, Alessa.
This is what they would argue about on the subreddit nowadays, though. Shit like this.
Heather fights and kills the god for good. Everyone gets to go home.
Don't you think blondes have more fun?
We get to hear possibly the worst ending song
Terrible take by Rossiter, by the way. This song kicks ass.
in video
Absolutely
game
terrible
history.
take. Absolutely. It's called a book ending, Rossiter. It's called a book ending.
Even worse take, he says that Metal Gear Solid 3's credit song is bad, which is just an outright lie. It's fucking awesome.
Okay, so he's a hack. He's a hack.
With the exception of Metal Gear Solid 3.
I think he said with exception to
Silent Hill over.
Now he said you're treated to the worst ending credit song in video game history. Well, yeah, he does say with the exception, but why else would he mention it?
Metal Gear Solid 3.
I guess it's a joke.
Silent Hill
I think
over.
he's attempting to make a joke.
Or at least it should have been.
During the development of Silent Hill 3, Yamaoka decided to start a new game as a side project. This side project was a game being developed by select members of the original staff at KCET as an experiment with a new playstyle in the series. This game came to be known as Silent Hill 4: The Room, released nearly a year after the last game. The staff responsible for this game were basically playing musical chairs with the departments because 4 of the 8 creative minds responsible for the greatness of the series were not involved.
I love the way that that's such great editing to illustrate the point of how many key members were gone. And it's also amazing to me that 3 turned out so well without Sato's involvement. But the other thing to remember is they didn't need CG cutscenes anymore. They were able to do cutscenes in engine. So his specialty, his specialty was the animated cutscenes, like the Eddie waking up with the pistol, all those animated cutscenes. That was his specialty, and he was a fucking goat at it. But he wasn't.
To speak to that. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
You gotta finish. No, you gotta finish.
Oh, I was just gonna say he was the goat at doing that, so much so that he's now one of the highest ranking animators at Nintendo, which is basically the mecca of the industry. Like if you're an executive of any kind at Nintendo, you're hitting your head on the ceiling in the gaming industry. You can't get any higher. So that's where he's at. Right.
If you're in production.
Yeah.
I really have to speak to this because it's what I do. I'm not trying to seem sanctimonious here. I really, I apologize if I sound that way. Like, oh, I know more than you because I work in production.
No, it's
Like, I don't-
literally
I'm not
your career path, dude. You would definitely know more.
Production workflows and pipelines are bullshit. There's a reason why I think, from what I understand, Team Silent, from circa 1999 when they released the original game. 99, right?
Yep.
99, I believe.
Yeah, it's 99.
Yeah. Circa 99, Team Silent, those folks were working on projects that failed. Those projects failed, and they were interested in having meetings about pipelines, about production schedules, about meetings, about doing a horror project that would rival Resident Evil. And then after that, they had more meetings. And then these folks said, "Okay, we can do that. We'll do that." Or the powers that be who are responsible for them and their, responsibilities within their tasks within the company, put them all together and said, "Make a thing."
Yeah, that's what
And they had meetings.
that's kind of what I've heard too, is like they put them together because they were considered unruly or they didn't fit well with the other teams. So they said, "How about you guys try to work together?" That's what I've heard.
Yeah. And they tasked them with making a thing that would rival Resident Evil. We don't have a horror franchise outside of Castlevania. We're not going to release a Castlevania for some time. You do a thing. Rival Resident Evil. It's big action, boom, boom, zombie guns. We do it. Whatever. And then have a bunch of meetings about it. And then they did that. And then they did that really, really well. But I guarantee you, the entire time, it demonstrated prowess, it demonstrated proof of concept, and it demonstrated a worthiness to do other projects that they thought were more profitable and wanted to apply them to other projects. So the reason why Hiroki Owaku-san didn't go past Silent Hill 4 was probably because he was tasked with another project that was way more profitable in the eyes of Konami. The reason why Ito didn't work on another Silent Hill until now, because of his notoriety within international circles, is because he was probably tasked with doing another property. The reason why Sato didn't work on another Silent Hill 2 was because he was fucking exhausted working on Silent Hill 1 by himself, doing those goddamn CG renderings at night while everyone else was at home for 30 hours a day and not getting paid for it and not expecting credit for it until he demanded it. So he's like, "Fuck it, I'm done. Get out. I'm getting out of this shit." And then he moved on, and he's way happier now.
Yeah.
There's a reason why all of these people do what they do in terms of a process, because when a company is responsible, and art as a business structure fails. You're not an artist anymore. You are a cog in a machine that is a pipeline and a workflow. And it doesn't mean anything to anyone else except the people responsible for making the work done. Everyone else who's responsible for the up top, that's responsible for, profiting off of the proceeds, they don't give a shit about your art. They give a shit about whether or not the work is done. They don't care. And it's annoying and frustrating. You can't argue with it.
Yeah, of all the outlets to have covered this, it's actually kind of surprising X-Play did. X-Play had an exclusive interview with Sato while Silent Hill 2 was being developed, and one of the questions they asked him was about working conditions and what his biggest fear is. For both of them, he said deadlines are the biggest problem. They had people sleeping under their desks, the typical Japanese office crunch work, and they asked him what his biggest fear was, and he said, "Well, nothing in this game, it's deadlines." That was his answer. So yeah, that's just just one small window into the horrific working conditions that they were thrust into. It was crunch time all the time, deadlines, demands, tons of meetings, tons of you look at the videos, it looked like a fucking tax office. It certainly didn't look like creative work was getting done. It looked like you had cubicles and people just typing away in their own world. It looks miserable.
There's no love anymore in this industry. Not to argue that there wasn't love back then, but there probably wasn't back then either.
Yeah.
There's no love to this. It's art as a business. And let me tell you something. Art isn't a business. It's art. That's why they're two different words.
Yeah, and plus I think Silent Hill, or Team Silent as a team, I think the reason why they're still talked about in such high regard is because even though they were in those working conditions, they still managed to produce something that feels like it was created in conditions that are not what we actually saw. It feels like they were able to commit the right amount of time to do things with intention, but if you ask people like Sato and Ito, they've said multiple times that if they had more time, they would have done way more with Silent Hill 2. It turned out the way it turned out. You know, there's that whole saying about art is never finished, it's just abandoned. That's kind of what it's like.
Right.
Like, they obviously, if they could have had another year, they would have fleshed things out way more. You know, there would be nowhere near as much ambiguity, but the way it turned out, it's actually worked in its favor because it may not have been held in such high regard if they had that extra year, you know? Maybe they would have overthought things. Maybe they would have overcomplicated it. We will never know. But yeah.
Even then it wasn't well received. When it was initially released, people were kind of like, huh?
Yeah, it was. That's what's hilarious is if you guys go back and look, because the internet was well into, you know, archived and searchable things in 2001. Silent Hill 2 had a really lukewarm reception. It was not like universally loved when it came out. It was just kind of, it's okay. But the first one was a little bit scarier in my eyes. That was like the consensus amongst most influential reviewers at the time. So obviously over time that changed. But yeah, when it first came out, it just wasn't seen as that game, at least not yet.
And there isn't a loss of passion by the people who are responsible for producing this kind of work. The issue is with the production cycle. There is a production cycle within everything. There's a workflow and a pipeline. And I know you're losing viewers as I
No.
Say all this shit, but there's a workflow and a pipeline, and these structures compromise the desire to create because they're not built to facilitate creation. They're built to facilitate production. They're built to get shit done. They do things because Netflix needs something by next week. We needed to start something 3 years ago, and we're in the last leg of the pipeline to get that weekend done. That's how production pipelines work. Something you've seen recently is something that was in the process 3 years ago. That's just how all of this shit works. It's gross, but that's just kind of the way the world's always been, and we're all just kind of here. And Silent Hill was just kind of this strange, happy accident that worked because the groups of people that were responsible for it in the first place were all failing at
mega
things
talented.
that they were supposed to be expected to do.
Yeah, they were failing at the projects they were assigned to. Yeah. They were failing at the projects they were assigned to, but they were omega talented. It's just they were kind of channeling their energy in the wrong direction on the other teams. But once they were given more free reign to do something they actually gave a shit about, look at what we ended up with. So.
And then once that became profitable, the cycle begins anew.
Yep. And that's why he left. That's why, like you already explained, these two left. And what remained was kind of people who sort of knew, like Imamura was probably the most tenured person at this point. He sort of knew what was going on. Shingo Yuri does the character design, so obviously he's crucial. Tsubiyama did the monster designs, and then Yamaoka for the sound. But it's like you're missing the story writers here. You're missing Sato, you're missing Ito, you're missing Iwaku. So Silent Hill 4 was already going to be drastically different just because these three were so crucial, but especially these two. So that's why they describe this as the B team that worked on 4.
All right, I'm done.
No, you're good. You're good.
Hideyoki Iwaku and Masahiro Ito, possibly the two most important people in the series development, were done with Silent Hill after number 3. Furin, an administrator from SilentHill5.net forums, had an email correspondence with Masahiro Ito, who stated, "My real intention is Silent Hill is over." This statement is backed up by his decision to leave the company and work independently as a freelance artist from his own studio, as shown on his personal...
Oh, I thought my camera would be covering that. But yeah, it says, "Now I work in my home studio as an illustrator and designer."
website.
And Konami
Despite
came
all-
up to his home with a butt-fuck ton of money in a
Yep.
truck and said, "You mind helping us market Silent Hill 2 remake? And he said, yeah, all right.
Yep, and he said he's not involved in F, so we can assume his experience with 2 remake was not the best, because when people have asked him like, hey, will you work on another project, he has kind of definitively said no. So although he probably got a decent payday, you guys got to understand, like, this motherfucker is sick of Silent Hill. This is something he worked on 20 fucking years ago. He's done with it. He's very clearly over it. He has said that he appreciates that people are still looking into the game so deeply and they enjoy them and stuff, but he is fucking over it. He wants to work on new things and new projects, and he doesn't want to be, shoehorned into that corner.
Artist. I don't get, like, people don't get this shit.
Yeah.
When you're an artist, your art ends when you start another project with your art. The art that you did is done. Maybe you don't, like you said, it's not, the art isn't, whether or not it's finished, it's abandoned. You leave it alone.
You hit the deadline. You could work on a game for 10 years. You could work on anything art related for 10 years, but the deadline almost in a way is what makes it the final product. But he is fucking over it with Bennett. Oh my God. Yeah, it's
when it's AAA B bullshit, like it's all about just getting the work out enough for whoever's responsible to just check it off on the box. When you do a meeting and you say, oh, the thing is passed on, I passed it over to the supervisor of my supervisor, and they greenlit it. Okay, so then it's out of my hands. I'm done. It has nothing to do with me anymore. That's art as a business. A supervisor greenlit it. Therefore, everything that I've done has already been approved. So I don't need to do anything anymore regarding that aspect of it. I'm on to something else.
And Twin Perfect does cover kind of what we're talking about in depth with their HD collection review toward the end, so I don't want to say too much, but that's part of the reason why people fucking hate George Lucas, is because he, as the creator of it, essentially took control and said that the way that it originally came out is not good enough. I'm going to modify it with fucked up CGI and just tell you that that's how it was supposed to be the whole time. And he doesn't respect the fact that the budgetary limitations, the time limitations they had created what people liked. He doesn't understand that. He's just like, well, that's not what I wanted it to look like. So yeah, there's a lot of things to kind of drill into with that.
And then but see, like that's another argument too. Oh God, I'm getting passionate. There's a problem with George Lucas. Not because it's a problem with George Lucas, but it's a problem with the studio that he's associated with. But at the time, he was producing a project that he wanted to make toys out of because he wanted to make money. And the people responsible for the production designer, the set designer, the costume designer, the matte artist, like there's a group of people who all said, George, we did this thing. Leave it alone. Stop fucking with it. And George is like, no, we have to do more. We have to expand on it.
Yeah,
and
biggest
it's like, no, George, it's fine as it is.
The biggest controversy with all of Star Wars is that they have never ever released the original theatrical versions in anything better than fucked up aspect ratio VHS. So if you pop an original theatrical release VHS into your TV, into a VCR, and it upscales it, the TV doesn't even know to zoom in correctly because it's a full screen version. It's not even the fucking widescreen. So when the widescreen version finally came out, they did special edition, which had the fucked up CGI that nobody wanted. So they have just kept on re-releasing the CGI fucked up version, and it has pissed fans off to no end. Every Blu-ray's been this, every DVD has been this, and they will never just give people the original theatrical versions in 4K. They have the masters. They've got transfers all over the place that they could do this with, but they won't do it because somebody higher up said, no, this is what George Lucas wanted, so we're not going to do that for people. They would probably make $1 billion fucking dollars if they ever did it, though. Let's be honest.
Disney probably doesn't know that they have it, and they don't care because it's not about art.
Yeah. It's about what's the next way that we can shit out another, well, thankfully they're done with like the Reylo sequels, as they call them. But Yeah, they're done with that. But you know, what's the next theme
Come back
park?
for another one. Are they gonna do like a side story, just about her?
I don't know. Nowadays, it's like, what's the next random offshoot TV show we can produce that nobody asked for? That's what they do now. Or what's the next amusement park fucking themed ride that we can make?
Look, I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan. I'll argue that. Like, I'm not a big. You know, I have. You know, like I have the action figures in my closet or something or anything like that. But my uncle was. He collected the comics, collected the movies. He had the VHSs, the CBS VHSs. He had them. We saw Phantom Menace together. He took me to see the Phantom Menace when it came out. And I remember when we came out of that theater and we sat in his car. And the way he sat and looked at his steering wheel with this state of forlorn that I could not express to you verbally.
He fucked it up, and George Lucas bulldozed it because he wanted... Like, one of the biggest fucking problems with that movie, again, was unnecessary CGI. He's, like, forcing these awfully... Like, they haven't even aged well.
Forcing.
Yeah, they didn't even age well, but he was like forcing them to introduce these awful looking CGI effects. He wanted, one of the biggest things he wanted was an entire CGI character, which turned into fucking Jar Jar Binks. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, and it puts people, I don't even know how we got, I think I was the one who brought up Star Wars, so you can blame me for this, but it's hilarious because they're stuck in this irony of, we can't tell him no, because he did create it. So it really is his vision. So we can't say, no, this is wrong, but we fucking hate it.
True. Okay. I feel like this is the argument here. Is like, we were talking about artistry, right? Artistry in a world where business circumvents artistry.
Yeah.
But when Lucas has complete carte blanche to do whatever the fuck he wants, this is what he ends up making.
Yes. Disasters can happen. So it's like both sides. Like, if you
both sides have a problem.
Yes, if you prioritize production too much, it becomes a problem. If you let some idiot do whatever the fuck he wants to do, then it can also become a problem. There's a point in Phantom Menace where it's like flat CGI grass field and it looks awful. There's many points. If you freeze frame the movie and go frame by frame, half that movie looks like shit.
The team that was responsible for the pod racing, though, they actually, I'm very impressed with what they did.
Dude, there was an N64 game about pod racing too. That was fucking awesome.
Oh yeah. I had it. I rented it from Blockbuster.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome. But that was about it. I thought
I remember that.
Yeah, I thought it was cool as a kid, but it's like, man, how the fuck did they do this? Like, they basically were given a blank check. I think Industrial Light and Magic was the company that did it, who really became famous off their work.
I think it was just like a LucasArts, like a game. I think it was, they were gonna fucking print money. Dude.
Yeah.
It's not about critical reception. It's about how much goddamn money the damn thing made. The thing made money. It made stupid money. Stupid money.
Yeah, because I think as far as Star Wars was concerned, didn't Last Jedi come out in like 1983 or something? So like it had basically been dead.
Yeah, the original?
Yeah. Or not Last
79.
Jedi. Return of the Jedi came out in like 83.
Return of the Jedi came out in 83, yeah, probably.
Yeah, so it was like 16 years that nothing had been released. And it's kind of funny because after the Hayden Christensen nonsense with Revenge of the Sith, like it was an entire 10 years before the next movie came out. So I remember that being a big deal too, but anyways. But it's true, you know, if you focus too much on the production side, if you focus too much on deadlines, the art suffers. If you let someone who's very irresponsible, despite whether or not they're the creator, or someone who just completely disregards the people who put him in the position that he's at now, he just completely disregards their opinion and says, I know best, and makes awful decisions, you can also end up with a disaster. So whether it's production or whether it's artistry, a disaster can happen if there's not a solid balance between the two.
Everything in moderation.
Yes.
Everything with balance.
Yeah.
It's
what George Lucas needed.
I'm gonna leave my thoughts here, but like the argument is that if you leave one side too if you leave one side to be left to their own devices for too long, they're bound to be subsumed by their own ego.
Yeah.
So the business end has to be all about the numbers, and the artistry side has to do all about the work. And if you let an artist be left to their own devices long enough, they're going to look like a sociopath. or because you walk into the room and say, "Hey, how's the work going?" and their walls are going to be strewn up with storyboards,
jars of piss everywhere, Howard Hughes style. Yes.
Exactly.
Long nails or whatever.
I'm paying you to do art. I didn't mean like this.
Yeah. And that's true as well. It's like what George Lucas really needed was just one person. But the problem is he has such a massive ego because of the success of Star Wars. If he just had one person to say, "Hey, too much. What you did was enough. Stop making changes. Please, you're pissing people off unnecessarily. Please stop doing this." But he won't listen to anybody.
This is after that, all of the commercial success was enough for someone to boost their ego and say, "Oh,
I guess I do know best." You know, it's like, you know, the analogy I like to use. It's like he was pissing on the floor and everybody was mad at him and nobody cared. But then all of a sudden he was given $1 billion for pissing on the floor. So now he thinks that, wow, well, I guess the way I pissed on the floor was the best. Damn, I must be goated. Everybody loves the way I piss on the floor, so I'm just going to continue doing it however I want to do.
You've called my piss rain. I'm going to continue thinking that my piss is rain.
Yeah. So yeah.
I am fertilizing the soil. You know, like it's disturbed to go that route, but in all honesty, that's really where it goes. Everything in moderation. All right, I'm done. I'm done talking.
That's 100% true. But, you know, this is the end of the Silent Hill 3 part, and we're getting into the relevant one for this conversation, which is 4. So let's finish this up and we'll move on.
Let's do it.
Funny enough, Twin Perfect actually got a lot of information in their original Silent Hill 4 one wrong, and they amended it later. But we'll get to that part eventually.
Platforms on September 7th, 2004.
End of Part 3.
All right.
To continue, please insert the tape marked The Real Silent Hill.
Yeah, I forgot they actually did kind of a supplementary explanation before they went into Part 5A, which was about Alessa.
Okay. We realize that some of you may be confused after seeing the previous sections about certain points that we make, specifically where we talk about the...
Dude, you know what I love is I can tell this is like 480p camcorder quality. I think I might know the exact like brand. It was a red camcorder that they're using for this. The quote System of a Down.
Are you serious?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is 480p camcorder quality, dude. Fudge Me said, to quote System of a Down, George Lucas was of the belief that my shit stinks much better than yours. Of course, he had the money and he had all the executives in his ear telling him this. Of course he felt like that.
He had Spielberg's approval.
Yeah, and don't forget, he has made more money from toy and merchandise sales than any of the movies ever grossed, box office wise. Yep. So he not only had Hollywood executives in his ear, he had fucking Lego, and he had, you know, Mattel Electronics and whatever other toy manufacturer out there telling him he was the greatest person in the world. Of course he's going to make stupid decisions. He's got the biggest ego in the fucking universe.
How much did he sell Lucasfilm for to Disney? What was it, 200 billion?
It was an absurd amount. He sold Lucasfilm to Disney for more than Activision bought Bethesda for. And I think, Activision... Microsoft acquiring Activision, which was like a $60 billion transaction. Star Wars was worth over double that. So just to put that in perspective.
Stupid fuck you money.
Yes.
Like,
probably.
You never have to do anything ever again if you ever wanted to.
Yes, he probably personally made upwards of $80 billion from the sale. That's the type of absurd fucking money amounts we're talking about here. So yeah.
Circumstances surrounding Alessa's impregnation ritual, and the actions taken by her as a result. Fuge here.
Oh hey, it's the first episode where he had the butler get up.
Gonna help me explain. The general belief is that the cult burned Alessa as a sacrifice in the ritual to impregnate her with the demon. Of course, this didn't work because of the splitting of Alessa's soul, and so Alessa was tortured by a nightmare for 7 years. Alessa then decided to take revenge for being burned and nightmared, and so projected
the other world
onto the town. Right?
Wrong.
The other world.
If you go by what you learn in just the first game, there are many pieces of evidence to support that the fire was an accident. The most pertinent example would be a memo that is not available in either the North American or Japanese releases of the game.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Ah, this is what you were talking about. Yeah. Okay.
The memo was either inserted later or a faulty piece of code was fixed to enable it for the European release, which would indicate the importance of the memo. Otherwise, why bother?
The memo talks about an investigation of the Gillespie house after the fire, which revealed the cause to be the malfunction of the boiler in the basement. This, in conjunction with the Manifestation of Delusions article, which makes special mention of poltergeists, suggests that the fear and stress Alessa experienced during the ritual caused the boiler to explode. The memo also talks about how the fire got out of control and burned down 5 other houses. This alone is enough to indicate that the fire was an accident.
Bro looks like a me. You're not wrong, dude. He has like the generic me style one haircut.
But also, so wicked cool psychic powers, right? That's what we can chalk this all up to.
Yeah,
Wicked cool psychic
essentially this part I think was lifted from The Shining. The boiler explosion, you know, The Shining, that psychic ability working very similar to Alessa's abilities. Yes.
Silent Hill 3 contradicts this one time in Harry's notebook when Harry mentions a young woman burned by her mother as a sacrifice to God. The problem with this statement is that Harry wasn't at the ritual, was he? He knows as much about it as we do. A plausible explanation would be that Harry is going off of what Dahlia told him.
Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice.
Dahlia's the one who said it. Said that girl was a demon. That she took my daughter for a sacrifice.
I want to actually say this. I know I'm kind of pulling the veil over what we're talking about in the YouTube video that we're working on, but like, one thing that I noticed a lot about both 1 and 3 is that deception is a consistent motif.
Yeah, 100%.
It's all about deceiving someone else to perform an act in order to benefit the person who's telling them the lie.
Yeah, so obviously deception is very strongly taught in the cult because both Dahlia and Claudia do it frequently. So they're clearly taught, you know, the powers of deception, how to do it, you know, methods. That's got to be a big part of their teachings. Because higher ranking members do it a lot.
I mean, why are people still Scientologists if they don't get to
or chiropractors?
You don't get to OT8. What are you doing with your life, man?
Yep. According to the video I watched a while back, chiropractors are fake as hell too. But we'll have that conversation later.
We'll have a conversation later.
So hearing the word sacrifice, he makes the assumption, like so many others, that the sacrifice is a ritual sacrifice that involves flames.
This word is used over and over in both Silent Hill 1 and 3, but what it really means is a sacrifice of self, the same way Leonard uses it.
It's God's decision that I fight. As a
By the way, if you guys didn't know, this is part of a track on the Silent Hill 3 soundtrack called Sun, where she reads, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn reads a lot of the cult teachings and a lot of the chronology of the god worshipping and everything. So that's where they're getting this audio.
Knight of honor. As a protector of the seal, I sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals.
They go out of their way to use every
from 3
possible
too,
meaning
actually,
of
wasn't
that
it?
word.
Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land.
A man offered a serpent to the sun and prayed for salvation.
Yeah,
a
this
woman
is from 3.
offered
This
a
is from
reed
3.
to the sun and asked for joy.
Sacrifices were made. Those are my sins.
A woman named Dahlia. She tried to summon the ancient god of the town. She offered up her very own daughter. But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice.
That last one is of particular note. Heather has been chosen as the sacrifice, but at any time during the game does Claudia attempt to burn Heather.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Even at the end, if her plan finally succeeds...
Wait a minute. Wait, go back?
But at any time during the game, does Claudia attempt to burn Heather?
No, because Heather... Don't make me get the guitar out. Cause she's got a damn god baby in her fucking belly. She can't. You can't sacrifice. You can't sacrifice Heather. She's got a baby in her.
Yeah. So so he's saying like a lot of people have this misconception, and that's part of the reason why it's kind of interesting. Like they would include Harry Mason not knowing what it means, but that's continuity, and it makes perfect sense. He would not know what the fuck sacrifice is. But he's going to assume, like Dahlia said, that it was fire, but he doesn't know. He knows as much about it as we do. So they actually make some really strong points in this video.
But I'd also argue that we're using sacrifice incorrectly. Sacrifice has two contextual points, doesn't it? Sacrifice being a ritual sacrifice, but also a sacrifice of self, right?
Yeah.
So Harry sacrificed himself to save the one he loves.
True, but I don't think he knew that he would be targeted afterward. But maybe he did know that. Maybe that's why he left so much information to her. Maybe he knew that eventually they would track him down.
He literally gave her a fucking necklace saying, "Yo, just in case, bro."
Yeah. I think he knew that someone might potentially target him in the future, and that's why. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't really know if they ever really expand on that, but it does make sense because the notebook that he leaves for her, or that he was holding, he kind of had a hint that like, I may not survive what I did. So he probably knew that there might be some surviving members of the cult that would track him down. I just don't know if there's ever anything definitive.
Harry kind of knew, like, even back then, that he had reservations about raising this kid.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't even entirely sure if he wanted to raise this kid. He's like, maybe I should kill this kid. But he didn't. Harry had, like any human being would, reservations about being responsible for this for this thing that he doesn't understand entirely. But instead of killing it, because Harry is the best dad that you wish was your dad forever, all times, forever, in all days, your dad could act like he could beat up my dad, but he couldn't because my dad's Harry Mason. That dad, he decided to not kill the child and raise the child again by himself.
And that also shatters the Western illusion of you can only go to Silent Hill if you've done bad things, considering the fact that the foundational main character is like one of the most morally correct people that's ever been in all Silent Hill. So that's complete nonsense bullshit at the same time.
I'ma shut up.
No, not what you're saying. I'm saying like the people that claim you can only go to Silent Hill if you did something bad. It's just bullshit.
No. I know what you mean, but I'm like, I go on. I prattle on and on. And I apologize.
We all prattle, dude. It's good. That's the whole point. I mean, we would be almost done with like the first 10 episodes had we not.
Have we not been ourselves?
Exactly, dude. And he makes a good point here, which is like, yeah, Claudia never tries to burn her. So this whole idea that it was like revenge because they tried to set her on fire is just a lie. It's not true. Well, it's not a lie. It's a misconception.
Succeeds, Heather begins giving birth to the demon without any kind of incendiary stimulation. When Heather takes the Aglaophatus and disgorges the fetus, Claudia takes it into her own body, at which point Valtiel shows up to take her. She is sacrificing herself for the sake of the demon, in the same way Dahlia sacrifices her daughter, who dies shortly after the demon's birth. So,
kind of dumb they killed off Harry. Like, him dying isn't the bad part, but it's just glossed over and not given proper time. Well, I think it's crucial to Heather's plot line because it shows that she's kind of forced to grow up a little bit faster. She's not quite 18, maybe not ready to like support herself and move out yet, but it kind of represents the sort of adolescence / puberty aspect of the game, where it's like by the end she's basically forced to become an adult, whether she's ready for that or not. And I think that's part of it, not having a father figure anymore, but not having an actual father anymore, because she does still have one with Douglas at the end. But yeah, I think that's probably why they did it so unexpectedly, maybe, or he wasn't actually featured in the game.
Oh wait.
I was waiting in case you were gonna say something, but I'm good.
No. I don't disagree.
Yeah. I keep seeing bro looks like a me. It's gonna be in my head all day now.
We maintain that Dahlia sacrificed her daughter in order to birth the demon god. But during the impregnation ritual, things got crazy and out of hand when Alessa's heightened stress level caused the boiler explosion and subsequent raising of half the neighborhood. After which Alessa was rushed to the hospital to be put on medical and magical life support until the other half of her soul could be returned. We do not think it likely that the ritual itself would leave its subject in a state that would require external medical or magical influence just to keep them alive. But whether the fire was purposeful or accidental matters little. It is Alessa's response to the situation that is most misunderstood.
The notion that Alessa wants revenge for being tortured is unfounded because Alessa does not spread the nightmare intentionally.
This is very much the movie. Is this the new Sabrina Carpenter, the latest area in industry plant? Well, you said that in Futures chat, to be fair, but yeah, that one was rent-free in my head for a while too. This thing that he's talking about right now, this comes from the movie. This idea that she wanted revenge is a complete movie bullshit subplot, but it has no basis in reality. Yeah.
Absolutely not. Alessa is not a malevolent being. She is just a pawn in Dahlia's plot to birth a god. Alessa didn't do anything bad. She's just a girl with wicked cool psychic powers and just happened to be Dahlia's daughter. It's not her fault. None of it is her fault.
Yeah. And if she was malevolent like that and had the ability to spread the nightmare, why would she be using the Seal of Metatron at all to try to stop it? It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Because she's been deceived by her mom. It's just Silent Hill is just wrapped up in deception. Like that's the whole fucking thing.
Like if she wanted revenge, she could just use her powers to harm Dahlia. Like it doesn't make any sense. She doesn't need to. None of her actions in the first game make sense if she wants revenge.
Her mom because she wants to. She loves mom. Mom, that's my mom. That's my mom. You don't call your mom. It's Mother's Day. Call your mom. Call your mom.
It's after midnight. Oh no, it's not quite yet. It's Mother's Day for you, not quite for me yet. I have another 12 minutes. But yes.
Okay. I called my mom before I went into the shower, so I'm good.
No basis in reality. You're telling me Silent Hill's not real? Oh my, this is. You know what? I'm just so riled. I can't even have this conversation right now. I'm so riled already.
Being performed,
we get so passionate in here.
To say that it's not real is to deny my truth, and we will be having a conversation. And as a matter of fact, add me on Discord, and we'll discuss this at a later time. That's what we'll do, Fudge Me. Add me on Discord, and we'll discuss this later. Obviously, I'm joking. JK.
To prevent its success.
Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
Are you trying to say it won't work?
No, these are just stalling tactics. You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell.
When Cheryl returned to Silent Hill, she became the mental projection of the original Alessa. This mental projection allowed Alessa's nightmare to seep into reality completely by accident, as stated in the Manifestation of Delusions article. Seeing that the cult's plans would succeed if Dahlia captured her soul's other half, Alessa began to spread the Seal of Metatron as a last-ditch effort to seal off the town and herself from reality. She would sacrifice herself to be condemned to the nightmare forever to keep the demon from entering the mortal world.
Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard.
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael.
And let me be honest, people like Devin Shatsky, I get it. It is confusing, but it's not that difficult to dig a little deeper into what's happening and do some research. To sit there and say, I had no idea what was happening. I was like, oh my God, is it really over? Like, how dense do you have to be to not at least, like, if you didn't want to look into things a little bit deeper, why work on the series? It just makes no sense why somebody like that would be chosen.
if you weren't willing to do the work, why sign on to do the work?
Yeah, exactly. It just makes no sense. So I mean, Konami made some fucking brain dead decisions, and him being hired was one of them. I'm sure he's a competent guy with his role within certain companies, but for this series specifically, awful choice.
You wouldn't be a competent guy if your last name was Shatsky.
Yeah,
Like,
that is such an unfortunate
you have
last
to
name,
work
dude.
for your credit.
Shatsky. God, what a name.
Completed, all is lost. I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metatron was being used. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught.
There's plenty of evidence in Silent Hill 3 that shows that Alessa was not an evil, vengeful fiend bent on the town's destruction. She was a good person, engaging in an act of self-sacrifice to save mankind, including you.
But I just can't think of her as a demon. Is it my imagination? Or do I actually feel sorry for her? Why do I feel like she's looking for someone to help? 7 years passed before that half-a-girl returned to Silent Hill and made Alessa whole again. Newly strengthened, she vowed to kill God. The newly born God wailed once and was dead. All from that girl's, and probably Alessa's conscious resistance.
That child, that demon.
What's up, Kendo?
Yo, Ken!
When I think of
Man,
the
Man just comes in with the sound effect as per the usual.
endless pain it will bring when it is birthed, I decided that instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death on myself.
Of course, the cult doesn't want their followers to know this, so they blame the attempted sealing on Harry, Sybil, and Kaufman.
Do you know about what happened?
Yep, a group of pagans, I believe, she says. But yeah.
17 years ago. You've been here a long time. You must have heard some details.
A group of pagans, blinded by earthly desires, spit in the very face of God. They tried to use the seal of Metatron.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
God's awakening, but God drove the unbelievers away and threw them into the abyss. But due to their wickedness, God was unable to be born properly.
Which makes it quite a bit more believable that the cult would try to take credit for the horrible accident that burned down half the town by saying it was a part of the ritual. Bang!
End of.
Yeah, so that basically destroys the movie theory, which is that she was this evil person hell-bent on revenge and like partnered with the demon to make all this happen. That's just not true.
Or she's the devil.
Right. Yeah, and like the fucking Rose character asks her like, what's your name? She's like, I have many names. Like, oh my God, could you possibly be more fucking obvious with what you're trying to say? Just flat out say, I am Beelzebub or whatever the fuck you want to say there. Like, it's clear what you're implying. It's the same deal with The Exorcist when, you know, by the way, I recently read that and it's not even Pazuzu in the book. It's Owanmai. But anyways, I digress. So Silent Hill 4.
I didn't even know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And they don't even mention the demon by name in the first one. They mention Pazuzu in the second.
Yeah. And so everybody just kind of ran with that. But in the book, it's Owanmai, the demon. Anyways, so yeah, this first part of Silent Hill 4 is kind of interesting because they actually get some things wrong. Like the nightmare, they say something about being born into it, which is not true. But they rectified that.
Because it seems like it's simulated that you're born into the world when because it looks like a hole when you're crawling through the hole in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they rectified that in a much later episode. So we'll take a look at that later on.
Before we get
If
into
I
Silent
may,
Hill 4,
I'd like to relieve myself in the restroom. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
possible? Okay. I shall take my leave. I will return in mere moments.
Yeah. Oh, and we get Clawfinger, of course. Classic Silent Hill 1 track right here. Yeah, to be honest with you, Silent Hill 4 is the only game I'm not sick of. It's It's been tough for me to admit it, but I've just replayed 1 through 3 so many times over the years that I'm just a little bit burnt out on them. So that's why I'm taking such a break. If anybody was wondering why I haven't been playing games lately, that's part of the reason. But I'm having a lot of fun doing other types of content. Like, just because we're not playing games doesn't mean we can't be alive. I especially have enjoyed the Nightmare Fuel videos lately, like the Disturbing Game Iceberg and the Disturbing Movie Icebergs were fucking awesome videos. So, you know, and also Homecoming, Downpour, you know, the shitty Silent Hills, those are fun to play, but a few times, and then they start to get really, really old. So, yeah. Also, it sucks that I had to kill the YouTube stream today. It just wouldn't work properly. It was causing an encoding overload. Because I was streaming on YouTube while also streaming on Twitch while also screen sharing. Like it was just not gonna work. So it was fucking really annoying. It's only one PC. It can't handle all that shit. Even if it was a high tier PC, it just can't handle all that encoding. But I can definitely highly recommend SyncTube after this stream. This shit's really cool. Basically, it doesn't matter how far away you are from certain people. Oh shit, dude, oh, I see. Oh, this person's actually drawing me. That's fucking awesome. I just caught that in the art and food section. I need to also add the role.
Drawing you?
Yeah, it's I believe someone who is friends with Stoned was talking about drawing on a graphics tablet earlier, and we were just kind of talking about how I couldn't do that, and then they posted in the art and food section them drawing me, which is fucking really cool.
Oh, it's pronounced Stoned. Oh my god, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Stoned.
Yeah, so. Hey, to be fair, Dr. Red is not even his real name. It was originally Dread X. That was all. Yeah, the names are squelched for me because I have streamer mode on, but I kind of figured because the signature of Walter is on the headphones on that drawing. But that's really cool. You got some fucking talented artists in this community, man. Seriously.
Post it. I want to see.
Oh, it's in the art and food section in my Discord.
All right.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at, we're finally learning to be a competent streamer. I need some water. Holy shit.
Fucking excellent. That is excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying, man. It's okay. Everyone fucks up my name till I correct them. You know, there was this girl, this Australian girl who used to come in, and her name was Slut Sandwich. But to be fair, the U was a V. It was SLVT Sandwich. So I would say that until eventually she's like, you realize it's Slut Sandwich, right? I felt like such a dummy.
Well, I mean, you want to be sure. It's always just about just being sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, whenever I see somebody new in the community, I'm just like, what do you want me to call you? And then we kind of go with that. But originally, Dr. Red's name was Dread X, and I called him Dr. Red, and over time, I just kept calling him that enough that he's made that like his entire brand, which I think is really cool. It all came from a mispronunciation of a dumbass, you know, for lack of a better word. A Dumas, actually. That's the French word, but I don't need to bust out those linguistics.
There it is. Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
It's not that serious. Anyway, the video. Oh god, I pressed it twice.
To what we were doing.
Sewer slut? Oh no.
Or we have to address a big fat misnomer that is annoying us.
Oh yeah, I talk about this all the time, and you guys tell me I'm a big nerd for saying it, but this is very true what they're about to talk about here. This is about the cult not actually being called the Order. It's very important.
Before we get into Silent Hill 4, we have to address a big fat misnomer that is annoying us to no end. With Silent Hill 3 came a brand new nickname for the cult. In room S1 of the 3rd floor of Brookhaven Hospital, there is an article which refers to Silent Hill's cult as...
Wait, did they separate the Alessa's sacrifice bit for the sake of one video, but then add it to the Silent Hill 4 video?
Yeah,
already an addendum?
Yeah, they made the Alessa video as part 4, and then Silent Hill 4 is part 5A. Yeah.
I say.
That was the release order.
To call them that.
Okay.
Naming the cult implies that someone other than its members knows about it. This is exactly why they were unnamed in Silent Hill 1 and 2. It gives the cult an air of mystery. Nevertheless, the memo reads, "The cult religion that operates Hope House is known by the locals simply as
the Order."
In the original Japanese written by Hiroyuki Owaku, the memo reads, "Kibo no ie wo unei suru shin no dan
By the way, you can probably laugh at how layman his Japanese is here.
de aru kono karuto shukyo wa rokuji no namae wo naku jimoto de wa tada kyodan to yobarete iru." This sentence is really translated. Hope House is really a religious cult which is run by a group that does not have its own name, but is simply called Kyodan, or the cult.
Isn't that so much more interesting?
You know that, right?
What is it?
You know we watched this bit already, right?
We watched this part already?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, the Alessa sacrifice bit from Silent Hill 4, but part 5A, they made into a supplementary separate video. This bit we've already watched.
No, we haven't seen this exact part yet.
Yes, we have.
Tonight?
We just watched it. Before I went to the bathroom, we watched this.
You're watching the real Silent Hill experience part 5A Silent Hill 4 right now?
Yes.
Oh, we didn't watch this exact part. No. We didn't watch this exact part.
Okay.
We were watching here. I'll show. We were watching.
No. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We were watching this episode here, which is just called part 4. Of course, it's not going to be here anymore because the playlist changed. Got TikTok brain. No, dude, we did not watch this part. I'm not going crazy, I promise you. Because he said, before we get into Silent Hill 4, we have to address a big fat misnomer that's been annoying us to no end. So,
which was the primer to the last video, which was called Alessa Sacrifice, which was a supplementary video, which is this video is built from. Right?
This is what we just watched. TRSHE Part 4 Alessa Sacrifice.
We realize that some of you may be confused
unless I need to
previous
just
sections about
refresh
certain
my
points
browser,
that we make, specifically where we talk about the circumstances
watching what you're
surrounding
watching.
Alessa's.
Yeah, like this whole episode they did was specifically about the sacrifice. They didn't mention anything about the cult.
Oh wait, okay. Wait, what? Okay, so I had to refresh then. So something was wrong. Something was wrong on my end. Then
So you did watch this part already? I'm very confused. SyncTube failed us, dude. Because I certainly didn't watch this part.
Before we get into Silent Hill 4, we have to address a big fat misnomer that is annoying us to no end. With Silent Hill 3 came a brand new nickname for the cult. In room S1 of the third floor of Brookhaven Hospital, there's an article which refers to Silent Hill's cult as
the Order.
We refuse. This sentence is really translated. Hope House is really a religious cult which is run by a group that does not have its own name, but is simply called Kyodan, or the cult. So when Jeremy Blaustein translated his sentence, when localizing the game, Kyodan, the cult, became
the Order.
This is because Mr. Blaustein sees Kyodan as a semi-official title, and so must be translated as such, when in reality, Kyodan is just the word cult. This name was...
What's up, Gummy? Gummy number 1. I mean, factual statements only here. We give the shout out. Of course, we're watching Silent Hill related content, because why wouldn't we be? Appreciate that, She.
It's a stamp stream. Of course we're talking about Silent Hill.
Yep.
And
What's
you let me
new?
be on it, buddy.
So we're sitting here, we're watching what's called the Real Silent Hill Experience, which is a long-standing, appreciate that, Gummy, which is a long-standing series that kind of examined Silent Hill more closely all the way back from 2010. So just so you guys know what's going on. What's up, Drusuf? What's up, She? What's up, The Shadow Chef? What's up, Waddles? That's a very familiar name. Cassette Quest is a very familiar name. But yeah, how was your stream? You were playing Bloodborne again? The best a top 2 FromSoft game. Yeah, I said it, and I meant it. Sekiro and Bloodborne are number 1, number 2. Your opinion about which is best, you can have that opinion, but in my opinion, Bloodborne is number 1.
Carried over to Silent Hill 4 in the memo Joseph's Article, which is a direct copy of the Silent Hill 3 article with the word wish substituted for hope. This further cemented Blaustein's translation as the official name, much to our frustration. In any case, it doesn't...
What's up, Salted Princess? These names. By the way, Gummy, yeah, I meant to ask, like, how has everything been going? Because I know we haven't talked in like Discord or anything. You have now beat another boss, but how's everything going? Like, you know, with streaming? Because I know you were thinking about doing it kind of more closely to full time. How's that been going? Second, Bloodborne number 1. I want it on PC. Sony will never give it to us, man. Sony will never do it. You only bring in the best.
Me, right?
Oh, just anybody. I don't think Sony will ever give us Bloodborne on PC, dude. We got to take matters into our own hands. We got to run PS4 emulators and fucking interpolate it or force it to run at 60 FPS. A bunch of weird shit just to do it. But it is what it is. But anyways, we've made it to part 5A in this series. It has a lot of parts, but now they're talking about the in-depth on Silent Hill 4, which I'm sure most of you guys have already seen me play. Still running it full-time to stick to commissions as well. It's been good. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I know it's always a little bit freaky to try to go full-time in something that you used to just do as a hobby, but that's awesome. And I've seen, like, your viewership is doing awesome, so always happy to see that. Now, one problem I have, and I'm going to criticize you right now, is you're not playing enough Silent Hill. Yeah, I said it. I apologize.
Point at you directly, Gummy.
Yeah, I'm going to point at you directly, but I'm going to say that I'm joking. That way nobody gets mad.
Nickname came about. We're going with the original Japanese and leaving them unnamed as was intended. Whoa.
Are you in there, Henry? This is the superintendent. Is anybody home?
The story of the room is about Walter Sullivan, a serial killer we learned about in Silent Hill 2. Walter was an accident born in apartment 302 of the South Asheville
Oh my god, he just said it. He just said Walter was an accident. Holy shit, roasted.
Heights apartment building in South Asheville.
Oh, shut the hell up. You can't blame it all on me. Little crybaby. I told you we shouldn't have a baby, didn't I?
His parents abandoned him and the super...
Stamp being Soylent Shill.
Had to put Walter in.
We can admit to just the fact that that's just a reference to Eraserhead, isn't it?
Yeah, no, 100%. It is. My shit fucked up, but now I'm back. Oh, I was openly criticizing you for not playing enough Silent Hill. Because apparently that's my brand, okay? Because apparently I'm the #1 shill for this video game franchise. I have to get everybody else to play it. Walter was an accident. Jesse, we need to cook. Oh my god, dude. What a reference you just made. What a reference.
To an orphanage.
But yes, Silent Hill 4 is very David Lynch inspired, and so this whole accidental birth scenario you could definitely say is a pseudo Eraserhead reference. One day you will be getting around to it. One day, if you do, hit me up because I will get you the methods to acquire such games. I will do it. Don't think I won't, because I will. That's not a threat. That's a promise.
The orphanage Walter ended up in is Hope Wish House, where Silent Hill's cult members kidnap children and brainwash them into believing the cult's teachings. Walter was told by Dahlia Gillespie during one of her visits to Wish Hope House that his mother is in the apartment where he was born. She tricked him into believing that performing the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother would allow him to see his mother, when actually the ritual would bring about the rebirth of the Holy Mother.
October 16th. Some important people came today. One of them, it's cut off. I can't read anymore. October 17th. The important lady told me my mother was asleep in Ashfield. I have a mother too. I'm so happy. I want to see my mother. Where is Ashfield anyway?
Oh, RE7. RE7 is another goated game. That's one of my all-time favorites. Because of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the Blair Witch and the Evil Dead references, it's just a fucking awesome game. So if you haven't played it, I won't say anything about it, but it's a good one. It's a good one. As a true, see, you're kind of from the South. You also get it as a fellow Southern person. It's a good one.
October 21st. Sunday is the day I leave the round cell to read the book. I read very well today. If I can do a good job reading the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother, I can meet my mother. The important lady told me that, but tomorrow I'm going to the round cell again.
This seems to be another way to summon God, but if so, why would Dahlia tell...
By the way, this haircut on Fungo is just questionable. You've played that one, but my only Resident Evil. Oh, you have a whole lot of stuff to explore then. Damn. Yeah, you got a lot of stuff to explore.
Walter this if she's already taking care of that plan with her own daughter?
Maybe she wanted a backup plan.
Why would she need a backup plan if the Alessa plan was airtight?
The 21 Sacraments involves killing 21 people who each represent something, separating them from their bodies, including Walter, which is how he's able to continue on after killing himself. The ritual also turns the apartment in question into a nightmare world of Walter's subconscious. Henry Townsend, the current resident of the apartment, wakes one day to find himself trapped, the door chained up from the inside. He is able to observe the outside world, but cannot interact or escape.
Help me! Help! Let me out of here!
God, all this gameplay footage was captured with the absolutely fucking ancient PC port that was terrible. God, the PC port of this originally was god awful. Thank God GOG came around and fixed all of it. The cutscenes played at 30 FPS, or they played at 15 FPS. Most of the hauntings were missing. It just had a lot of issues with pop-in. Audio was fucked up. It was a terrible port.
That's fair. I do have a genuine question to ask in this instance. Not so much about the mechanics, but just about the narrative. Why did Walter feel the need to chain Henry up in the room?
Probably because he was the final. He's the receiver of wisdom, and so he needed to make sure that he didn't go anywhere. Or he needed to make sure that he didn't die before the end, because he was the last person in the ritual. You have to save the receiver of wisdom for the end. And when that memo comes up that says who represents wisdom, it's Henry. So he basically had to protect him from the rest of the nightmare world until it was time for him, for his place in the ritual.
But then why didn't he do the same thing with Joseph?
Joseph Schreiber? I mean, he was despair. He was killed at the time that he was meant to be in the ritual. I don't think...
He didn't chain him up.
No, but when you do examine the door in the prologue, it says the door's shut for good. Like, there's just no door there. It's like basically missing, you know? So you can't open it. So he just trapped them both in different ways, it seems like.
I see.
Oh yeah, I saw you playing Resident Evil Remake cassette. One of the greatest remakes of all time, by the way.
Something going on in this room.
After 10 days, a hole opens up in the bathroom. The hole leads to various parts of Walter's past, including Hope Wish House and the surrounding area.
It really is.
Yeah, look at those 15 FPS cutscenes. So bad.
Cylinder Prison, where Walter was kept for a short time for misbehaving. The city of South Ashfield. The subway Walter used to get to the apartment. The apartment building itself. And the hospital in which one of his future victims ends up.
It's of its timestamp.
All of Walter's victims haunt
Cinematic, so to speak. That's what they call it now.
the realms of his subconscious.
Absolute cinema.
And all of his future victims are pulled into his world to be killed.
That's right. This is just...
Where is that? I wonder where that is. That's kind of crazy.
And all of...
Is that the subway? Where he meets,
yeah, like, what's he examining? He says, I can see Eileen Galvin from here. It's like you're examining something.
This bit.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever done this in any of my playthroughs. I need to find out where that is.
All of his future victims are pulled into his world to be killed.
Losing it over this hovering?
Yeah, that is interesting.
What do you mean? What hovering? Oh, the ghost hovering? Yeah, it's kind of fucking... It's kind of clown fiesta shit.
That's right. This is just a dream. And a really terrible one, too. I hope I wake up soon.
So you think this is a dream, huh?
Well, if it's not a dream, what is it?
Walter inhabits his nightmare world in both his adult and child forms, representing Walter's complete disconnect from his innocence. Walter's last two victims are Henry and his neighbor Eileen Galvin. Henry is helped throughout his ordeal by the ghost of Joseph Schreiber, the previous tenant of 302 and victim of Walter. Joseph informs Henry that he must travel to the deepest part of Walter's subconscious.
I got this letter from him.
God, the
Told me
music
to
is
go
so good.
Down into the deepest part of him.
Reunite his mind with part of his flesh. The umbilical cord, that Sunderland kept.
The umbilical cord I keep in a box in my room. Lately it's started to smell terrible.
Huh?
Oh my god. Stupid story about this. I genuinely thought these stink lines were in the game at one point. God, I was so fucking stupid. Yes.
Oh, wait, really?
Yes. And it's like the
No, they
cheesiest
edited
edit
that in.
ever. Yeah. It's the cheesiest edit ever. Basically, the fucking superintendent kept an umbilical cord in his apartment for 30 years. Which, why the fuck in the first place? Like, what a weird plot point. But it eventually gets used.
He's a Sunderland. Sunderlands are weird.
Yeah. So canonically, he's James Sunderland's dad, and he's arguably even fucking weirder than James with some of the shit he pulls in this game.
And there he'll be able to kill Walter and end the nightmare. So he does. Or doesn't.
Hey, it's my last playthrough.
The end. If Walter really wanted to live in Henry's apartment, he could have just... Knock, knock! Hey, can I live here?
What the hell?
Just ask for sugar. Then steal an apartment while
Silent
you're
Hill
at it.
4 had good and bad points. While the story is lacking and nowhere near the quality we've come to expect from the series, it maintains the theme and style of the series and makes for a good side story.
Straight through to the end.
Oh. It skipped to part 5B.
While the story is lacking and nowhere
There we
near
go.
the quality we've come to expect from the series, it maintains the theme and style of the series and makes for a good side story. While the character design still brings the boys to the yard,
Shingo
thanks to
Yuri.
Shingo Yuri.
Beast.
The colors, Duke! The colors!
The exception is the main character, who is absolutely void of any personality.
Hey, welcome back, Dr. Red. Also, weirdly, Konami and Capcom at this time kept casting Canadian people to voice all these games. What's up, Mel? I don't know why that is specifically, but they were like very heavily casting in Canada, and you can hear all those accents in Silent Hill 4.
It's cheaper.
Yep, that's usually the answer. Konami is a cheap ass company, so that makes sense.
And you don't have to deal with WGA standards and shit.
Yep. So whatever they can do to get cheaper labor, pay people less, and give them less rights, gung ho. They're gung ho for it.
What a dream. It looks like my apartment.
Why people are so like upset by me saying that Henry is just like a fucking he's a stoner. He's just a stoner. It's not that he doesn't
Look at
have
the
any
bags under his
personality.
eyes, dude.
He's fucking high all the time. Like why not?
Yeah, and his occupation is
Why?
his occupation is photographer, so I guess the insinuation is that he's a very private guy and he's just not very social, but like he doesn't even come across as antisocial. He just comes across as devoid of any fucking personality whatsoever. It's like they just inserted a generic everyman.
I mean,
Yeah.
Harry wasn't everyman. He just had a motivated proxy to his daughter. Like that's why you were doing the things you were doing, because you were attempting to achieve a goal, which is to to find your daughter and protect your daughter. But with Henry, the same capacity. It's just like I'm just doing this shit because it's happening to me.
He doesn't even
I don't
seem
really know what.
he doesn't even seem scared, really. He's just like, "Oh, what the hell's going on?"
He's high because
Yeah.
he's high because he's high, Stamp, because he's a stoner and he's high.
Look at the bags. They purposefully put those bags under his eyes too. What are they getting at exactly, dude?
I don't know.
What are they insinuating, dude?
We're inferring here.
He's like Plank from Ed, Edd n Eddy. True.
Perhaps he should have been victim number 12.
The graphics are usually passable, but when in first person, it's easy
Oh,
to
yeah,
see
they're
some
bad.
garbled, low-quality texturing, and the frame rate likes to drop to 15 frames per second during cutscenes, which may be stylistic, but makes it look worse and is just annoying.
Are they playing on native hardware when they did these? They're not, right?
That's
They're working
special.
with PC.
Appreciate that. Yeah, this was PC. They were not playing on console, and PC had a lot of fucked up problems at this time. Like, this port was horrific, and GOG has fixed this. They actually up-res these textures, so GOG made it look way better.
Low-quality texturing, and the frame rate likes to drop to 15 frames per second during cutscenes, which may be stylistic, but makes it look worse and is just annoying.
And the developers attempt to change up gameplay, and boy, did they change it.
Oh boy.
They removed two of the largest influences on Silent Hill's atmosphere: the need for a flashlight and a radio.
Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Darkness played a huge part in what made the previous game scary. Some of the creepiest noises around came from that radio. And removing these is like removing the gravity gun from Half-Life 2.
To be fair, the argument can be made here that the radio was in the apartment. It just wasn't on your person when you were traversing the world.
Yeah, that's true. I was so happy with this on my Pentium 4 with 512 megabyte video card, dude. For sure. Never played Silent Hill, but I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Hey, appreciate that, Baru Minge. Baru, how would you like me to refer to you? I appreciate that, man. Yeah, this is definitely a very comprehensive overview. These videos are old, but there's a lot that we can expand on with these, and that's kind of why we decided to watch them. Because both me and our boy Future Mute over here are basically lifelong Silent Hill obsessives. So, yeah.
The game isn't very scary, but it does have some scary moments, such as Richard's ghost. I mean, come on.
This is fucking awesome. Richard's ghost is one of the coolest things in the game. Barry works. All right, sweet.
The surprise rooms in the hospital, which featured some disturbing imagery.
Cool. Hi, Bear.
And exploring the
That
cylinder
room
prison
scares
cells.
the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Even to this day.
I also love how there's no reaction to this whatsoever. And you can go in this room with Eileen. She also doesn't react. So,
yeah.
And exploring the cylinder prison cells.
Bro's tweaking out, actually, though.
So there are some disturbing ideas. But the game isn't very well executed.
As the game is about the apartment, you must spend a great deal of time in it. You must spend all of this time in first-person mode, which isn't as bad as some make it out to be.
Well, it's pretty bad.
Not as bad as some make it out to be.
Oh, it's okay.
It certainly makes...
Silent Hill 4 has some of the best visuals in the series, creative areas and stuff. I think I agree that like they said, like the creativity and the vision is up there with 1, 2, and 3, but the execution is a severe step down, in my opinion.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. And we all know, like, the very famous story. It turns out it's not true that it was originally not meant to be a Silent Hill game. That part is not true, but what is true is that they were originally going to have 12 unique worlds, and they had to cut it down to 5 or 6 that you just repeat twice. Yeah.
Because, like we've discussed before, production is a pipeline.
Yep, and they bulldozed the
Everything
original, storyboarding or intention to have 12 unique worlds by saying, well, we don't have time for all that, so figure it out. So their solution.
So we'll just make you do them twice.
Yep. And not only will we make you do them twice, we're gonna make you have a side character that limps the whole fucking time, and you have to wait for her to catch up to you while completing different tasks this time
Yeah, we'll
around.
make the second part an escort mission.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what happened, and it sucks. But anyways.
Makes the hauntings effective. Think of how those would be in the third person. And we can see what they were trying to achieve. You can only save the game in your room, and unlike other Silent Hill games, you can only hold 10 items. Because of this, you must make frequent trips back to the apartment just to dump your inventory and save, which can be a real pain in the beehive. The fact that ammunition must be stored box by box and health drinks bottle by bottle doesn't help this at all. The previous games were immersive with their health indication, letting you know we were taking damage with a quickening, heartbeat-like controller rumble. The room uses on-screen health bar and power meters, which, while helpful, take some of the tension out of the combat and make you feel like you're playing a game.
The controls are simultaneously better and worse. While fighting enemies, Henry can lock on and move freely around specific targets. This is definitely a step up from the usual, but all other times you're locked into this 2D control. Camera angles are a big part of the series, and with so many camera changes, tank controls are absolutely necessary. The second the angle changes, Henry decides to go wherever the hell he wants.
True. Yeah, so they did this thing that is very bizarre, which is the controls they adjust based on his position. So if the camera changes, you might essentially be in almost reverse controls before you even realize it. So you have to know beforehand to move the stick preemptively. Like if you're moving up, the camera changes, and then all of a sudden he's moving down, the controls get fucking reversed on you. So you have to be ready for that. It's very jarring and very jank.
Yeah, it doesn't make for very user-friendly gameplay then.
Yes. So if you guys watch people like an Eternal Enigma speedrun this game, just know that there's a lot more going on. There's a lot more nuance to the movement than he makes it look. He makes it look really easy, but it ain't.
And the camera system that was so beautifully implemented in the past has almost been removed. Not being able to see is pretty bad with the game's difficult enemies to outrun and evade. The enemies don't live up to the standards set by Masahiro Ito. The wall creatures and two-headed apes are just ridiculous.
And the nurses.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the burping monsters.
I do too, but the thing, honestly, the weirdest part about the combat in this game is there's hardly any ambient music ever. One big thing about 1, 2, and 3 is when you're fighting, you have the radio going. You usually have some really dark, like metal clang ambient music playing in the background. But for this, It's just like dead silence half the time. So you just hear these weird sound effects coming from the enemies and no music. I think that's why it's so stilted.
That's true. There's usually a cacophony, right? Because there's sound design involved. Where here it's just kind of dispersed. That's fair. You can argue that.
It's like they just forgot. Like maybe some ambience here would help it not feel so out of place. It's like they just forgot, and you're left with this looping dot wave of a fucking burp as they fall down the steps. It's so weird.
But that's why it's fun.
Yeah, like it's memorable, but it's like what they said, like simultaneously
like
better
all
and
the
worse.
wrong reasons. It's memorable for the wrong reasons.
Right. Silence in Silent Hill.
More ridiculous.
Yeah, that's where I draw the line.
Wheelchair.
Go ahead. You.
Wheelchairs.
There is one fact about the game that is unforgivable.
It's that bad, is it?
Yeah. Have you played?
Yeah,
Once you play through the game and all the areas, you have to play through it again. You must go back to the same subway, forest, prison, and building worlds with different puzzles. This accounts for the entire second half of the game. In addition to this, you're forced into the most dreaded of video game scenarios, the escort mission. One really, really long escort mission for half of a game. Eileen accompanies you on your quest, but she's been attacked and left in a horrible physical state.
Eileen! This actress committed really hard to this scream, by the way.
She runs so slow you'll find yourself coming close to death just waiting for her to hurry the frig up. She doesn't follow you when you go through doors if she's too far away, so you have to keep going back for her.
I can't use a ladder with my arm like this.
I don't see any reason why not.
Dr. Ray goes
You can
loud
equip her
mouth.
with a weapon, but it ends up distracting her more than it helps you, as she'll go ballistic on an enemy with her handbag and forget that she should be following you.
Oh yeah, and I've only mentioned this a quintillion times, but since the Forest World is on screen, I'm going to mention it again. At KCET, which is Konami Computer Entertainment Tokyo, they were developing Silent Hill 4 and Metal Gear Solid 3 at the exact same time, so since they needed trees for a Forest World, they actually just borrowed the trees from Metal Gear Solid 3. They run in the same engine.
Assets.
Yeah.
They're assets.
Yep. Yeah, they to save time, they weren't like, we're not going to sit here and painstakingly model like 50 different trees. Like they're already doing that in the other office. So let's just steal a bunch of trees, change the color and the leaves ever so slightly, and make them the Silent Hill 4 trees. And it makes perfect sense. Saves time. Yep. Henry's great with the ladies. He just has no personality.
No one questioned how handsome the man is. The man is a handsome dude. He just happens to be a voyeuristic stoner. And I'm just saying, you can just be high. There's nothing wrong with just getting high every so often. Just no one's getting mad at you for that.
Look at this look at this pose, by the way. MGS trees in Silent Hill. Yep, that's what they did. Because at the time, they had Team Silent and also, I don't even remember if they were calling Kojima's team anything in particular, but Kojima's team and Team Silent worked in basically the same building. Like they were on opposite ends of the exact same floor, everything. They were right next to each other. So if they needed something like that, it's just like, yeah, just ask them for some trees. Like they modeled out a ton of trees for Metal Gear Solid 3. Just paste them in this game, essentially. Save time.
They're all running on the same engines too, right?
Yep. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 and Silent Hill 4 both run on the exact same engine.
Tiger knee pause frame.
Yeah, Tiger knee ass pause frame.
I also love these monsters. The
Twin victims.
Locane. Yeah, the twin victim. I love that monster.
Listen how there is absolutely no ambience here. Dead silence. The only sound that you hear is just them getting hit and making a sound. Right. Like that's just weird.
So is she lugging a brick around in that thing? While she can't actually die, she gets more...
There's nothing wrong with just being high responsibly in moderation and in a relatively safe and controlled environment. That's right.
Thank you. See, so Fudge understands. Fudge understands me.
Yes, Twitch moderation staff, if any of you were curious, that was simply a joke. We were yanking your chain, so to speak.
We were having a gag. We were having a goof. We were just having a good time.
We were new boot goofing, and some silliness occurred, and I apologize for that. Actually, I don't apologize for that. I think okay.
Wait, no, don't do that.
So anyway, the video.
Okay, anyway.
Possessed the more she gets hurt. In this state, she'll stop dead in her tracks and have a freak out session, and you'll just have to wait.
Oh yeah, I don't know if they mentioned this, but the more damage she takes, the easier it is for her to die in the final boss, and she can take so much damage that it's virtually impossible to get a good ending. Like she'll just die every time. So that's also something to keep in mind. You have to keep her at least like mid health, otherwise you will not be able to get a good ending.
Isn't there the spiral staircase when you go down? Oh, sorry.
When you go down where?
So there's a spiral staircase, right? And then, if she takes too much damage, she gets possessed by Walter, and at that point, you're just fucked, right?
She runs into this pool of blood at the bottom, like in the final boss area.
No. Before that. Like I think it's the prison. I think it's the prison world sequence where you go down that spiral staircase. And at one point,
Yeah, she can take a ton of damage there if Walter shoots her, or if she gets hit by those flying insects. Yeah, and if she takes too much damage there, the only thing you can do is waste a candle to heal her. Really, you want to make sure you're using every candle you find on the apartment to get the best ending, but the candles also heal her. So sometimes I have had to waste them on her to make sure it's not impossible to get a good ending by the final boss.
Okay.
It's annoying.
Sorry.
Anyone want to share heals? Oh my god, that was a joke, Twitch moderation staff, please.
And explore the area on your own. But even if you leave her in an empty room, you'll return to find that she has been taking damage the whole time anyway.
Silent Hill 4, the room, may have had its fair share.
Yeah, she can take damage here, but you can always heal her as long as it's before the umbilical cord thing where she separates from Henry and goes back to the final boss area herself. As long as it's before that, you can use a candle to heal her.
Okay.
Silent Hill 4, the room, may have had its fair share of problems and a considerable lack of replayability, but it was still scary and disturbing. The Room was the last game made by KCET. And within 2 years after Silent Hill 4's release, there was some fumbling around and undisclosed issues at KCET, and it is suspected that this is when Team Silent officially disbanded. The members now work on separate projects within Konami. That's it.
That was very serious.
Yes, and then they have this jokey cutscene that goes on for way too fucking long about him saying, "Kill, you must kill," like Joseph Schreiber does. But point remains, Silent Hill 4, I remember when it came out. I remember it well. People shat on it big time and said it was terrible. But there were some games that came after it that made us appreciate it after the fact for how good that it still was, despite not being as good as 1, 2, or 3. So many games that, yes, after this, it became Team Soylent, not Team Silent anymore. And the games that came out afterward were developed by European studios. They were developed by American studios. In one case, I believe Vatra Games was in Finland, of all places, that made Downpour. Like, what the fuck? So after this, you know, as much as Silent Hill 4, again, had a very lukewarm reception, people didn't like it very much. And everybody it was kind of like the black sheep of the series when it first came out. Not many people cared too much about it. But once the next couple games started coming out, not made in Japan, everybody kind of went back and said, okay, I think we were a little bit too harsh on this one. It's actually pretty good.
Reappraisals are necessary.
Yes. I played Silent Hill 4 the night it came out, and I finished it in the first sitting overnight. Still a special game to me to this day. Dude, that sounds fucking awesome. Shattered Memories was goated, though. Yeah, Shattered Memories was the West's best attempt at a Silent Hill game. That I will give them. But I forget what they did next. I think they did the supplementary. Oh, they did Silent Hill comics next. Okay, that's really interesting because I don't get a chance to talk about those very often. So let's talk about some of the god-awful Silent Hill comic books.
We're going to talk about the comics already? It starts with the comics next?
Yeah, part 6 is Silent Hill comics.
First of all, I have to ask, how sick of you how sick of me are you?
Right now? No, I'm good, dude. If you want, what we could do, let's go to I
can keep going. No, I can keep going.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
just asking, like if I've overstayed my welcome.
No, not at all, dude. That's the whole purpose of this stream. We can go until Origins, and then I think Origins up until the HD collection would be a good way for the next one to go, because there's quite a few parts. So we could go Origins all the way up until 14A next time, since now we're going 1 to 6. I think a total of maybe 12, 13 videos, considering the Part A and Part B. So let's watch this, and then we'll have the Silent Hill movie, one of my favorite videos they made. And then the movie and spinoffs, and Part A of Silent Hill Origins is where we'll end off. Future is a Chad and a great host.
I'm gonna go ahead and really get serious with it. When it comes to art, when it comes to visual art, I'm going to get angry.
Yeah.
When I look at stupid shit, I'm going to get angry.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I apologize for the next couple of episodes, for the next couple of bits that we do.
He's about to shit on it even harder than we may have in the past. The Western Silent Hill properties, we're about to shit on them twice as hard as we may have done in the past. So just be prepared. But long story short, what happened was after Silent Hill 4, Konami kind of changed Silent Hill from a video game franchise, they kind of started to spread it out into different merchandise. You know, they wanted comic books, and then they wanted graphic novels, I guess you would call them. And then they wanted, mobile phone games. They released a couple of really fucking weird, like, visual novel mobile games, which are really hard to find now and difficult to play. And they basically tried to make it into its whole, an entire merchandise franchise thing instead of just being video games. So these comics, they just kind of recruited whoever the fuck to make these. And you'll see that the result was not so good, to put it lightly.
Like so many other properties, there are always people other than the creators who want to get in on the action. IDW, a publisher specializing in comic books, worked out a deal with Konami to bring us a comic book series based on the Silent Hill games.
While this may seem like a fantastic idea,
it could work.
Yeah, the Silent Hill cinematic universe, except it's not limited to cinema. Yes.
The SCU.
Yes, the extended, the SCEU, the Silent Hill cinematic extended universe. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Ooh, and a disaster it was. All thanks to Scott Chinchilli?
CNC. Chinchilla.
Cincillian? This guy.
I know they're making a gag, but
it's impossible to describe just how bad these comic books really are.
The name is Ciensen. It's Ciensen. The name is Ciensen.
They roasted the shit out of this guy. He's just watching it with a single tear streaming down his face, wondering why they didn't give him his due.
Without you having read them yourself. And we will explain this.
I've read the comics. I've read them.
My brother actually owned. My brother bought two of them. We went to this place.
It's difficult to make out.
Wait, pause.
No, I got it. We went to this local comic book shop where they got Dark Horse shipments in, and Dark Horse Comics published Sinner's Reward and Past Life, and he bought both in one. They were expensive too. They're like fucking $20 each. And I remember
the quality of the paper. The paper's high quality. Like you go to buy like fucking what is it, Past Life and Dead
Sinner's
Alive or
Reward.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like they're beautiful stock, beautiful paper stock. It's the art that's trash.
Yes. And the thing that kills me the most is the way they almost look like caricatures. It's like a fucking, it's like you go to the amusement park or you go to, Coney Island or something, where you have that person sitting there sketching people out as these wacky caricatures, and you pay them. It's like the street artist. I swear some of the art in this looks like that.
Oh, no, they're better than this.
Yeah, they're better than this.
Most of the time, the story is so abstracted.
The boardwalk caricature artists that are doing it for a fun fair for like half of the price of one page of this trash are better than this trash.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, scammers. I mean, I would argue the people who made this shit are more scammers, because it basically like what they said. Silent Hill was a big name, and some random comic book publisher said, hey, we want a piece of this pie. So they approached Konami, said, hey, can we work out a deal? And they said yes. Konami paid no attention to who was given this project. They paid no attention to what this person knew or did not know about Silent Hill, and essentially just said, yeah, have the keys. And that's kind of where the confusion about the real story elements started, was kind of in this 2005 to 2007. In this time range is where things started to get fucked up. So they're about to demonstrate why that happened.
Yep. Go for it.
Which of the art is difficult to make out?
This is
Most
art.
of the time, the story is so abstracted. We were turning pages back to make sure we were in the same spot. Art is copied and pasted all over the place rather than being redrawn.
I need a minute.
They fucking copied and pasted. Look at this shit. They didn't even put effort into it, dude. They Control-C'd and Controlled-V'd a fucking comic book. That's not how you produce a comic book. Konami grossly underestimated the intelligence of their fan base. If I wipe my ass on some fine printer paper after taking a shit, could I sell it as a Silent Hill comic? You probably,
probably could.
Take a look at our boy Jackson Pollock. He sells paintings that are about the same thing and sells them for
Jackson
millions.
Pollock took the time to do what he did and had a studio to do it. He didn't fucking copy paste shit that he took on a fucking toilet paper roll, took a photo and then copy pasted it 25 times on a fucking canvas.
Look at this.
No.
This is
Pollock
the most
did
egregious.
something.
This is the most egregious right here. This person standing here with their hand out, they'd fucking copied and pasted this into like 4 different panels. My God, how lazy.
Just copied and pasted all over the place rather than being redrawn. The overall style looks like a lazy mess.
True. By the way, yeah, look at this.
All the characters have the same apathetic, reckless attitude. Apathetic mess. Plus, everyone's smart out more than anyone ever known your character on the team.
Also, wait, okay, because I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this a couple of times. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this frame? No,
This right here, really quick. This is supposed to be Pyramid Head. This fucking abomination that looks like a frock and is missing an arm and a fucking cardboard box for a head. This is supposed to be Pyramid Head, by the way. I'd like to point that out.
Wait, I'm on the wrong frame. Am I in the right frame or the wrong?
I'm at 123. I think it desynced. I'm at 1 minute 23 seconds.
Let me refresh then. It's a me thing. I sincerely apologize.
No, you're good. Dude, we're literally on like virtually opposite ends of the planet, so I think it's fair that there's a little bit of YouTube desyncing.
Oh god, that. Oh.
That's fucking supposed to be Pyramid Head. Korn has better album art. True. So yeah, if you guys,
it does because it's done by an artist.
Yeah, if you guys thought we were underestimating about how dog shit this is, that's supposed to be Pyramid Head. Abomination is what it is.
I'm going to have a conniption. I'm going to have a conniption on stream, and I'd rather not have that.
Like a lazy mess.
Yes, they're showing right here. It's like, look, this is what he's supposed to look like, and that's how they illustrated him. What the fuck happened?
All the characters have the same apathetic, smart aleck, reckless attitude.
This
Plus,
is
everyone
the one.
swears more
Wait,
than anyone you would.
damn it.
Smart aleck.
What is this? What is this? What is this that I'm looking at?
It looks like he's hitting a lying figure with the stock of a shotgun, but it's like, why does he look like the fucking Punisher? Who is this guy? You know, he actually looks like he looks like Claude Speed from GTA 3, actually.
I want you to look at the physical logistics of this. Someone is holding a gun, not at the trigger, not at the butt, but just somewhere in the, not at the handle, just in the center or something. Having it like full 2D perspective, like this, smacking from this direction.
Yeah.
And yet the head is going in the opposite.
I just caught
direction.
that. Dude, I just caught. Look, it looks like he just finished
Going in either
swinging.
None of this makes sense.
Yeah, it looks like he just finished swinging and is now holding it up to the right, but the monster took a hit and is leaning to the left. So like the perspective is all fucked up. It doesn't even make sense. And then there's randomly shells in the air still. Why are there shotgun shells falling down from the? Nothing about
Why
this
is
panel
the
makes
phone
sense.
off the handle and flying in one random direction for no reason? I don't.
Nothing, not an ounce of this makes any
None
sense.
of this makes none of this makes sense.
Absolute dog shit.
Crap
Plus,
artwork,
everyone
man.
swears more than anyone you would ever know in your entire life. All of them. The heroes, the villains, the elderly, the children.
Like, look, what is this? What is this?
I don't know.
Why is there octopus tentacles?
What?
Monsters? Monsters? Everyone. In all of the comics, the story is always non-existent until the last few pages where it all neatly summed up.
Little package.
So you can figure it out all for you right at the end.
Except when it isn't.
Yeah. But as you will soon find out, none of the comics have anything to do with Silent Hill at all. Here's what we could piece together from the entire line of comics, starting with Dying Inside.
Lauren and Christabella are sisters born in Silent Hill. One day, the Order showed up and killed Christabella. She's dead, haunts the town, and controls everyone as monsters. Lauren is lured into the town by Christabella through...
Oh, by the way, Christabella's a fucking Silent Hill movie character. Never featured in any of the games. So they just decided to give a movie character a backstory and make it canonical.
through a video shot by a mental patient, Lynn. Lauren and the punk asses go to Silent Hill to shoot a way cool video, but Christabella kills most of them. Lauren realizes she is the devil and destroys Christabella with her zombie punk ass minions. At one point, the Order shows up again to stop Lauren from waking up Alessa, but they died. And it's gonna be a beautiful day.
Dead Alive continues that story. Lauren rules the town with an iron fist, punishing monsters who attack people. It's a beautiful tourist town again, a place where human and monster live hand in hand. Then all of a sudden, Lenora the witch shows up and takes control of the town. It's a power struggle between Lauren and Lenora, with Christabella and Tentacle Dr. Troy all cut up in the middle.
You know, you're saying that as a joke, Dr. Red, but you're actually telling the truth. It is
Not
literally
wrong.
it is literally worse. I've seen some incredibly talented people on DeviantArt, and even a mid to high tier artist on DeviantArt can do a better job than this shit.
Agreed.
And this was
Absolutely.
2006. Like, there's no excuse. It's not as if this was the early days of graphic novels or comics. Like, this, there's no excuse. It's bullshit.
We can never finish reading the Dead Alive comics. They are agonizing. We're pretty sure it has a happy ending and some souls get eaten.
Among the Damned is about Jason, a soldier who has nightmares about fighting demons with his war buddies. Somehow he ends up in Silent Hill, where he meets Dahlia, the pop singer, who turns out to be yet another demon. Jason's zombie war buddies save him and Dahlia from blade-handed creatures. Dahlia literally gives Jason her beating heart organ, and then he and she leave after a bunch of nonsense.
Apparently this is the... Wait. Apparently that last one is the better of the shit pile. Like, that story apparently isn't all that bad. Apparently.
Yeah, they did some later too. They haven't talked about them yet, but there's Sinner's Reward and Past Life. I actually don't even think those were out when this video was made. I think Sinner's Reward and Past Life came out in like 2011. I think they were way later. But they will talk about them later.
Painted Black is about Ike, a painter who got kicked out of his roommate's apartment. He goes to Silent Hill because a hobo told him there was food. The demons give him paint supplies and have him paint their portrait. A year later, a cheerleading squad shows up and starts practicing cheers in the street, but then they move into Ike's apartment and redecorate with pink ribbons and hearts. Two of the cheerleaders, Missy and Chrissy, get abducted, so Ike and the rest...
I don't know if you noticed that, but I noticed... I know they did it intentionally because Rossiter is editing it. So that...
The moan.
That very erotic moan was right on the panel of Chrissy and Missy.
Yeah. Not that bad by comparison, or not that bad in general. That I wouldn't know. I never owned any of these comics. I only ever had...
Narratively speaking, like if you had to compare all of the stories together, based on all of the dumb shit that came before it, you'd say, oh, you know what? This one's kind of cohesive.
Yeah, I only ever had Sinner's Reward and Past Life, but they were equally dog shit because they essentially just tried to be Silent Hill 2. Just with different people that had murdered other people and forgot about it somehow. So they were just the same fucking slop that they were already peddling for a good 4 or 5 years at that point.
The rest of the squad grab machine guns and body armor out of nowhere and then start rampaging the streets in a fire truck, sirens blaring, shouting, "Go Bengals, go Bengals," as they shoot and run down every monster in sight. But the Pyramid Heads corner them in the bowling alley. Ike and the head cheerleader,
Oh my
Cheryl,
god, as if Pyramid Heads are just a crew of demons parading around the town. What the fuck were they
They're a
on,
gang.
dude? Yeah.
It's like the Crips and the Bloods.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh my god.
escape through a portal in the wall. This takes them to an art gallery of Ike's paintings, which they promptly torch with a flamethrower. Then they stumble into a sweatshop full of monsters building other monsters. The robotic monster sweatshop owner threatens them, but Cheryl and the missing cheerleaders escape through the wall, leaving Ike to his terrible fate. The cheerleaders escape Silent Hill only to find that Missy and Chrissy are monsters.
And again, what the fuck does any of this have to do with the core story of Silent Hill? Any of it. Not an ounce of this is even remotely relevant.
Man is about a psycho killer dead
It's it's like unwatchable.
army, hiding them in.
Would you look at the God? Who?
It doesn't even, like, this down here especially, like, what are these lines? It's like somebody just fucking went all over the place in the bottom where he says, Christ, I need a smoke. It's like they just scraped their pen all over the page and said, yeah, that's good. Looks like 4 headlines, I guess.
I get that you need to meet a deadline and everything, but this isn't deadline meeting material even. Like, this is like
No.
one pass over the first pass.
But
that
you know,
plan on sending in the next meeting. Like, this is stupid.
but
This
you
is
know,
fucking stupid.
because of how little Konami cared at the time, they knew that this would sell just because of the name, and it probably did sell decently well, I bet. So they really didn't care what it looked like. They just fucking greenlit everything.
Have a nice like cover, yeah,
Yep.
and just have nice cover art and just sell it as a just fucking.
James Sunderland, Known Blood. Hey, I didn't say it.
Hiding them in
You
interdimensional
said it.
pockets in Silent Hill's Lakeview Hotel. 2 cops show up and shoot him to death.
I think these stories were on the backlog pile for the publisher and randomly assigned them to a Silent Hill IP. That's probably a really solid explanation. I bet they were going to write stories similar to
Agreed.
this anyway, and probably just change the character names and, like, you know, mention things like Lakeview Hotel and different things like that.
Army, hiding them
Because
in
you can
interdimensional
obviously.
pockets in Silent
Sorry.
Hill's Lakeview Hotel.
No, you're good.
I would agree that chances are they were already working on something and weren't exactly sure what to do with it. So they took art that was pre-existing, reappropriated it based on the artist, and said, "Hey, get the text writer to just replace words."
Yeah, like just name this character Christabella. You know, say how far are we from Lakeview Hotel? Like, outside of the Lakeview Hotel being mentioned, none of these have a single reference to anything related to Silent Hill. Like, none. This could be fucking anywhere as far as the stories are concerned.
But even then, why would you consider this to be the best work you could produce?
Yeah,
Why
I
would
don't know.
this be the thing you would send out to your? Why would this be the thing?
Well,
Why
it's
would this?
the simple explanation is because at the beginning they said they signed a deal with Konami, so I bet Konami was like 5. We need 5, and they're like, hey, we got 5. Boom, job done. Dust our hands off. Good job, gentlemen. Good job. Let's go. That's almost guaranteed to be how it went.
They made money anyway.
2 cops show up and shoot him to death.
Speaking of dying inside, on September 18th of 2003, plans for a Silent Hill movie adaptation were announced.
Oh god.
Okay. If we're gonna talk about the Silent Hill movie,
That's the next
are we
video,
gonna
actually.
do this- Are we gonna do the Silent Hill movie?
Yeah.
Are we gonna do it?
Yeah, that's the
We're gonna
next
do
movie
it?
or the next
If
video.
We're going to do it. I'm gonna have a conversation about this with you, with my writing.
Oh, you mean
you want me to do that.
the notes that you've been taking?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. There's a
Yeah,
fucking
I'm not gonna give away all of it, but I'm going to be real about this.
yeah. There's a cavalcade of stuff to cover.
We're obviously. How many hours are you in on this?
Oh, I've only been live for 5.5 hours. This is
You've only been live for. Oh, I've only been live for 5.5.
noted marathon streamer Stampede G.
I'm not gonna keep you then. Okay, all right. I'll bite my tongue. I can bite my tongue. I'll just get another. I'll get another hoot, and then I can sit down and just keep my mouth shut.
Hey, but to be fair, we will be doing this at least 2 more nights, 2 more Saturday nights
Yes,
of
we
watching
will.
these, so we'll have
We
plenty
to
of time.
finish this.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time. The biggest tragedy to me personally about the Silent Hill movie was not having Sean Bean be Harry Mason. I know, like, he would have done fine in that role. I feel like that would have worked out really well. But yeah, so Christoph Gans has this really bizarre, almost insulting reasoning for why he swapped from the father figure to the mom character of Rose. But we'll get into that. That's a very, very long conversation. We'll get into that another day.
Can't make me.
Yeah, we'll save that because that is a massive can of worms. It would have been such a refresher actually seeing him as the main character who doesn't die. Yeah, for real. We talked about that earlier.
Non-joiced, non-fans remained indifferent, and we nearly choked to death on our own disdain. This film would supposedly follow the events of the first game, and it had been long rumored among forum goers that if ever a Silent Hill film were made, Johnny Depp would play the leading role of Harry Mason.
Looks just like him.
Fortunately, fans who entertained this notion were misguided. Borderline retarded.
Were they off?
Oh my god, I forgot he said that. Holy shit. Did you hear that?
I missed that. What?
He straight up called people in forums borderline R-worded, shall we say. I forgot that was in here. Good god.
You know, circa 2011?
2010, yeah.
2010.
Oh, your thing shows virtual camera, by the way. I think you know that, though.
No, I know. My light died. I'm replacing the batteries.
Oh, full believer that Sean Bean is pronounced Scene Bean or Sean Bon and not Sean Bean. I always say Scene Bean.
I'm sticking to that, by the way.
By the way, do you not have a dummy battery?
Scene bin.
You can, so I made that mistake a lot too of having to charge my camera battery, but you can buy these dummy batteries that have AC adapters attached to them, and that way you get continuous power, and you never got to swap it.
Oh, you got to show me that later.
I'll link you. Yeah, they're goated, dude. That's what I use. Scene Bean.
I just want to look as good as possible. All right, I should be back on now.
Yeah.
Borderline retarded.
Were they off?
You said it.
After 3 more years of such speculation, the Silent Hill movie was released on April 21st, 2006, and the film was ironically quite a departure from the game series on which it was based.
Yeah.
All right, so now they talk about the movie. 7A and 7B talk about the movie. Do we want to table it here for tonight?
No, no. We're going to Origins, right? We're going to Origins.
Yes. Let's go.
I'm just going to be as... I'm going to... Okay, before we start, I got to get one more hoot. I come back, we do this.
Yes.
And then when we get to Origins, we call it.
Yep. Yeah, so 7A, the movie, that was typical Rossiter, though. Yeah, he always had a pretty, harsh personality back in those days. He definitely said some questionable shit. So, man, do I remember when this movie got announced. Holy shit. I was beside myself. I thought it was going to be the greatest movie ever released. And I saw that it had a really crazy budget and the trailer looked really awesome and I was super hyped for it. And to be honest with you, I did enjoy it. I didn't watch it in the theaters, but we did get a DVD as soon as it came out and I did enjoy this movie quite a bit. But I was also 11 or 12 years old when it came out. So yeah, I certainly didn't know what was good and what was bad in that sense. I just thought, ooh, Silent Hill. I heard them using a bunch of sound effects.
And digital world.
Okay, we're back again. Sorry, guys. As soon as I changed scenes, OBS just shat itself. You got to keep in mind.
And he didn't like what he was hearing.
You got to keep in mind there's a lot going on. I'm screen sharing, but we're also simultaneously watching YouTube, and then I've got, the stream going and a bunch of other shit. My PC is actually doing a shitload of things right now. Yeah, so it's probably in my best interest to just not change scenes.
Stamp is doing Superman stuff, and I'm just really grateful to be his Jimmy Olsen for the day.
Let's go, dude.
It means the world.
OBS been crashing a lot for you lately too. No, man, like I said, Dr. Red said it best, but don't sell yourself short. People are enjoying the shit out of the stream, and so am I. So let's see.
I'm having the most fun I've had in a while.
Yeah, I think for us, like our fucking comfort zone is just either shitting on Silent Hill, depending on the year, either shitting on it or heaping it with tons of praise. And going through this allows us to expand on the stuff that they didn't mention at the time. So I think that's why it's so perfect.
I don't know if your chat probably isn't familiar with hoots or anything, but if I may, a hoot is a celebratory drink or food of choice. It does not have to be alcoholic. It could be water, it could be grape juice, it could be cranberry juice.
Welch's Sparkling, as I'm known to partake in around New Year's, you know? I'm an adult.
You can't buy me hot dog, man.
I like my Welch's Sparkling. I like my spritzers. I like my seltzers, so to speak. You know, I break out the San Pellegrino when we're getting festive. You know how we do.
The incentive is that we celebrate a moment in time where we get to share in a moment with each other that deserves acknowledgement, and we declare it a hoot.
Also, Twitch got rid of the moments, so we literally can't do those anymore. They used to have a moment feature where it was like you would click a button and it would create a moment and give everybody a badge, which was a really cool idea. But apparently nobody used it, and so Twitch axed that feature in like a couple months. Yeah. It can't be used. They axed the feature entirely.
So I just use these now.
Yep. That should be your sub badge, dude. At least a version of that should be your sub badge. Totally.
At some point, I'll put that together.
Dr. Red got UTI. Oh, I was gonna say somebody must have been talking about cranberry juice. Is that real, by the way? I've never had a UTI, but apparently cranberry juice is like really good for that. What a weird question. What a weird line.
Oh, I mean, it happens from time to time. It really depends on the kind of person and your kind of diet, but yeah, it happens.
It is TBH? Oh, okay. See, you know what would be the ultimate derailment of the stream is if I'm like, I am now going to share my political views with everybody. Thankfully, I'm not that type of streamer.
Yeah, I guess we can call it there then.
Viewers,
no,
everybody immediately disperses. They're like, who is this clown?
Are you kidding me? You're the reason why we're here.
If the film had featured an original story written to accompany the game series and enhance the overall narrative, much in the way Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within or Resident Evil Degeneration were written, the idea would have been much more palatable. But since filmmakers who choose to make films based on video games have not yet learned this lesson, the movie would be an attempt to recreate the game experience. The following.
Oh, you know, speaking of that, Fudge Me, you know what's hilarious is the voice actor for James Sunderland actually is kind of like that. And one of my friends in a personal Discord started laughing so hard that I genuinely was going to ask if he was okay. Like, he actually sounded like he was going to vomit from laughing. And so me and a couple other friends are like, dude, what are you laughing so hard at? And he was laughing. Yes, he was laughing at a cheesily photoshopped Make America Great Again hat on James Sunderland. That's literally what he was laughing that hard about. And when I saw it,
Do you think that James would have been inculcated into the order?
I was just like, this is what you're laughing that hard about, as if it's the funniest thing you've ever fucking seen. Oh my god, dude, it was so dumb. But I just remembered that story because you said that. But yes, it turns out that Guy Seehee, the guy that voiced James, does have a lot of
He's right wing.
Yes, he has a lot of aggressive political takes, shall we say? And he also had some very strong opinions about 5G and COVID. But that's a conversation for not this stream. You can do your own research.
Following information was gathered from an Edge Online interview with Roger Avery.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said there, but trust me, do your research. You'll see what I'm talking about.
The film's writer. I'll do it later. Christoph Gans, director of such films as Brotherhood of the Wolf. And
Okay. I want to do this now because I'm going to get I'm gonna be drunk by the end of this video.
Oh yeah, you went back to the
Christoph
virtual
Gans
cam
is
thing.
not a bad filmmaker. Christoph Gans is not a bad filmmaker. He's a bad. He does not understand Silent Hill. I'm just gonna say that he's not a bad filmmaker. He's learned, and he has an expansive, comprehensive understanding of filmmakers and just filmmaking in general. He's not an idiot. But man, oh man, does he not apply any of it to screen. Ever. Like, ever.
I think compared to whoever the hell directed Revelation 3D, he's like a savant. But oh yeah, I was gonna say your thing is on the virtual cam again. But yeah, whoever Stamp says the greatest filmmaker of all time is Uwe Boll. They just mentioned him. He literally just popped up in the video a second ago. Right there. You're good. Yeah, you're good. You're good. But I was gonna say, like, I agree with you, and I think that comparing him to the guy that made Revelation 3D, he's like a fucking savant. And at least
absolutely. Compared to Uwe Boll, yeah,
Yes.
No. There is no comparison. Christoph Gans gives a shit.
Yeah, and on top of that, like you said, he knows how to like compose good shots. He knows how to edit things correctly so that they're not dysfunctional and just disorienting. But he clearly did not understand the source material enough and greenlit way too much dumb shit.
I would argue that that's not inherently his responsibility either. He does have
True.
a director of photography.
Yes, and he did have a lot of writers, so it's their fault too, for sure.
Well, no, he had Roger Avery.
Yeah.
That's all he had. He wrote the whole damn thing in French, and he's like, "Can you translate this?" And he's like, "Okay, it's gonna take me a minute though." And he's like, "Oh, I'll ship you over to France or not France." Yeah, it was France because he was in France at the time filming something else, and he's like, "Hey, I need you to write this thing out."
That's literally propaganda, John. I do not like the Final Fantasy movie, Spirits Within. I think it's terrible. But anyway, sorry. Continue. I had to set the record straight.
It's a different conversation entirely.
I had to set the record straight.
Wait. Let's go back. Because they did talk about that. That trash pile of a movie, didn't they?
Yeah, they mentioned. Well, they basically just said like if the Silent Hill movie was about expanding on the story, like Final Fantasy Spirits Within was, then it would have been more palatable, and that I can agree with.
But Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within has nothing to do with Final Fantasy at all.
Didn't it feature like a light? I don't remember if it featured like the live stream or something or what, but it did. I feel like it did have some type of like loose connection to the games, but I don't remember for sure what it was.
It had a referential concept to Gaia, and that was the closest thing that I could reference. There's no what is it like a? From my comprehension of Final Fantasy demonizes religion all of the time. In every entry, they spit in the face of the absurdity of the culpability of the people responsible for propagating a religion that makes no sense. And they don't do it in this. They do it in the sense that there is a thing that's coming down to Earth and attacking people, and there's a spirit in the Earth that needs to be assessed, and that's the reason why space aliens are coming down from wherever they're coming from to drill into. I don't
remember.
I don't get it at all, and it has absolutely no. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that movie since like the day it came out or when it came out on DVD. I remembered we bought it and watched it, but I didn't know what the fuck was going on in it.
No, there's nothing going. Well, I mean, it's a proof of concept, right? And that was Sonata's last thing ever for Square. Like,
yep.
He bankrupted Square.
Yeah, it was so bad that Hironobu Sakaguchi had to leave, and that's
Sakaguchi. Sorry, not Sonata.
Yeah.
Sakaguchi. He fucking bankrupted Square with this project.
Yep, and that's why they had to merge with
Enix.
Doing
multiple films. They planned multiple films with this guy, and they're like, "You set us on the path and you're like, okay, well, we're just gonna do this now. And then he was the director of all of these associated projects, and then the first one came out after years and years of development and millions of dollars.
Dude, you know what's also crazy?
None of that money came back.
We were just talking about this last stream because we were on a disturbing / illegal video game iceberg. Enix actually published a game that would be considered illegal in the US in the 80s. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What?
The company that Square eventually partnered with published an illegal game in the 1980s. Like it was either late 80s or very early 90s. I'll link you afterward, but yeah, we watched it last stream. What bothered me about
They
the
were
Final...
all vagabonds.
Yeah. What bothered me about the Final Fantasy film was the protagonist was designed to look like Affleck, and they got Baldwin to voice him. Good God.
That's an offense. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny too because in the making of Silent Hill 2, Takayoshi Sato is essentially shitting on Final Fantasy for not looking human enough in the faces. He basically said the technology made them look too perfect, and it didn't make any of them look real. They looked like caricatures. Right.
Yeah. Like Netflix Steve bringing out the big gun.
Information was gathered from an Edge
All right,
interview
sorry,
with
I'm gonna
Roger
shut up.
So the video.
Christoph Gans, director of such films as Brotherhood of the Wolf, and Necronomicon.
1993, good God.
Took the time
Roger
to splice
Jackson
together shots
did
from the games and various movies to show what he could do with the film's adaptation.
Yeah, so what Christoph did is make a presentation on video, cutting together scenes from Silent Hill and other movies, and he put it all together on his own dollar. Additionally, he did a videotape interview that he then had translated and sent over to Konami and Akira Yamaoka. Yamaoka watched and immediately said, "Oh my God, this is the guy." He literally said, "OMG, this is the guy." Slay, bitch.
Yamaoka was wowed and set up a meeting in order to discuss the details. Some upper staff members of Konami and Yamaoka got together with Gans and Avery for a few periodic visits in order to discuss adapting Silent Hill for the big screen sometime in 2005.
When Gans first roughed out the script in French, there were almost no male characters.
Christoph is focused on female characters, females leading the story in a way, and he's almost kind of exoticized the idea of femininity, and all the women are in this kind of fantasy nightmare.
It's certainly a female-driven piece, which is a delight.
Roger Avery was flown from California to France in order to rewrite the script in English and add new story and dialogue.
Yeah, another quote from Avery. They didn't just want to just make the material they had and have me rewrite the dialogue for it. They wanted me to come up with completely fresh material. So this is why he's largely to blame for how things turned out.
And when the final draft was complete, the studio told him to take it back and add some male characters or to...
So almost every character is a woman. There was one male character. Originally, her husband is almost not even there. One of the studio notes, however, when we finally turned it in was, "There's no men in this." So they requested that we make more out of the husband character.
develop the one that was already present. A character which Gans cleverly names
nothing.
Christopher after
Yeah.
himself. The script Gans and Avery finally settled on was fundamentally flawed in its execution. Avery said, "I wanted the movie to have a feeling of a witch movie." Because that's essentially what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's what it is.
When you're right, huh?
Which movie? Check! Before we tell you the plot of the film, we will remind you of the plot of Silent Hill 1, the game on which the movie is based. A cult dedicated to a demon god wishes to birth him into the world in order to bring paradise. Dahlia Gillespie, a prominent member of the cult, plans to impregnate her 7-year-old psychic daughter with the demon seed. During the ritual in which she was to be impregnated, Alessa's heightened stress caused the house to be burned down. During this time, she also split her soul in two. The other half of the soul took the form of a baby, which was found by Harry Mason, who raised the child as his own. 7 years later, the cult used a spell to call Cheryl, Harry's adopted daughter, back to Silent Hill. During this time, Alessa's badly burned body had been kept alive. Alessa is now trying to counteract the nightmare using the Seal of Metatron. Dahlia used Harry's love for Cheryl to battle the nightmare world that the demon projected onto the town through Alessa. Harry's success led to Dahlia capturing Alessa and initiating the ritual to birth God. Harry won. The end. The plot of the movie is as such.
Witch-burning Puritan Christians reside in Silent Hill, West Virginia, rendered a
Oh yeah, you know what's hilarious? Even the fucking movie doesn't say Centralia. So where the fuck did Centralia come from? The movie says West Virginia. Who the fuck is responsible for Centralia? I would really love to know. So stupid.
ghost town 30 years ago due to a coal mine fire. Alessa Gillespie, 10-year-old daughter of Cassandra Dahlia Gillespie.
One of the main characters of the movie is a little girl of 10.
I've never played a part like Cassandra Dahlia before.
Oh yeah, they just randomly called her Cassandra Dahlia for no fucking reason. I totally forgot about that.
Is burned as a witch by the Puritans because
This is really hard.
Yeah, it's already a shit show.
she's a bastard.
Hold
She
everything in.
didn't have a father like they did.
You have brought sin amongst us. The faithful must gather in judgment, for we are called to purify this filth.
However, during the ceremony, the witch burning apparatus breaks and knocks over a pot of coals. Officer Gucci, who was there for some reason, rescues Alessa and puts her in the hospital. The devil visits Alessa and offers revenge upon everyone in town.
I told her it was their turn. They would all fall in.
And again, credit where credit's due. These shots look cool. I love this filter. I like the way that it's kind of telling the story sequentially. I think these shots look cool. They're composed well, but what they're conveying is fucking stupid. Is what it comes down to. It's completely non-functional. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's not canonical. It's not faithful. It's just slop. Composed well, but slop.
The devil visits Alessa and offers revenge upon everyone in town.
I told her it was their turn. They would all fall into her darkest dream.
The Puritans now cower in their church, venturing out in miners' uniforms, complete with canaries in cages, to kick down doors and beat people up. The devil spreads darkness over the town at random intervals, and luckily, birds like to freak out right before that happens to warn people. Sharon Da Silva is having nightmares about the town and is eventually drawn into it for no apparent reason other than the fact that she looks just like Alessa. Seriously, for no other reason. There's no reason for it. None at all.
Well, Christoph Gans says right here, for every fan that has read the synopsis of the first game story in the strategy guide of Silent Hill 3, they all know we are dealing with...
Yeah, so he fundamentally misunderstands the strategy guide as doppelgangers, and that's where he got fucked up. So it's like his misunderstanding led to all of the incorrect decisions being made, but nobody corrected him on it because nobody knew. He was the appointed expert. Nobody could have just said, hey, you're wrong about that, and then it could have been fine, but he misunderstood it and just put that in the movie anyway.
The first game story in the strategy guide of Silent Hill 3, they all know we are dealing with doppelgangers.
Really?
Doppelgangers.
Anyway, when Sharon arrives in Silent Hill, she runs off on her own like an idiot and keeps on doing it. Her mother, Rose, has to continually chase after her with the help of Butch Dyke Sybil.
Oh my god, dude, I tried.
No, it doesn't happen here. The joke comes later.
That's in the HD collection one, but yeah, that's very dumb that they call it that. Whatever.
Uses Rose as a flesh taxi into the church, whereupon the devil exacts Alessa's revenge.
Yeah, also minor point, but I hate the way that they just lift music from 1, 2, and 3 to throw in here at random. And 4. There's some music from Silent Hill 4 in this movie too, don't forget.
Rose Da Silva.
See? Tom Bean. Sean Bean didn't die. He didn't
Yeah.
die this time.
Yeah, no, he's not done.
Age 10. A girl whose only crime was bearing the likeness of a demon. Her mother's efforts brought them both a one-way ticket home. Last stop, the Twilight Zone.
Not wrong.
This one's a hard one. This was a hard one to stay quiet about. Stamp. This is a hard one to be quiet about, man.
So as you can see, and this is something you can see, the plot isn't exactly faithful. In fact, it really has nothing to do with Silent Hill.
At all.
Just like the comics. So you take the title away, and you're left with a plain, boring movie with major plot holes. Oftentimes, there are no reasons for the behavior of the characters. For example, Rose is reaching into a dead body's mouth because the message on the wall dared her to.
Double dared.
Yes. The character Rose is derived from Harry Mason. This is because Christoph Gans believes that Harry Mason acts like a woman.
The lead character of Silent Hill 1 is a man named Harry Mason.
And he worked very well in the game, but when we start to write him, respecting his personality, we found that it's a woman.
What? What the fuck? Well, he doesn't even explain why he came to that conclusion. When we started to write, we found out he's a woman. What? And on what basis did you make this conclusion? None.
Why are you putting me through this? Why are you putting me through this test, Stamp?
He just said nothing. Oh, I don't have to explain myself. When you're right, you're right. What the fuck?
He's a woman?
Yeah. When we started to write this character that was a male, we found that, whoa, he's a woman.
Believes that men should not care about their children as much as women. This is the only explanation we can come up
An
with.
endurance
to take
test,
proper response
man.
to the situation
Shit.
as any normal father would.
Well, as you can see from these two quotes,
So Roger Avery, the writer, says Christoph wanted the movie to be oestrogen filled. Excuse me? Christoph wanted the movie to be estrogen filled. Roger Avery. And then Christoph Gans said, oh, I can't read this. Well, you guys can read it. This is apparently a quote from Christoph Gans.
Okay, apparently. Well, no, this is a reductive quote from Avery from Christoph Gans in a forum tweet or a forum post. A lot of the things. See, this is why I can't talk, because like if I talk, I won't shut up. I had to look into this for the video that I want to do on Silent Hill, the movie. These are just forum threads where Avery was available and he made jokes. This is a joke. He's like, I like women. I just want to fuck women. And women are fun. And I like telling stories about women. And he's just like making a big deal out of it because Avery wasn't making any money writing this thing. Avery didn't make any money on this. He was just asked by Gans because Davis Films asked Gans to ask somebody to help him write his shit script from French to English. And he called Avery.
They paid him
and
an
he's
exposure.
like, well, why is everybody why are there no dudes in this? And he's like, I just like chicks. And he's just making a joke. He's making a joke. None of this is real. This is not actually what he was thinking. He's like, okay, he likes to, yeah, all right. I'm just making a joke because it's fun.
Because the way they present it is funny. It's like, it's as if a fucking media tour was happening and they asked him why they swapped Harry Mason's gender, and he answered this way is how they present it. It's like, can you imagine the controversy if he said that?
Like, granted, like at the time, who on earth would do the due diligence to do the same thing? They found what they found, and they applied it to their video in order to justify their point. Whether or not the veracity of their point is invalid at this juncture. There's no reason to take this into consideration. As it is, Avery didn't get paid to do the work that he did to do Silent Hill. He got paid after the fact, and after that, the movie made money. The movie made money.
Oh, it did
and
well.
Avery got paid. He got credit on it.
Yeah.
So that's how that works. He was flown from California to France. Didn't know what the fuck he was working on until he got there because he didn't think that there was stuff that he needed to do. He just thought that, oh, I just need to kind of like patch things up. No, you have to rewrite the entire fucking thing from French to English. Okay, I got to get a translator. Okay, translated. Here you go. Fix it. And then he fixed it.
Yeah.
I imagine during that time, 150-page screenplay that you have to work out from scratch would leave you a little bit frustrated with the people responsible for giving you that task. So if someone said, hey, can you do an AMA? And then you said, yeah, I can do an AMA. And they asked you, how did it work? How did it feel to work with a director? Yeah, this is the kind of shit you would write. I think this is the kind of shit you would write.
Yeah, Christoph wanted the movie to be estrogen filled. It's like, what a weird fucking thing to say. There's no way he was being genuine.
I feel like you would be irritated and frustrated with the fact that this is how the production cycle goes, and you'd be like, you know what? I'm just gonna get some of this out of my system because I'm frustrated, and this is what you would get out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's endurance test, man. I'm here with you. I'm here with you. I'm here with you, Stamp. We're doing this together. We're doing this. We're a team.
But regardless of what was said here, what Christoph Gans said still didn't make any fucking sense. When we began writing Harry Mason for a movie, we found that he was a woman. No reasoning for that. No explanation. Just
not.
Yeah.
His argument was that the story was about motherhood.
Right.
But like, okay, if that's the case, why didn't you tell it? Why didn't you tell your story better?
Yeah.
Your story is shit from design.
True.
For the gender change has absolutely nothing to do with Gans's interpretation of Harry's behavior.
The Silent Hill movie is one where Gans had full autonomy, even with telling the writer of Pulp Fiction on how to write. Yeah.
Avery did Pulp Fiction.
Yep. It's not as if he wasn't talented. It's just like we've already said. Christoph Gans is a talented guy. Roger Avery's a very talented guy. The only problem is Christoph came in with a fundamental misunderstanding because doppelgangers never, ever at any point were featured. So for him to make a statement like that means he just didn't understand the source material, plain and simple. Yes.
Did not understand it. He wanted to. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna go ahead and say it right now. Make me big for like a second when I say this. Is that possible?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
Just
Here we go.
Just like transform it like this one. Gans wanted to make Silent Hill 2 the movie. That's all he wanted to do. He wanted to make Silent Hill 2 the movie because that's all anyone fucking talks about is Silent Hill 2.
Yep. So it's kind of crazy he finally got the opportunity to do it, but yeah, he didn't want to make this movie. He wanted to make Silent Hill 2 the movie. Very true. So he wasn't even fully on board with this, and that's probably why he even needed to use. Why do you need the fucking strategy guide of Silent Hill 3 to figure out what's going on in 1? He could have done better research if he went to GameFAQs.com than doing that. Like, what are you doing? There's clearly a lot here. But
an endurance test.
Yes, there's a lot here, but let's finish this video and then we'll move on to part B.
Let's get out of this. Let's get out of it. Go.
It turns out it's just good old-fashioned sexism. Well done.
In the scene where Rose stops at the gas station, Sybil Bennett, the officer from Brayhams, seems to harbor undue suspicions about Rose and her daughter.
Need any help, man?
I love that I said that. Brayhams.
Seems to harbor undue suspicions about Rose and her daughter.
Need any help, man? No, we're fine, thanks.
Rose's response is to act suspiciously by attempting to evade the officer.
Keep your seatbelt fastened, honey.
Yeah, like why? Why put your daughter's life in danger needlessly when it could have easily been resolved by saying, oh no, yeah, this is my daughter, here's my ID, here's my license and registration. Okay, sorry, misunderstanding, you all have a good night. But no, instead she decides, let me put the fucking pedal to the floor and risk my daughter's life and my own because we have to get to Silent Hill.
I love my adopted daughter.
Right, because we have just got to get to this town.
Motherhood, Stamp! Motherhood!
What a wholesome message this movie has. Remember, kids, speed away from the police if you think you need to be somewhere faster. Advice from your family friend, Christoph Gans.
And this is why Butch Dyke Sybil acts like a complete douche for the rest of the movie.
Get out of the car. Move it.
Jesus, what are you doing?
You're under arrest. What the hell were you doing over there? You're gonna get yourself killed.
A complete douche.
This is a problem. When the movie wants us to regard her as a hero, when she's
He does that. They feature it later on. That's all right. We'll have another opportunity.
she sacrifices herself to help Rose. Uncharacteristic of her established personality.
Find her.
A complete douche. Yeah.
A complete douche.
We needed to have a Sybil who was strong, authoritative, but empathetic and could.
And no disrespect to Laurie Holden, I love her work. She's a talented actor. But man, the role they gave her and the shit they made her say.
Yeah.
I mean, just fuck.
Just unfortunate all around, really. By the way, the small point, but I love the way he said we needed a Sybil that was authoritative. Did you catch that? Listen here.
I didn't say that again.
We needed to have a Sybil who was strong, authoritative, but
Authoritative?
empathetic and could make
Because
all
they're
of us
French.
care
Come on,
when
leave
she
them
eventually was
Nope, unacceptable. I'm sorry. That's a joke.
The leader of the Puritans is Christabella, a pyromaniac whose only solution to any problem is to burn the witch.
Burn her. Burn her as a witch.
Her name is probably taken from Dying Inside, but as we know, the character in the comic is a ghostly little demon girl and nothing like the Borg Queen.
Oh.
Her name is probably taken from Dying Inside, but as we know, the character in the
this is a
comic is a
gauntlet.
ghostly little demon girl and nothing like the Borg Queen. Dahlia Gillespie makes the jump from a fanatical cult leader, mastermind, antagonist of Silent Hill 1 to an innocuous, nutbar, insane, apocalypse-preaching, homeless...
The word burn in this movie could be a drinking game, actually. And it's a drinking game where you would be dead in 5 minutes. By the
Very
time.
true. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
yeah. You would need to call the paramedics in advance.
Immediately. Yeah, like as soon as the church gets revealed and they enter it for the first time, that's all she fucking says is burn her, burn the witch. Like, enough.
Burn.
God almighty. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. Get off it!
Think you of thee who cast the first stone. Lands without a shepherd, shepherd without a flock. It's your sins which hold you here.
As we stated earlier, Christopher De Silva, Rose's husband, was further developed in the script so that...
Featuring Everclear, otherwise known as Rocket Fuel. Please don't.
Okay, then you would just that's just a death sentence. They're just asking. You're just asking for it.
Yeah, before you do that, make sure you fill out a living will.
At least one main
Right.
character. As a result, it ended up feeling like we're watching
Get your
two
effects
separate
in order.
things. The Wicker Man.
Oh God. Oh my God.
This fucking movie, dude.
I like that the joke is that they use Nicolas Cage's Wicker Man, not the original.
Yeah. God, this movie is so shit.
Oh my God.
And Law and Order.
Now, don't be trying anything, Chris, all right? We got men up here all night long. We're gonna find your wife, we're gonna find your...
By the way, I'm sorry. I can't hold it anymore. I'm sorry. Sean Bean's character never mentions a daughter. I'm
really?
looking for my wife. I just want to find my wife. I'm trying to find my wife. He never mentions a daughter. Gucci gives more of a shit about your family than you.
You know what's funny though? I bet they did that intentionally because they wanted to be like, is she really alive or not? You know, they wanted a subplot so we could sit here and have these meta conversations. Does the daughter even exist? You know what I mean? I bet.
Just give the male role to Gucci.
Yeah.
There's no point to this.
Scene
Just
Bean
make
doesn't
it
care
so
about his
that
daughter.
Sybil has a parallel with Gucci over here, who's trying to investigate the loss of one of his fucking team.
Yeah. That's true. He doesn't even need to be in the movie. You could tell, and it sucks too because he's like the highest. I mean, as far as like being a well-known actor, he's got to be the most well-known person in this movie. But he was given the throwaway, the throwaway role. Man, we need some justice for my man Scene Bean. This is unacceptable.
Scene Bean deserves better.
He
Better
does,
than
dude.
this trash. Sorry. All right. Sorry.
I absolutely hate the parallel universe gimmick in this movie. You know, now that you mention it, that is so true. I'm definitely going to pay attention next time I watch it, but I know for a fact he only ever talks about his wife. So yeah, I guarantee they thought they were being meta with it, and they're like, oh, does the daughter even exist? Fuck yourself. Not you. The producer.
The impetus behind the whole goddamn movie is my daughter went to Silent Hill.
Yeah.
And wants to go back.
Yeah.
I'm looking for my wife. Ooh, this is hard. This is really hard. All right, keep going. Just go.
To have
Go.
civilians
Go.
wandering around on their own.
What really happened up here?
Just let it rest in peace.
Please don't copyright me, Twitch. Come on,
Dick
dude.
Wolf.
Here, I'm gonna have to. Okay. If that went on any longer, I was gonna have to skip ahead. Twitch has been so on my ass about copyright here lately.
Just clips of him breaking.
Jeff will get mad at you talking about Dick Wolf badly.
It's gonna be city boy.
Is awful.
I can put you in jail, or you can go home.
According to Christoph Gans, Silent Hill takes place in 4 dimensions.
He said this in an interview with douchebag Bettenhausen of One Up.
Oh yeah, Shane Bettenhausen. Oh man, Shane Bettenhausen is infamous because Shane Bettenhausen appeared on a pre-release Silent Hill 5 video where he goes on camera and confidently says, you know, some people were mad because they added like a dodge move, and then he goes, well, that's good because Silent Hill combat was shit. It's always been shit. Confidently says this, by the way. Like, what authority do you have to make that claim? What a piece of shit.
Konami gave him.
Yeah. They gave him like early access to the game. So stupid.
He said.
So in an interview with Shane Bettenhausen, Christoph Gans said, but when you have to tell a story about something that happened 30 years ago in a town, and that town suddenly became like the Bermuda Triangle, you have to add 2 more dimensions. I like how he's saying he's saying it as if it's a math formula. He's saying it as if it's a math formula. You see, 30 years ago, and if it becomes like a Bermuda Triangle, well, then that automatically means you got to add 2 dimensions. I mean, come on, this is common knowledge, dude. What the fuck is this quote, dude?
I have to comport myself. I have to get.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm very sorry.
This formula.
I'm passionate.
If Bermuda Triangle, then 2 more dimensions.
Said this in an interview with douchebag Bettenhausen of One
So basically, we had to deal with 4 dimensions and jump between them at will.
Up.com.
I'm in the real world, as it were, and I'm looking for my wife, my daughter, who are in another dimension of time.
We have 4 different Silent Hill. So we have a Silent Hill as it exists now today. We have Silent Hill like it was 30 years ago. We have.
Why are those 2 different? That doesn't make any sense. As it is now and as it existed 30 years ago are different.
Because they're 2 different production cycles. Because they had to produce them separately.
Yeah,
they
true.
had an A team and a B team, and they had to produce them separately.
Yeah.
That's how they're looking at
it. It was a different dimension because the main actors weren't there because it was like a fill-in crew shot. That's why it's a different dimension.
Exactly.
Yep.
The darkness arrives, and when all the nightmares and the creatures appear.
Prior to this point in time, somewhere in the past, the timeline skewed into this tangent, creating an alternate 1985. Alternate to you.
Well, we're almost done, Dr. Red. This is the last one we're going to watch for tonight, so you're almost there.
Yeah.
SH pioneered the multiverse craze. Seriously, dude. Fucking get some royalties to my man Gans immediately, because Marvel jacked that shit. Plain
Jon
as that.
Favreau said, you know what, that's mine.
Exactly.
Me and Einstein, but reality for everyone else.
It's like we're in hell or something.
Not 4, no. In Silent Hill, everything is real and in 1 dimension. In Silent Hill 1, the town is the demon's projection of Alessa's nightmare. In Silent Hill 2, the spiritual power projects a nightmare, tailor-made specifically for you. In Silent Hill 3, it is the power of the demon awakening inside Heather. In Silent Hill 4, the town is a complete fabrication inside Walter's whacked-out head. But no matter the situation, it's always happening in our own dimension.
I forgot about this. Later on, they have a whole fucking little sing-along song about parallel dimensions. We'll get to that one next time, but that's one of my favorite bits they do too.
We'll get to that one.
In the same interview, Gans is quoted saying,
This film is dealing with a child of 10 who's being tortured. If you want to tell the story of Silent Hill and make the meaning of that story complete, you have to face up to the torture of Elisa. It's a town of people trapped in dark dreams, and she inflicts onto the town what those people did to her body.
Dreams. Again, he's just inferring.
No.
This dude just infers things and declares them to be true because he said so. That is. Oh, never mind. I'll read this part.
To me, the meaning of the darkness. The appearance of the town is corrupted in a way that her own flesh was wounded.
I mean, that's
No one was
fair. You
involved
can argue
other
that.
than
You can challenge that. That's fair.
That's way more on base than what he said before, for sure.
And
Like,
the thing that he just said.
yeah.
herself. She did it by accident due to the stress induced by the cult's practices, as is evident in the Manifestation of Delusions article.
You read that?
In her attempt to stop the cult by spreading the seal of Metatron throughout the town, she spreads the nightmare, also unintentionally. She doesn't do it on purpose because
She's
she
good.
is good.
She's good.
She's not bad, she's not evil, and she is not the devil.
I always wanted to play the devil.
Yeah,
It
that's
is not
fine.
that Cheryl is good and
Oh my
Alessa is
God.
bad. They're just both two iterations of the same person. A soul split in half. The Alessa we see throughout Silent Hill 1 is really Cheryl transformed back to Alessa.
So, as a Silent Hill movie, this is a failure. For a movie about a game series that is praised as one of the scariest of all, it is laughable and boring. And, you know what? Now we must burn it as a witch! Burn it!
Gans did become invested and passionate about Silent Hill. I would say a lot more than most directors, but he became passionate in the wrong way. Exactly. You know, it's
Agreed.
yeah, that's like the perfect way of putting it. Like, he has the chops. He's a good director. He knows what makes a good shot. He knows how to compose things. He knows how to do it. But he had all the energy in the world. It was just channeled in the wrong direction. And that's the biggest unfortunate thing, is like, this movie could have been a very faithful grand slam. It could have been really, really good. They had the crew, they had the budget, they had everything, but it was just it was literally built on misconceptions about the story that don't mean anything.
There were too many. I keep going on about this. There were too many people involved in
Yep.
the pipeline. There
Yep.
were just too many people who don't care about the project. They just care about getting paid to do the thing that they're doing.
Yeah, so they care about meeting the deadline that was given to them by the person above them on the ladder, and doing it meant doing X, Y, and Z thing. And it was like this game of telephone that just never ended until they got to a completely different conclusion than any reasonable person would ever come from the first game.
And that's usually what it comes down to. When you have something satisfying and a passionate representation of the work that you wanted to see, chances are it's because it spent hell in development, and the production budget was like a fifth of what you usually get.
Yep.
So I don't know, man. It's frustrating to see things like these do so well, because to be totally honest, Silent Hill isn't that big of a property. It really isn't. The fact that it has a theatrical release at all is something to be like championed and appreciated and respected, because Gans is a competent director. Just, not good at adapting Silent Hill.
Yeah.
The people responsible were capable and competent and passionate about the project that they were putting together. Carol Spear was involved in this. She worked with Videodrome. Cronenberg worked with Cronenberg.
The
for
fucking Pulp Fiction
decades.
writer. Yeah.
Roger Avery of Pulp fucking Fiction not assisted. Well, I mean, he had to adapt. He had to write from French to English.
Yeah.
People who knew what they were doing did this.
And you know what's
this
funny?
is what we got.
You know what's funny about that?
Oh,
Is that it's the perfect analogy for what happened with HD Collection's voice acting. That's what's so funny about this. Competent professionals who are very good at what they're doing being misdirected in such a terrible way that the product turned out to be awful through no fault of their own. That's exactly what happened here, and that's exactly history would just repeat itself 6 years later with the HD collection debacle, because they put very competent, very good voice actors on these characters, and they failed because the direction was god awful, the production was missing, the panning, every aspect of sound engineering was fucked, and that's what happens.
And this is what you get. And you get this. And it's just, it's more frustrating because so many competent people were associated with
Right.
the production of the project.
And so many
it would
times.
Be a different story if it was Uwe Boll just getting the license. And
That's
just
what I was
doing
going to
dog
say.
shit.
Dude, it's like, it's one thing if you can point to one person and say, well, of course, when you hire this person, that's what you're going to get. You can't say that about this. The staffing is not an excuse. It was good. So that's the ultimate irony about this movie turning out so poorly, is like they actually had the staff to hit a home run and they fucking bunted and they got tackled and they broke their leg before they hit first base.
Eddie Dombrowski references. I like it. I like it. Because football. I get it. I get it.
This editing is so good for the time too.
I love it. Oh, it's good. It's really good.
Mary Elizabeth is famous for putting together Cowboy Bebop English dub and was more than competent, but Silent Hill has always been a case where its producers and managers outside of Team Silent always underestimated the weight of handling Silent Hill. Yeah. And I think that budget played a part too, because Tom Hewlett has revealed in the past few years, since he's had no relation to Konami anymore, they didn't make him sign any NDAs or anything, but he said, you know, you would be shocked at how low the budgets were. He was like, I'm not going to talk about specifics because I was only privy to certain information, but let's just say a lot of times when I wanted to do certain things, they would say, well, the budget. So I think at that time they were kind of not willing to invest serious money in it, and that's why things turned out so poorly. That's why they hired goddamn Hijinks fucking Studios to do the HD collection. Good God.
We're going to get there. We're getting
we
there.
will.
Part two.
That's my favorite video they've ever done, is the HD collection review and the Downpour review. Those two are absolutely incredible videos. But for now, let's watch the DVD copy of Silent Hill Burn.
CD isn't even in there. It's just
We're just
the
kidding.
box.
We have the movie right here.
There you go. You're gonna break it.
Soy. Did you see? It's like the ultimate. They need to put this in Urban Dictionary as a clip of like the embodiment of soy, as him trying to snap this DVD and struggling.
Let's do it in a cut.
Yeah.
No, he didn't do it by
The evil's gone.
Finally.
Now, 3 weeks before the movie release, a promotional item exclusively for the Space Station Portable came out called the Silent Hill Experience. It was basically a $20 advertisement for the film, plus some of the comics we mentioned earlier. And a new one!
Hey.
Silent Hill Hunger. And that's all there is to be said.
Yep.
We take the art, we take the media, we take the movies, we take the interviews, the videos, all these things, we put them all together, and we don't just lay it out like a DVD in a stale format.
Oh, absolutely, Malum. And I said this from the start. They had no idea what they were getting themselves into. I think a lot of people look at a game like Silent Hill 2, they're like, oh, I could fucking remake that. But you don't understand the amount of subtlety and the amount of things that you absolutely must crucially get right about the pacing, the way lines are delivered, the way that even enemy encounters happen, camera changes. Everything was so intentional and incredibly, there's so much minutia in the detail. I think they discovered that it was way more of a difficult project than they realized when they first jumped at the chance to do it. I'm happy with how it turned out ultimately. Like I said, I gave it an 8 out of 10. I don't think it's perfect in any way. There are some things I don't like, but I think it turned out well, much better than I anticipated. But I definitely think that they realized after accepting it, and when the gears were turning and the project was a go, everybody was on board, they probably were like, holy shit, what did we just get ourselves into?
They're just scared.
Yeah.
Like nervousness. Nervousness probably got the better of them because it's such a we look at it very much from a subjective perspective. They're obviously not looking at it that way. They're looking at it as a property that needs to be properly marketed and properly distributed. That's really the long and short of it.
Yeah.
But doing it the right way, because if they really did care, they would have done it in a way that meant something. They would have been more careful, more articulate, more capable than they demonstrated, knowing that the weight that goes behind this IP has, you know, not a high quantity of people, but a heavy desire for quality.
Right. And something I've always likened it to is you guys know the game Super Smash Bros. Melee. It's kind of like if you tried to remake Melee. Melee is popular because of fuck-ups, because they made mistakes that inadvertently created these competitive mechanics that turned it into this incredibly deep and almost perfect competitive game. Like there's a way around everything, and development mistakes literally caused that. So it's become such a beloved thing for the flaws, and the pros and the cons made it into the game it is, and why it's so competitive and so many prize pools and everything, that if they were to try to remake it and fix those things, you would actually be ruining the game by fixing it. So that's kind of what Silent Hill is like. It's like you were saying, it's a small group of incredibly passionate people who love it because of what the deadlines caused them to cut out, because of what the deadlines caused them to gloss over. And just like Sato said in the making of Silent Hill 2, like, you don't just love something because it's perfect all the time. That's not logical. That's not based in reality.
Yeah.
So we love the cheesy delivery of some of James's lines. We love the stilted delivery of it, like everything about it. And if you were to change any one of those things, it's suddenly not the thing we love, just like the Star Wars analogy we made earlier. And that's why people got so upset when the remake got announced and we started to see changes. That's why people were so heated about it, because it's this beloved thing. It's been around for 20 years. You can't just go changing shit like that.
And there's something about loving something that does not have commercial acclaim. There's no need for something to make $350 billion every quarter for it to be something that you appreciate and cherish. Yes, that makes you feel like, oh, the thing that I like makes a lot of money, and that's where they're going to make a bunch of these. That's why I'm excited for the next one.
Yeah.
Like, it really... It has nothing to do with how much money it makes. It has everything to do with the love and care and attention that went into producing it.
Right. And I think there's almost an air of exclusivity with it too. Like, the community is just the perfect size that being interested in it enough to talk lore, like just between me and you, talking lore this way, there's not a lot of people who know the lore on the level that we do because we've spent the time to research these things. Like, there's an air of exclusivity to it that also makes it interesting, because inadvertently, when you find somebody else that knows as much as you, that person in general is very like-minded, you find. And it's not just related to Silent Hill. It's almost everything in life, because the community is so small. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not about gatekeeping it. We're not gatekeeping this. We want to share this with as many people as possible.
Yes.
And we want to get the record straight because we want to see what we love be demonstrated by the people responsible for producing it.
Yes.
To know that we recognize and understand and love this shit.
Yes. People get on me every now and then. They're like, hey, if you want to derail the stream, give Stamp misinfo about Silent Hill. It's like, everybody's like, bro, it's just a game. Why are you so worried about it? For exactly what he just said. I just want to set the record straight because I want people to enjoy things for the reasons they were created, and not this fabricated Centralia nonsense, and not this snow equals ash nonsense. Like, if you appreciate that and you like that, cool, but that needs to be strictly in theory territory. I just want people to understand the story as it was meant to be told and intended to be told by Team Silent, not this, did you know TikTok, YouTube short algorithmic bullshit that we live in now, where everybody's just trying to cash in on the name and say, oh, isn't this an interesting fact? Like, the thing is, there's more than enough interesting facts that are based in reality. You don't have to make shit up. And so I just get annoyed because it's like, if people understood the real intention behind these things, not only would it be equally interesting, but at least they'd be right,
Ton of side stories that I would love to just theorize over. Like,
Yeah.
oh, what if Dahlia was a main character in a Silent Hill story?
Right. But it's like, what does that do, really? You know?
You know what I mean? Like, these are the things that I would love to just sit down and just have a nosh over intellectually with people
Right.
who are, learned in it. I feel like it does the series a disservice when there is another group of people who are deliberately disseminating misinformation and disinformation for the sake of clicks and views and social media visibility.
Right. And for
I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah, 100%. And for anyone who doesn't think it's that bad, look no further than the first video I made called The Silent Hill Community Needs to Stop, where the misinformation has gotten so bad that people are tweeting at Team Silent members telling them what their own game is about. That's how bad the misinformation is. So the reason why we're passionate about this is because it's kind of insulting to do something like that. Now, obviously, we can't speak for everybody, and people are going to do what they want to do, believe what they want to believe, but it's like we can at least do our part to try. I like the way he said, set the record straight. We're not correcting people. We're not telling them they're wrong or stupid or anything. We're just setting the record straight. That's not what it's about. Please stop spreading that misinformation. It doesn't benefit anything, and it just obfuscates what should be the core focus, which is experiencing the games and understanding the story. That's it.
It just muddies the water. It muddies the water.
Yeah. And it's like, you don't have to.
And that instigates more conflict.
Right. And it leads to these fucking arguments, I swear. I've seen so many arguments on the Silent Hill subreddit about what things mean. And it's like, well, you're speculating about things, and there is some fun to speculation. Theorizing is super fun, but you're speculating on things that have no sources. These things didn't come from Team Silent. You're just making stuff up and purporting it as fact. That's what pisses me
I
off.
watched a review of a
Right.
movie of a thing I haven't seen, and they said that Centralia, Pennsylvania is where Silent Hill is based on. I'm going to go ahead and regurgitate that information.
Right. We're not even talking about secondhand information. We're talking about, what is it, tertiary information, like a 4X.
Yeah, like third hand, fourth hand.
Right. Yeah, we're talking about 4 literally internet telephone chains down the line of information that's been thrown around about Centralia and bullshit. And it's like, dude, it really is not that hard. And Twin Perfect makes that point. It's like, if you look at the information the games give you, it's actually less complicated than the stuff that people like to talk about all the time, because why would you make a game that's so complex? You need to have, a crowd of people essentially like decoding the whole thing. Like, no game should need to be that complex unless that's just the point, like Myst or something. But
right.
No way. For Silent Hill, it's not that deep. It's funny. It's like this ultimate irony where if people would just look at the stuff the games give them, it would be so much easier and less complicated, but they want to complicate it because they find it fun. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
It's up to interpretation, though.
Yeah. It's that's in the downpour review, but we'll get to that. I'm losing my voice, as you can probably hear, because I've been yapping all night. But
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's me, dude. I got a day to recover. I'm chilling.
Immerse you into an actual environment from Silent Hill. But what really stands out on Silent Hill Experience is the brand new digital comic that we created.
Hey, what's up, Andrew Gabriel? I recognize that name.
Called The Hunger.
Hey, we didn't read The Hunger because it was written by Scott Capuchin. Bound to be awful.
Not interested in it at all. Don't care.
Not that guy.
There were many other such spin-offs, including the Silent Hill play novel, which was made exclusively in Japan for the Game Boy Advance as a choose-your-own-adventure story based on the events of the first game.
I couldn't get very far. It's difficult to read.
Claw fingers. Riveting. Simply riveting. I'm doing good, man. You might see that my stream's only been on for an hour, but we've actually been going for 6.5 hours, because me and Future intend to watch the entire real Silent Hill experience and provide as much insight and expand upon the things that they bring up as we can. And so far, boy howdy have we been doing that.
Oh, have we?
We took...
Please tell me this is going to be a VOD.
Oh yeah, we took like... It shows you 627. Oh, awesome. It may not have actually chopped the VOD then. That's fucking awesome. What I was going to say is we've watched 14 videos, all of which are about 10 minutes long. So we've expanded out an hour and 20 minutes of content into 6.5 hours. So if you were wondering how much the rate at which we were yapping, that's about the rate if you do the math.
If you don't mind, I'd like to attempt to read this in Japanese. Is that okay?
100%. I have no idea what it says.
I'm trying to remember. Is it hidari or migi? Hidariか。左だね。かの部分を左手で押さえ力を込めて押しき飛ばすと、それはよろめきうぜ大生になって売れるか。気づいた時にはその化け物たちに中古を込まれてしまっていた。
I understood one word, Bakemon, which means monster. That's all I understood. Bakemono.
その化け物たちに、それ、I'm trying to remember 囲む。それ囲むね。囲むを。でも there's this like 超 I don't remember how it is in this particular context. It's like
It's a hashtag and a square. That's what a Keikona man would say.
No, the kanji before that.
This one?
Yeah, but that's kakomu. That, yeah. Kakomu, 囲まれていた。囲まれてしていた。囲まれてしまっていた。I don't know who the writer is, man, but they're like deliberate being pedantic.
Dude, Japanese characters are also very difficult, like when you have a low res console like a GBA, because they have a lot more curvature. So looking at the pixelation is like really difficult if you're looking close.
Harder.
Yeah. Like N64 is like that too. Like without smoothed edges on the characters, it can be kind of fucked up to read, especially for a baka gaijin such as myself.
Oh Lord.
Oh, but I was gonna ask, what's it actually saying though? Like, what was that page saying?
So, it's saying that ouch. So it hit him, and he was expressing the feeling that he felt and the pain that he felt as he was slowly dying, because he dies in this. He's dying right now.
Hey, what's up, Shadow? Hey, what's up, Biki Boru? What up, party people? Appreciate the follow. Yeah, we've been yapping for approximately 6.5 hours about Silent Hill. What's new? I mean, I do that on the reg, so does Future, but you know, now we've partnered up by our yaps combined.
We've synergized our yapping.
Yes, by our yaps combined, we will set the record straight about what everyone else gets wrong about Silent Hill and how we're always correct.
Yeah, so this is the bit that I read, and then then he dies.
Okay. 6.5 hours is crazy. Oh, you should. So here's what's funny.
Okay, so he's talking about using his gun. He's saying I fired my gun, and
probably talking about damage.
Yeah, this writer is fucking just being pedantic, man.
It's lovely, Ari. It's funny you say 6.5 hours is crazy. I used to have a channel point redemption that would ask me to go on rants about certain things, and someone redeemed it and asked me to go on a Silent Hill rant, and we ended up ranting for 8.5 hours. That was just me, by the way. This was years ago that this happened, but this isn't even my personal best, dude. Is the game worth the $70? Which game? The Silent Hill play novel that we're looking at right now? Certainly not. This game is probably not even worth bartering. Like
it's not even worth the data that you needed to use to download it.
It's not even worth the gas money that it might cost you to run to the post office and get it out of your eBay box or whatever.
Yeah, no, they're just being pedantic as fuck. No, fuck off. Fuck off.
Special, so you're not missing out.
There are a few.
You're not. You're really not.
I remember streaming for 14 hours before, like 2 years ago when I first started. The longest I've ever gone is 27 hours. And that was a Silent Hill. Yeah, that was a Silent Hill 1 through 4 story marathon where at the end, I had a fuck up in the middle of Silent Hill 4 and I basically had to replay half the game. I was dying inside. But we got it done.
That's passion, dude. That is fucking passion.
Yeah.
That's passion.
By the way, this is a really disturbing frame for me to pause it on. I need to hit play. I'd crash out. Oh, if you watch I believe the VOD is still out there, and I literally looked dead inside.
Few cell phone games.
Seven is the best year
One
for
called Orphan. As far as we can tell, it's about Alessa and her sister Karen who were dumped in an orphanage. Alessa made Karen kill everybody there.
Fucking Karens.
And there's a
This is where it started. So they're the cause of multiverses. They're the cause of the use of the term Karen. Well, honestly, what has Silent Hill not started, and what did they not steal from it, dude? At this point.
tree with fruits that wear faces of children.
The story of the second Orphan game is completely baffling. It may or may not be about a guy named Lucas who doesn't remember anything and wasn't killed by Karen, who might be his mother. Then Vincent shows up and he knows nothing about anything, and then Lucas could be his father. The rest is just general confusion.
Wow, dead fetuses, all dead. That is just insightful writing.
To be continued.
Beautiful, beautifully.
Hey, did you know there is an arcade machine
To be
based on
continued,
Silent
by the
Hill
way.
exclusively in Japan?
Yeah, because I wrote this part.
Okay. The game is an on-rail shooter, similar to Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles, where players, shoot their way through familiar environments and fight monsters from all games in the series.
Okay, that's cool though. I love like the shredded, things hanging down. I like that. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Series. There's barely any story, but that's fine. The game is of no consequence.
They did a
Actually,
full
Lieutenant Fun.
playthrough of this too, didn't they? Or a review. I have not seen this out in the wild, and I've been to certain places where I think to find this. There was a this must have been like 2022, I guess, where I was like trying to do like a Sunday replay, like kind of revival, where I was just trying to like get like new footage for like new stuff together. And me and Simon, my cameraman, we went to one of the last like big arcades in Tokyo, and just kind of film what we could before they demolished the building.
Yeah.
And I didn't see it there. I looked for it and I couldn't see it. It wasn't there. So this is just lost media as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they also made the Apache slot, but I believe that came out in like 2013 or something way more recent than this. Enigma actually owns one, which I'm kind of jealous of. It's really cool.
Well, he's Enigma.
Yeah, the man. I also am jealous of his sign that says Enigma's Night, and I've wanted to have one made, and the artist is on Etsy that makes them. Those are also really cool, but we got to keep it all. We got to keep it all black in the background. You got to keep the aesthetic going. I have a reputation to uphold.
You have a vibe, and you'd like to keep that vibe consistent.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong.
I cannot be putting any purple out here. That would just destroy it. Who do you think I am?
Who do you think you are? Future Mute?
Exactly. No.
While many spin-offs were released for various handheld platforms, a supposedly legitimate Silent Hill game was developed for a handheld system, breaking the tradition of console releases.
All right. So this concludes our part 1, because this is essentially the first half of Silent Hill's history. It covers the Japanese games, the spin-offs, and the movie. So we just spanned 1999 to 2007, I believe. 2006, maybe. So the second half of Silent Hill's storied history begins with developers who are not Team Silent making the games. So that's all I will say about that.
And all of the words will be had.
Oh, yeah. So Andrew
Many,
Gabriel,
many words will be had.
I know you said you just got back and you have your coffee, and I apologize for the fact that we're kind of at the end of yap session for tonight. But to be fair, as you can probably hear, my voice is starting to go. So I don't want to push it because I do require my voice at my own job as well. But I do have a question for you, Future. Do you intend to stream? Or are you done as well?
For like 30 minutes.
Okay.
30 minutes.
All right. Well, here's what I will say. First of all, I want to thank you, Future, for coming on. I've had a fucking blast. I think that, like I said before, and I said, I think we're very, you just discovered the alcohol plus SH2 clip. Shh, that's a secret. Like I said before, I think that although we initially met through essentially Silent Hill 2 or playthroughs of Silent Hill, I think that we discovered after the fact that we're super like-minded in way more areas than just this. So in that way, I'm super fucking happy that, you know, Twitch has kind of allowed me to make those types of connections and for us to meet and do cool shit like this. I think it's always fucking fun. Everybody in the chat universally has enjoyed it. So yeah, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate you coming on, and it's been a blast.
It is always an absolute honor. An absolute honor. I have no other words except.
Yeah, yes. Oh, good point, Shadow. Shout outs to Future. If you guys want to check out Future Mute stream, there it is. He does a lot of just chatting. He does a lot of music talk. Basically his primary focus is like art in general, right? You know, whatever type of art it happens to be.
Be it visual, be it sonic, make art stuff. Hey, Malum's hanging out. Thank you, Malum, for the hangout. I know it doesn't read on yours, on your particular stream right now. So
Yeah.
Not signed on to mine, so I'm happy.
Yes, me and Future are we are Sony obsessives as well. We both have Sony Alpha Series cameras. We both care a lot about the audio gear. Like, you know what I mean? Us Silent Hill obsessives, I swear we're like, there's something wired in our brains where we just have like-minded interests across a whole spectrum of things that have nothing to do with Silent Hill, and we've never met before. It's fucking hilarious how that works.
I don't know, man. Sometimes things just work out the best way they possibly can. Sometimes
100%.
Not all the time, but sometimes it does.
100%. And really quick, I did also want to mention, I've said it before, but me and Future are also working on a YouTube video right now that is very much Silent Hill related. So that should be, I'm hoping to have that done for the most part before the end of May. So I don't want to say too much on it, but I'm very, very excited about that. And we've done a lot of work. Also shout outs because Future is the person who made my new avatar. So I wanted to say that because it's my new avatar virtually everywhere. Profile picture, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere else. Yeah. So you guys were commenting on how good that was earlier before you hopped in the call. They were saying that it was fucking awesome. And I just wanted to make sure I put that out there. He's got the artist badge for a reason, people. He's got the artist badge for a fucking reason. Wish I had
those old TV commercials from Shake and Bake.
Yeah. Oh God.
I made Shake and Bake, and then the kid's like, and I helped.
Yeah. I wish I had a profile picture like yours. Hey, the man who created it is right here. Yo, I just noticed that. That's amazing, dude. Hey, that's what I'm saying, man. But Future, anything you wanna shout out? Anything you want to say before we wrap things up here?
First of all, I want to say thank you to our host this evening, Stampede G, who is, as far as I'm concerned, a brother from another mother in my mind.
Genuinely, dude.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Like, we're in simpatico AF. I don't really know what else to say. What else to say? Him and I are working on a project, like he said. When it's done, you'll see it, and I hope that him and I will be able to do stuff in the future as well. In the meantime, I'm gonna go stream for like 30 minutes on mine, just to yell and say stuff that I'm not allowed to say here.
Well, if that's the case, you already know what time it is. We're gonna raid Future, so you guys go hang.
I haven't started streaming yet, so I had to do that, and then
That's all right, dude. We'll be there for you. The people will be ready for when you go live, and I will be too, because I just finished a long ass fast, and you best believe I'm about to cook like a 2 a.m. steak.
Yes.
So
yes, you didn't know better. Yes, sir.
Yes. So I am going to Let you guys go. I got my Discord link there if you want to join. We're 5 people away from 100 members in the Discord, which is a huge milestone for me. So if you would like to join, please do. But with that being said, we're turning on the echo because it's time for me to break the chains on room 302 and free everybody in 3, 2, 1.
You have no idea how much I love.
Dude, that was fucking awesome for real. Oh man, I have not been able to get a good yap out in quite some time. So, and I think SyncTube really helped us out too, because if I was just screen sharing, it probably would have been a nightmare of like going back and forth and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm down. We gotta report on the second half of the dog shit, dude. It's very important.